Good morning. Just want to tip everybody off here that we're going to start in about 2 minutes. So if anybody wants to grab coffee or take a quick break before we start, this is the time. And we'll start here in just a couple minutes. Thanks. Good morning. Welcome to St. Louis University. On behalf of our interim president, Bill Kaufman, who was planning to be with us this morning and was called away on other university business, we are very pleased to welcome you to our campus today. You're in a relatively new facility. It's an old facility, but a new facility, the Center for Global Citizenship. It's a historic building on our campus. On October 7th, 1964, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. spoke in this very facility at the back of this room. We're very proud of that. It gives the building, I think, a special distinction. And I think it's particularly apropos to be mentioning that today as we're going to talk about some tough issues in higher education. So on behalf of the American College Personnel Association, College Student Educators International, and St. Louis University, I want to thank everyone for being here today. I want to do a quick introduction, just ask our panelists and speakers to stand up. I want to qualify that as telling you that we will do proper introductions throughout the course of the day because we're doing some live streaming, and so we may be introducing people more than one time so that as our virtual participants join us, that they can be kept up to the program and we'll feel more part of what's happening here in St. Louis today. So I want to say a special thanks to Dr. Martha Cantor. Martha has been extremely generous with her time in helping us plan and think about today's program. We're very grateful for that. I also want to introduce Dr. Jillian Kinsey. Dr. Diana Natalicio. And for the St. Louis University folks here, she is a Billiken, undergraduate degree from St. Louis University. Ms. Mary Wall will join us a little bit later. Unfortunately, coming out of Washington, she had to catch a very late flight last night, and I think arrived in the wee hours of the morning. And so we've told her it would be fine if you wanted to take a couple of hours of rest before you join us later this morning. But she'll be here. And we're very pleased to have her with us as well. And I'd also like to say a thanks to Mr. Doug Letterman, editor of Inside Higher Ed. Doug's going to moderate our panel today, and we're very, very pleased that he could join us. With all the demands on their time, we are truly honored that this group of folks could be with us today to spend some time with us and to lead us in some discussions and conversations about really critical issues. So my job this morning was to try to set some very brief context for the day, and I'm going to try to do that. My skill is not brief anything, but I'm going to try to do my very best to do that, and then I'll make one more introduction, and we will begin to move forward with the program. In this era of shifting demographics, challenging economics, emerging international knowledge networks, and rapidly advancing information technologies, it seems abundantly obvious that change in higher education is necessary and inevitable. President Obama, the Lumina Foundation, and others have strongly emphasized the importance of removing barriers to post-secondary education completion and dramatically increasing the number of college graduates in this country. It is probably no great surprise to any of you that of all the barriers to post-secondary participation, affordability remains the most significant. And so the result is predictable. Limited access for lower-income students and greater inequities in college enrollment and degree completion. Of course, accountability means that degree completion has to count for something. It should result in a higher quality of life, which includes, I think most of us would agree, greater social prosperity and economic value. Prosperity and value for college graduates, however, is not a guarantee. As evidenced by a recent Bureau of Labor Statistics report, which concluded that half of employed U.S. college graduates are currently in jobs that require less than a four-year degree. Moreover, some analysts predict that projected number of future college graduates will continue to exceed anticipated growth in high-skills jobs in the U.S. labor market. So clearly, quality matters, and determining what meaningfully contributes and is most impactful in a college education is especially critical today, as cost management will have to be a priority if college is to be accessible and affordable for more people. The challenges of access, affordability, and accountability in higher education are complex. They're very complex issues. And all parts of higher education should be engaged collaboratively in the dialogue and in the development of solutions. And Student Affairs has an important role to play. But the ways in which the Student Affairs field is currently defined, the roles and scope of work, professional preparation, and even organizational structures need to adapt. This is a time for rethinking, for reconsidering, and redirecting, which will require critical and creative thinking and some courageous action. It will also require working beyond traditional boundaries and embracing new partnerships and collaborations. So in my view, this is what today's symposium is really about, and why I am so grateful to our presenters and our panelists for joining us today to share their ideas and perspectives, and to challenge our thinking about higher education and the role that Student Affairs has in shaping its future. At this time, I'd like to introduce ACPA's incoming Executive Director, Dr. Cindy Love, who will also offer a few introductory comments and introduce our keynote speaker. Again, thank you for being here. I'm looking forward to a very productive day.
When I think about student affairs over the next decade, I think of Mary Oliver's poem where she says there is a fine line between fear and excitement. And that is the place that we'll be walking together in a number of areas. So I'm grateful that we gathered today from so many different contexts and perspectives about this to share. You know, for more than 90 years, I've only been here 90 days, so I'm sorry I continue to confuse those two things, but for more than 90 years, ACPA has been working at what we call the contested intersections or issues in student affairs. The earliest group really started by a woman, then to advance people into leadership who were people of color, people who were identified as LGBT, people who identified with differing abilities. We've always been really proud of that work and always willing to do that work. But we haven't always been very loud about doing that work. because we were a research scholarship practitioner community involved in social justice education, not necessarily frontline advocacy or activism. We have a role in this unfolding of what is going to happen in higher education around giving voice to the things that we know that are so important in terms of student success and completion, access, and equity. I think part of today will be figuring out how to claim that voice and to speak some of those things into the public sector more broadly than we have in the past. We've been part of what Gavin Heron, our incoming president, calls the conspiracy of care. In our field, it meant finding a tutor or a mentor for a student if they needed it, or to help them find their way through financial aid, or whatever the barriers were to access on their campuses. Figuring out the highest impact practices through our research and scholarship, and then applying them. We are, as Dr. Steve Sprinkle says at Texas Christian University, a walking systemic intervention. And that's what I'd like for you to think about today in terms of your work and your leadership. We are a community of practitioners, but we are also individuals. And in the next decade, our ability to fulfill what I think is our summoning as walking systemic interventionist is going to be more important than ever. At our recent convention, I said, I think we have a crown fire beginning. You know, it's the hottest fire in a forest, the only one that breaks a lodgepole pine cone open. And it literally combusts from the tops of trees to trees without ever having to travel up and down them. We're at the beginning of that movement. Crown fires appear to be extremely destructive on the front end. But in the absence of crown fires, there is no new forest. So I encourage us to adopt what we know in student affairs, that disruption and disorder is often where the best learning happens. Embrace that and be a part of that rather than resist that. And then we have an opportunity to really make a difference. That's what and who ACPA has always been. And that's what we'll continue to be. And we're grateful for your presence in our midst today and hope that you not only participate, but we bring you something that when you go home helps you to expand your area of influence as well. If you're not a member of ACPA, as the 93-day tenured new executive director, I would like to encourage you to join us. If we have a barrier to your access to ACPA, tell us so we can solve that, so you can be part of this community as we go forward. Thank you very much. And now, I have the honor of introducing Dr. Martha Kanter. I just really couldn't feel more honored because Martha has exemplified access, inclusion, and equity in every aspect of her career and personal life. I love the story that she ran away from home to try and figure out what life was like for people who were different from the way she grew up. We know her as the former Undersecretary of Education for the United States Department of Education. She now serves as a distinguished visiting professor of higher education at New York University's Steinhardt School of Culture, Education, and Human Development. Wouldn't you like to be in her class? Is it live streamed? Is it live streamed? Prior to her tenure at the U.S. Department of Education, where she focused on educational excellence and equity, she served as the chancellor for the Foothill De Anza Community College District in California from 2003 to 2009, and as president of De Anza from 1993 to 2003 in Cupertino. She holds the doctorate in education from the University of San Francisco. She has her master's from Harvard and a bachelor's degree from Brandeis, and she's now our friend, and we hope new member of ACPA. So welcome her, please, Martha Kanter.
We were trying to see if there's a way to sort of, see everybody, because we could maybe just move it like that. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. I'm delighted to be here. I'd like to start by thanking Kent Porterfield for making the original invitation to me many months ago, and for introducing me to Cindy Love, who I'm sure will be a fantastic leader for the ACPA. And welcome my colleagues at the table, and look forward to hearing your remarks because we'll be at it all day. And what I thought was interesting was, that Kent had framed the day as a call to action. And I was thinking about all of you coming here today, and am very, very excited because we have so many experts in the room. And if the country would only listen to what you know, and people like me when I was in the government could take what you know and use it for improving the infrastructure and improving the strategies and all the things we do in American higher education, we would be a better country for it. And so we don't have enough of those conversations that you talked about, Cindy. And I'm hoping the day will really yield the best of what you know, so ACPA and others around the tables can really do what we need to do as a nation, which is to amalgamate this knowledge and use it far better than we have in the last century. So I'm delighted to be here. Thank you so much for the warm welcome. I thought about how to prepare remarks on these huge topics, and I was thinking back to my now president of NYU, John Sexton, who every time we're in this conversation, he uses two words, and these are really good words to use in American higher education: complexity and nuance. And, if you can't get into the deeper understandings of what access and affordability and accountability really could be for us in American higher education, and really have some kind of common understanding of the ways forward in these realms that we find ourselves in each and every day when we talk to students and when we figure out what programs to implement and which strategies to adopt and what research to read and what research not to read. It gives pause, and it makes me think about the fact that we have to have the deeper conversations to get somewhere far better than we have in the past. So in coming here, I was reflecting on my first job in education, and that was more than 40 years ago. And I was remembering when I was named the director of school and counseling for a local nonprofit in Lowell, Massachusetts, called at that time the Multi-Resource Services Agency. And I was remembering this because my professor at Brandeis is coming to stay with me in August, and you know how you all have that professor, right? Or many, hopefully more than one. And that's another thing. We need every student to have a great counselor, a great advisor, and great professors, and more than one. But anyway, he's coming in, and he was the one who hired me out of Brandeis, and he's been a psychologist working at the University of Alaska for many years. He studies the Kalahari Bushmen and other different cultural nuances about different communities. And I was thinking back to the fact that when I started, what I had was an IBM Selectric typewriter. And I don't know how many of you, it looks like sort of you're kind of at least, 10, 20 years around my age, most of you. And that was, the main way that we produced written communication to students and to colleagues. We didn't have any cell phones. The internet wasn't invented. We didn't have anything like Tumblr or Twitter or Facebook or any of that. We just used snail mail, and we used face-to-face communications. And to me, that's how, in the profession, in the student affairs profession, we educated students. We looked them in the eye, we asked them questions, we took them through deeper and deeper conversations, helped them focus, helped them learn to think critically, and hopefully came out with a better educated person during the time we had with them. And so now we fast forward, You know, we didn't have the early alert systems then, and I don't know if you remember the assessments that I did my dissertation on assessment, and they were all paper and pencil, and they were all hand scored. And I don't know if, like you, you were excited like I was in the 1980s when we finally even came across holistic scoring, that a few people together could look at student work and discuss it and sort of put a grade on it and figure out, you know, were they ready for college, or were they ready for this level of chemistry or mathematics or whatever. And remember when we hand scored all this stuff, they were sent to central repositories. I don't know if you all remember those days, and they would be batch processed. That was like one of my favorite words in the 70s and 80s, batch processing, waiting for the stuff to come back so we could use it. Right? But when it came back, it was always too late because classes had started and the students needed the kind of counseling, and you didn't know that they didn't qualify for X, Y, or Z, so you'd have to rework the schedule, and you had long lists of students that were waiting for a better education. And this all happened, you know, many years ago. I don't know how many of you participated in anything like arena registration. Is that name? Yes, okay. In the larger institutions, the faculty, the professors, and the counselors, and the advisors, and the deans and administrators would run around, and we all sat on the perimeter, and like hundreds of students would come in to get registered. And, you know, I remember one really hot day when the line was around the block. I mean, the lines were unbelievable, and we would be getting water, and the students would be getting more and more frustrated. And so those memories, you know, are still very present as I think about going forward. And I also was mindful of this report I read in 1983. The 1980s in California were a time of a big fight, just like now. There seems to be like these enormous fights every decade about something or another. And at that time in the early 80s, the State Department of Finance and some other organizations in California wanted to get rid of remediation programs. And I think, yeah, you're nodding your head because you're probably in the fight. And so there was a document that was produced, which I keep somewhere in my office today, called Promises to Keep. And when you read through this document, there is a young Latina who was asked what made a difference, what made her come to college and persist and graduate. And she said this phrase that stays with me pretty much every day. I mean, I just think about this all the time in the context of the future. She said, "Someone who believed in me." And what does that really mean for student affairs? It's going to be maybe different than a professor of history or English or, you know, mathematics or computer science. But, you know, we are, as Kent said, in the midst of a knowledge society. And I come back to her words again and again because I think to myself, how do we give our students that systemically? How do we use what we have today in the 21st century and give our students that and give them more than just one? You know, not just someone who believed in me, but a community that believes in me and a community that thinks this can happen for the people coming through from all walks of life, from all ages, from all cultures, from all diversities and backgrounds. But then I think we have so much knowledge at our disposal about students today and about the institutions we lead and serve. And a common thing that we say is that we don't have enough information, or we don't have the right information. And we don't have the information we need to make a better informed decision. And I think about, you know, is that level of frustration that we feel, has that grown exponentially, which for me it has. For me, I just feel like there is so much information that I go back to a lecture I heard, and you know, it was about selectivity being one of the key things that every person needs to really be able to do. They be able to select from all this wealth of information those things that are really important, that are going to get them to where they need to go or give them what they need to know. And I think, you know, today we know that, for example, our assessment methods are insufficient. We learned over the last 30 years that multiple measures are better than a single high-stakes test. I mean, that seems like a no-brainer, but believe me, it isn't. That multiple measures are better than a single entrance exam or a single placement test. And I can show you study after study, evidence after evidence, and that's what's so great about ACPA, because you can pull the evidence together, and people like you who can be the experts around the country can help people understand these bigger concepts that to many of us maybe are no-brainers. But I can tell you for the last 5 years in government, for politicians and policymakers, they don't come from your walk of life. They don't have your expertise. They don't have the information. We could even tell them on the whole issue of assessment that grades are better predictors than tests, right? And I have a friend who leads Long Beach City College in California, Eloy, I'm forgetting his last name, Eloy Oakley. And his research office just has finished a multi-year study on using grades instead of placement tests. And guess what he found? He found there was something like a 30 to 50% increase in the number of Hispanic and Black students completing English and math in the freshman year. I mean, stuff like that we're trying to learn in the 21st century. I got so excited about this, I called up, when I was in the government, I called up John Easton and Tom Brock, Tom Brock runs the National Center for Post-Secondary Research, but he was at NBRC before that. He's a wonderful, wonderful researcher. And I said, can you look at this and tell me, did they do the right things? Can you deconstruct this statistically? Can you push it every different which way? And, does it have credibility? And I said, there really is something here to look at. So this is the kind of thing that ACPA can do and help us with. But we know that grades are better predictors than than tests. And what do we have? We have a system that is imploding with so much assessment, so many tests, so many metrics. And we know when we then bubble up all these metrics into accountability systems, right? We know that the metrics are blunt. I've been saying that around the country for the last 4 or 5 years. The metrics are insufficient. The metrics are blunt. The metrics only tell part of the story when you think about nuance and complexity. And in fact, all of this, in my view, has propelled a bureaucracy that's strangling too many of us. Now, I wonder, maybe that's because, I'm in my 60s and, looking at my mother who's in her 90s and figuring out, how much can we get done in the next 20 or 30 years. But the bureaucracy has really gotten out of hand. And it's happened over decades. It's not the fault of this administration or that administration. It is the way of knowledge to become more complex and more nuanced. And we have to become smarter and more selective and more transparent and wiser because of this. So then in that, I'm just kind of painting a backdrop for you for my real remarks, and I promise we'll be done by quarter of 10 for the panel. So I wanted to look at, as Kent and I talked about it, college access and affordability in the context of providing the kind of quality education that would lead our society, especially the lower sector of the lower sectors of our society, to social and economic mobility. And so then I thought back, we've tinkered with our funding mechanisms. We've tinkered with our distribution mechanisms. We tinkered with financial aid programs. But we haven't been able to, and I was in charge of this, so I know, we haven't been able to simplify and make more transparent and easier to use the student loan and grant program that funds, half to 2/3 of American higher education. You either have grants or you have loans or you have a combination. Most students have a combination. And that goes into the bottom line of institutions and pays for all the things that you are doing as experts across the country. So why haven't we been able to take something like that that's so critically important? People say it's $150 to $175 billion of money. The money always changes a little bit. It's a lot of money, but it's not as much money as you might think when you work in the government. People ask me what the difference was between working in government and working at De Anza College, and I said I'm just adding 3 zeros to everything. But I'm trying to do the same things then that we did now. And so, we need to use the principles, and I call it sort of a call to action or a theory of action of, transparency and simplicity to make what we have much easier for people to use and move through and get somewhere. So for accountability, and if I will tackle I know we have Doug Letterman here, and, I will talk about the rating system. I'm sure you'll be delighted about that. But I can't speak on behalf of government now. I am a free agent, so. But we don't have systems that are well-designed, well-understood, and incentivize the best of what we can do in education at all levels. We just don't have that yet. It's not that we don't have some. We're disappointed in the metrics. Like the metrics, for example, don't account for where students begin. So, I looked at data at the graduate school at the University of Washington in Seattle, and they've done some modeling where they put risk factors into different metrics to account for variation in student starting places, so that if you were to use student performance in evaluating K-12 faculty, you actually wouldn't be comparing a teacher in a low-performing school with a teacher in a suburban, high-performing school. A student in the lower-performing school may have, 2/3 of the students who are not on grade level. Higher-performing school, everybody's on grade level except for 5 students in the class of, 25, and blah, blah, blah. So they've done this sort of risk analysis and putting factors like that into these models. But if you look across the country and look at how we use the metrics we do have, we don't use them as well as we need to be using. And, certainly in the accountability level, we don't account for student knowledge and skill abilities when they enter. We don't look at the variation in the characteristics of our students. I fought really hard, and we're going to do that. They're going to do this in the government to at least pull out the Pell students and show the progress they're making. At least take large sectors of students and look at the investments on the one hand and the outcomes on the other. But all of this, more nuance and more complexity, would give us much better insight to where we need to go next, to which strategies would work, to how to really accelerate student learning and success. The indicators don't pay any attention to slashing state budgets in a given year that make you pull out, your advisors, like 20% of your advisors who are on part-time contracts anyway have to go, so students have less advising, and there might be, I don't know what, several hundred courses pulled out of the curriculum, or no summer programs, and all of this stuff that affects the metrics. If you look at graduation rates, all those external changes, like slashing state funding in a given year, impact enrollment and impact graduation rates. So there's no risk factors in any of that. And so I think my message here is that we've got a complex, diverse, and fluctuating set of understandings that tie back to the tools we have and the metrics we use. And when we combine all of that with the political decisions that get made about rating systems and funding programs and student affairs, student services, and funding, whole sets of institutions in our states across the country, we've generally historically ended, and I'm not a historian, but I guess I am by now, we've generally ended up with models that often have unintended, or in some cases very dire consequences, pushing lots of students away. I remember, in the California state budget cuts, 400,000 students couldn't get the classes they need. And I talked to Gene Block last year as chancellor of UCLA, and I said, what are you doing about this? When you have to we're going to offer all the classes students couldn't get during the year in the summer so they can stay on track, stuff like that you have to do to better manage the institution on a day-to-day basis. And again, I'm sure the student affairs folks at UCLA helped the administration really figure out, how are they going to catch up so that they wouldn't keep losing students. And so I look at all of this after having served as your undersecretary for the last, almost 5 years, and know that even given these conditions, in every single state in so many of our communities. We have what I have come to call islands of excellence. It's not my term. But we've got these places that somehow work, and they work really well, and they've made decisions in really hard times, and they keep pushing and fighting the fight, and imagine what more they could do with stability and funding, with stability and leadership. And so I think to myself, well, maybe one of the biggest failures in government has been not to communicate, replicate, or scale those islands of excellence, to really unpack, and this is where, again, ACPA and some of the research think tanks can really figure out, how can you take these places in the country and really understand student progression, really understand persistence and graduation rates, really understand what it took to get a stabilized enrollment-based, if you're going to be enrollment funding and not performance-based funding, how do you deal with, the new performance-based funding? I was in performance-based funding for 5 years in California. It came in, it went out. I'm sure it'll come in and go out and keep coming in and going out. But what you want is better incentives for students to succeed. That's why there's such a push to performance funding. Well, there is a negative side to that too. Money is going to create action and opportunity. But I also think, we've got to do some things differently, as Kent said at the beginning, and all of these strategies need to be tried in an experimental phase, and they need to be well understood, well researched, with an evidence base that we could grow ultimately a far better educated society. But, what would it take to help every student in K-12 be on grade level? What would it take to, stop the dropouts in the first 2 years of a college education? And, when you look at the federal level, the social, economic, and education policy making is fractured. Every day it's a fight in Washington about something. Today it's a fight, about, the ability of students to repackage their loans and get better interest rates. So every day there's going to be a fight. And we see the same thing in our states. You look across the states, it's a fight. But, when we look at the local level, when we look at some of your institutions, when we look at K-12 schools, we can find extraordinary results even despite all this stuff that we are exposed to. And despite what I think is what we really need, support and collaboration. Not necessarily, we always want more funding. I was in the government shutdown, which was sort of the most devastating, depressing 3 weeks I had leaving government at the end of December, but this happened in October. And we wasted $25 billion. And I thought to myself, with $25 billion, we could have got a start on the first 2 years of college being, affordable for every student, and especially for low-income families. But, we sat around and wasted that money as a nation. And so what it comes down to for me is I think often we have not made the time to have the face-to-face conversations and to get people around the table to figure out what leadership can do in partnership with government, education, business, and philanthropy, and community leaders. And so, how do we get people around those tables? And I think your expertise in student affairs, you get people around tables all the time, whether it's virtual tables or real tables like this. And you know how to do that. You have the training, the education, the doctorates, the master's degrees to figure out how to bring people together. And I think government could use a lot of that because we have to really start simplifying what we have. The bureaucracy is just overwhelming. I think if you look at K-12 teachers, the morale couldn't be worse. And we've just got to get to a point of working far better together than we ever have in the past. And that means we have to listen. You don't see that in government you don't see people at a table really listening and having a conversation that actually will go deeper and deeper and get to 2 or 3 points that we could maybe all agree on, or if we disagree, we really understand where the cost benefits are and where those different disagreements are. And, we've got to also, and I'll say a little bit about this, not only listen and think hard together much more, but we've got to really respect more than we disparage. And it is just unconscionable to me, the language we're using in this country at the political level, at the social level, and at levels. So given these realities, especially the internet, I think it make you anonymous. You can be even worse than you might have been when you thought to yourself. And I was reading some research about, when you think to yourself, 90% of what you say to yourself is negative, and you've got to turn that around and make what you say to yourself more positive. I don't know if you've read any of that research. But we've got to get a much more collaborative, supportive environment in which to work to give every student, what I say, someone who believes in them. So how do we do this? And I look at our nation. We've got 317 million Americans. We're going to grow a population to more than 400 million by the year 2050. We're going to have more people to educate, right? More students are going to need higher education than ever in our history. So I've got all these PowerPoints and research with my students now that I'm teaching, and I actually should have brought, I do have some slides if you want to see them later. I can give them to Cindy and make them available to you. But if you look at the growth, the historic growth, enrollment growth in American higher education, and then you look at the declines and you look at the growth spurts, you'll look at every single decade and even centuries, and you'll see it go up. It'll soften, it'll continue to climb up higher, higher, higher. So that's because we're, going from 317 million to 400 million Americans. We're going to have more people to educate, even though we have boomers like me that are going to die large numbers, but we have more babies being born, right? And we have more Hispanic babies and Asian babies being born. White people are bearing, I think it was 0.9, and Hispanics and Asians are like 2 and 3 per family. So we're going to have more diversity in the country, and more growth and more students. So when you see, and I say this to Doug, you see newspaper reporters saying decline in enrollment at St. Louis University in the year 1900, these are softening of enrollments, usually because of lack of state funding. It takes 5 years to build back when you've had horrendous budget cuts and you've done all this stuff. So if you look decade after decade, you begin to see some patterns of behavior. And that, again, is something that you all have expertise in understanding, what a pattern of behavior is and how to really think through and address better behavior over time. And that's what we need to do as a society. So it's exciting to have a conversation about this. I'm amazed at how much we were able to get done in government. I mean, when you have a 50% increase in low-income students enrolling in college over 4 years, I mean, how can you do that? And you have a 100% increase in students with Pell Grants who, from families earning less than $10,000 a year, 100% increase in just a few short years. That's pretty phenomenal. So in 2008, we had 6 million students with Pell Grants in American higher education, and today we have nearly 10 million students with Pell Grants. And part of it is the economy, it's nuance and complexity. And, you should know that about 15%, I always try to think, if you were to forward fund and do what my dream is no FAFSA. My dream is you forward fund this thing. You could have taken that $25 billion and got a start on it that we wasted in October. But you could forward fund so that you could really have a college for all opportunity for every American on a sliding scale, and you could simplify the whole thing. It sounds much easier than actually doing it. You would also, reduce costs. But, when you're inside this bubble, it's very, very hard to have those kinds of big ideas and get things done when you're so weighted down with the way we always have done things. And I've often said the status quo is our biggest barrier. But, I think the preschool for all agenda is critical. I mean, 0 to 6, I think nobody argues about that. People are going to argue about, can we fund preschool for all? Should we fund preschool for all? Well, look at the countries that have preschool for all and look at how their kids are doing. The good news is we've got the highest graduation rate in the country, and we've got more Hispanics and Blacks graduating from high school than ever before. Another promising data point is that we've got 24% of Hispanics who entered college compared to, 24%, and compared to a far less number. In 2010, we had 32 In 2003, we had 24% of Hispanics entering college. In 2010, 32%. So that's a leap forward, and we need the researchers to say, how much of that is just enrollment growth because we had more Hispanics coming to college, and how much of it is progression because we've done a better job reaching out from high school to college and from people that didn't get or dropped out of college or didn't come to college after they graduated from high school. But all of these statistics, when I look at it, they're catch-up statistics. They're just not good enough. And so if we are going to be a prosperous country, we have absolutely got to do much better. And I think forward, okay, today we have 93 million Americans, adult Americans, who have little or no college, and 75 million of these are functioning at the basic or below basic literacy levels, if you know the adult ed group of data metrics. And that's more than 40% of all adult Americans. And given these statistics, it worries me greatly that homeschooling is growing, right? Who's educating people? And, you've got a third of children not ready for kindergarten. So, you've got to take this sort of pipeline look at this and say, we have got to fix these problems. And there's some kind of urgency that I think all of us in this room feel about it. And we know at the college level, we got 40% of entering freshmen who aren't ready. But we've got tremendous innovation going on, and I think we've got people leading the way to really close the achievement gaps on the one hand and put hopefully more of the high-impact strategies in place. I know AAC&U has done a tremendous amount of work in this area. And I go back often, and I'll close these remarks in about 5 or 10 more minutes. If you want to take some, I'm happy to take questions if we have some extra time, maybe on the panel. But Eugene Garcia, I don't know how many of you know him. He was at Arizona State for many years. He's a professor emeritus at UC Berkeley and at Arizona State. And he wrote a paper back in the 90s called The Implementation Gap. And basically it was a paper that you can have the best evidence, and this is sort of like advice to ACPA. You can have the best evidence, the best research, and not use it for years. And, we have, certainly in higher education haven't had enough education research. If you compare us to, NIH, NIMH, the education research funding has been a paucity compared to other professions and other investments that have been made at the state and federal level and by philanthropies. But he said, basically we have got to start tackling implementation as much as we tackle the metrics and the systems and the infrastructures. So that's another thing that, the research that you can provide on infrastructure and implementation. Why is it that people aren't using the literature we know so well? Why can't we get someone who believes in me for every student, virtually or face-to-face, hopefully more face-to-face? And, I think President Obama has a great goal. I don't think anybody's disagreeing that we need a better educated society. And, when I started, we were first in the world in college graduates a generation ago. And this is why, a historic look is so important. And when we look at the OECD information on students who are 25 to 34-year-olds, we were 16th in the world when I actually took the job in Washington in 2009. We're 12th in the world now. We're tied with France, right? We're not first in the world. We're behind Korea, Japan, and Canada. That's what drives me crazy. We're behind Canada. And they have more college graduates than we do. But the good news is we're seeing more of our institutions around the country rethinking the freshman and sophomore year. And that couldn't be more important. That's a big loss for us. Those 2 years, there's actually, University of Wisconsin, Milwaukee they redesigned their orientation to college, as did a number of other institutions. And what they did was they put a big financial education part in the orientation, because they were finding out students weren't weren't doing the things they needed to do to make sure they could finance the cost of higher education. Arizona State also did this. We're seeing hundreds of institutions rethink developmental education across the country. not putting students into this dead-end revolving door, but actually aligning the the developmental ed courses with college-level courses, and students who are too far behind, giving them intensive immersion kinds of opportunities, and students that are on the margins, that top third that are below college level, pushing them, and they're doing as well or better. So the research coming out is really exciting. We're seeing a lot of institutions embedding counseling and advising into learning communities and putting students into cohorts. I mean, that to me is a no-brainer. You all know this, but it's not done. It's only done in small portions of our institutions. We know cohorts matter. We know that good students reinforce other students who aren't maybe as performing to the level they need to. We see institutions improving their use of placement test cut scores, or even throwing out some of the bad tests and looking at grades and other things. And we're starting to even see some now new more exciting work on campuses that are giving students information about the full 4 years and even guaranteeing the cost of those 4 years. And looking at the infrastructure, the implementation models to do that, because it's very hard if you're going to lose your funding, in year 3 and you've guaranteed a cost for 4 years. But institutions are taking those risks and figuring out how to do that. We've got places like Ashland, Ohio, Ashland University. Their faculty work now for 3 or 4 or 5 years now, putting together 22 majors for a 3-year degree. How did they do that? I went down to see it, to compromise on quality. How did you, they reworked the schedule. They looked at every course. They did a deep dive into everything. They took time. They took time to work with the faculty and the student affairs folks and figure out how, as an institution, could they reform to, on the one hand, reduce cost, on the other hand, accelerate outcomes. They had good outcomes to begin with, and to actually package on some master's degrees. They did, I remember a study they did on actuaries in the state of Ohio. They didn't have enough actuaries over the next 20 years. And so they put the master's program in actuary science, embedded that with the 3-year degree program. So they've got actually a whole package. And it was interesting because I even had a conversation with the president of MIT at one point last year and said, well, what do you think is going to happen with American higher education? He said, it wouldn't be unlikely that we would be, starting in the sophomore year instead of the freshman year. And really packaging on upper, graduate programs to what we knew, because we've got so much going on in so much churning and craziness going on in those first 2 years. So there's a lot of thinking about that. We've got, a competency-based degree at Southern New Hampshire University. It's a baccalaureate degree now for $10,000. How are they doing that? Are the competencies really integrated? Is it what you would call a wonderful 4-year undergraduate education? Are those students going to do as well as others? I heard the head of Anthem talking about hiring those students and the progress they're making. So I just end with that because there is a lot to learn from these places. And I think ACPA and others can take these, what I call islands of excellence, and try to help everyone, locally, regionally, statewide, and nationally, as I said at the beginning, replicate and scale and communicate what's working, so we can give every student somebody that believes in me. And I'll just end with a couple of pieces of advice. I did a couple of things on what I'd love to see going forward. If you've read the Hawksby-Turner study, I think it's an important study to read if you haven't read it. When I walk away from it, one thing they did was pushed better information to students and families. And the act of pushing better information to students and families really made a difference. Now, albeit they took, the highest performing low-income students and blah, blah, blah. They didn't take the middle class. They didn't take, truly underprepared students. But they pushed better information, and they had students selecting colleges with higher graduation rates and less debt and so on. So I think student affairs leaders can follow this research to better understand how they're impacting family decision-making and how they are using the push of better information to cause the kinds of behavioral changes that we'd like to see. The FAFSA, as I said, the student aid application, we shouldn't have that. We don't have it for Social Security. We get our letters every spring, right? How many get a letter from the Social Security Administration every spring? And you look at it and you say, oh, when I retire and I turn 66 or 70, I get this much, right? Why can't we do that for every student in this country and every family? You know, so you'd know what you'd be getting. Even though 15% of people move into the middle class, that's a good thing. I'm sure lawyers could write up 2 or 3 sentences to make sure there's some out for the government to do this. Why can't we take that crazy federal loan program, use a sliding scale, and make it 1 or 2 grants, 1 or 2 loans? It is crazy that we have so many loans. It is absolutely ridiculous. We have too many loans, too many grants, and families either don't understand or don't know about what's available, or both. And, you know, I think if we have the data jam this afternoon, is there some way to help, to figure out how to help families organize and track the debt they're assuming? You know, who is doing that in the country, and who is packaging education loan debt with car debt and mortgage debt and everything else debt? So that students and families would know going forward, these are the costs, these are the trade-offs, they could make better decisions. And as I said before, you know, our theory of action should be grounded in clarity, simplicity, and transparency. And that should drive us to really overcome these, you know, the complexity and nuance, and do a much better job with the bureaucracy than we have. So I've got other things to say, but I think I'm going to stop here because it's almost 1:15. I have 3 last pieces of advice. I didn't say a lot about this, but I'm hoping as student affairs leaders, the one thing that I think is so essential, and I talked about the conversations and all of that at the beginning, is to build a relationship with student affairs. And what that means for you, because you're all, you know, leaders at your institutions, it means having time with that provost or that VP or whoever it is over on the academic side to figure out where we go next. Those conversations don't happen enough. They don't happen regularly enough. You can help them with understanding who are the new majority populations that we're serving, what do the students need, how do we change degree requirements, simplify articulation, all that stuff that's in your realm that they are just talking about, you know, how to get these faculty doing the kinds of things we need on the research side and the teaching side and the service side. And those conversations are essential. Second, keep the institutions focused on serving the whole student. And by that, it's very hard. It means paying attention to affordability. It means paying attention to the direct, incidental, and external costs of education. You know, the car breaks down, the student doesn't come to school, right? So set up an emergency loan fund. It means getting rid of those barriers to access, retention, and persistence. And it also needs, you know, as I said at the beginning, how to give every student somebody who believes in me. And then lastly, you know, let's improve these accountability mechanisms and widely share them. There are voluntary systems that need to be looked at, but an education is needed about the metrics, and you can also do that with your research backgrounds. I want to just finally express my appreciation to ACPA for having me this morning. Thank you for being the experts that you are and the leaders that you are. You have the best ideas. We're going to have a chance at the end of the day to really work through and think about what could those ideas be, and how could ACPA on your behalf take a leadership role to get more done than we've been able to do in the last century or two. Thank you very much.
Well, we're off to a good start. So at this time, we'll move into, I think you can see we're getting organized up here for our panel. You've met Dr. Cantor this morning, obviously. I want to introduce first our moderator for the panel. I mentioned or introduced Doug earlier, Mr. Doug Letterman. All of us know Doug, whether we realize it or not, because we follow Inside Higher Ed. I know it's a part of my social media tracking every day, and I often retweet a lot of things that are coming out of Inside Higher Ed. Doug's one of the 3 founders of Inside Higher Ed. He leads the site's editorial operations, overseeing news content, opinion pieces, career advice, blogs, and other features. I don't know how he keeps up with all that, but he does. Doug speaks widely about higher education across the country. He reports on that. He's been on C-SPAN, National Public Radio, and he attends meetings like this really all over the country. His work has appeared in the New York Times, the USA Today, the Nieman Foundation Journal, the Christian Science Monitor, and Princeton Alumni Weekly. Formerly, he was the managing editor of the Chronicle for Higher Education from 1999 to, I think, 2003, something like that. Before that, he worked at the Chronicle for a number of years, first as, I think, an athletics reporter, and then as an editor. He's won 3 national awards for education reporting from the Education Writers Association, including one in 2009 for a series of Inside Higher Education. Doug's a great friend to higher education. We're exceptionally pleased to have him with us today, and he'll be moderating our panel. Yeah.
Great to be here. Thank you so much to ACPA and Kent and Cindy for leading this discussion. I think it's really smart to be prodding this profession in that direction. Let me quickly bring up the folks that are going to be joining me in this conversation. So actually, why don't you all come up now, and I'll introduce them as you come. But come on up, Jillian. So this is first Jillian Kinsey, who's the Associate Director for the Center for Post-Secondary Research and the Nessie Institute at Indiana University. So that's Jillian. This is Diana Natalicio, who's the President of the University of Texas at El Paso. And I'm not going to go spend a lot of time doing the introductions because you have them in your packet. But and you know Dr. Cantor, who spoke this morning. And to my immediate right is Mary Wall, who is the Senior Policy Advisor for Higher Education to the Secretary and Undersecretary at the U.S. Department of Education. Mary, welcome. Glad you made it. Yeah. The landscape in the landscape that Kent laid out of enormous uncertainty, and poised as we are, as Cindy described it, I like that phrase, on the fine line between excitement and fear, where pretty much all of us are living every day. It seems to me it's incumbent on every player in the higher education enterprise, from senior administrators and faculty members and staff members, to think about how their role in helping their institutions navigate through this complex and fast-changing environment, and obviously to help their students make their way. I really applaud, as I said, ACPA for convening this discussion about what the role of student affairs and student services should be in this environment. It's hard for me to imagine that it shouldn't be absolutely essential, given the pressure on higher education to increasingly to prove that it is making student success central to what it does. That's likely to require new ways of doing things, and as we know, that can be challenging in an enterprise that has historically not changed very quickly, although I do think that the sort of the meme, the stereotype of higher education as this static, immutable enterprise is greatly overstated, and I think anybody who's on a campus sees the experimentation. What I think is much harder, and I think I'd love to try to get at that in this conversation a little bit, is how to create systemic change in some way. And we've got a great panel of thoughtful people to help us wrestle with those issues and to engage in just the kind of conversation that Dr. Cantor correctly described as us all doing too little of. So I guess the way I thought I'd begin is that recognizing Martha's warning about about needing complexity and nuance in conversations, I'm going to start with probably a not very complex or nuanced question, which is, what from your standpoint, and you come at this from very different standpoints, but what from your standpoint is the biggest or are the biggest couple of impediments to creating systemic student success in higher education. Why don't we start with everybody but Martha, since Martha already had her first shot. Maybe start with Jillian. Sorry, yeah.
Good morning. All right. Okay. Yeah, actually. I don't know. All right. Can you hear me? Maybe not.
Is that on?
Let's see. Yeah? Okay. I don't know. It doesn't. All right. Sounds like it's on now. All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Thanks for starting off with a tough question, Doug.
Yeah.
My
job.
One of the things that I really like about what Martha, if I may call you Martha, said was acknowledging the islands of excellence in higher education and kind of thinking about how we have a lot of practices that we know are critical to supporting student success, and that we have plenty of evidence that certain practices, learning communities, and how we organize orientation, and how we think about using early alert systems, and how we can put students in cohorts to help them feel a sense of community and belonging, and how we need to address gateway courses where students struggle in critical courses. We know a lot about practice. The challenge is that we don't have enough institutions doing that systematically to make a real difference in student success. So that implementation challenge that you identified is real. There's no doubt about it. It's real. And it's been concerning to me when I visit campuses and see what's going on, is how much the challenge, or the implementation challenge really is, that places don't want to adapt what they think somebody else does, or they try and adapt it, kind of whole hog, and it doesn't fit, or they can't figure out how to make the adaptation to work at their own institution, or worse, they're not looking at what other campuses are doing, and that sense of isolation, and if it's not invented here, we're not going to bother with it, is really concerning to me. And I really appreciate the fact that you are highlighting the effective practices that are going on in colleges and universities today. And I hope we all perk up and kind of look around and see what's going on many campuses today. And then to figure out, how can we do more of that systematically? I think it's definitely about practice, and it's about doing the things that we know work well and doing them more systematically.
So to those, Dr. Natalicio, as somebody on a campus, is it, if we have an implementation problem, is it money? Is it people being stuck in their ways? Is it, what's your sense from where you sit? And because it seems like that should be an attackable problem.
I think one of the biggest issues for me is overcoming attitudes that are so fixed in terms of policymakers in the public sector, working, for example, within the framework of the Texas legislature and the higher education bureaucracy in the state, and doing it as a minority institution in a large state with a lot of other examples of excellence. It's just very, very difficult sometimes to overcome the predispositions, the assumptions that are made about the people that you serve, the location in which you find yourself, because you're playing against all kinds of attitudes, not just those public sector policymakers and so on, but also our own higher education hierarchy. And let's face it, we're a very status-driven set of organizations. We have rankings, and we like to brag about our rankings, and when we come out on top. When we don't, then we diss them. But the point here is that we're all, I think, very driven by our optics, what we look like. And I'm afraid that we're all guilty of not really understanding who we are, whom we serve, and how we can do that best. And I'm going to talk more about that when I have my turn at the podium. But I would say that these attitudes that you have to keep fighting against. So, for example, graduation rates is something that I've fought about for as long as I can remember. People believe in graduation rates, even though the evidence, as Martha said, is so clear that they don't tell us very much about a student population on a campus like mine. Only 30% of the graduates actually started at our institution and therefore are counted in the traditional graduation rate. So 70% of the people who complete their degrees never get counted. So what does that statistic mean in our terms? And yet every time I go to the Texas legislature, and I've been doing this a long time, one of the first questions I'm asked every single time, even by legislators who were there the session before and asked it to me 2 years before, is, "Doctor, what about your graduation rates?" Well, then I have to say, with all due respect, how do you define graduation rates? And of course they can't. They say it's the number of degrees awarded. I say, no, it's not. And then we have that debate again. And we do it every 2 years. We've been doing it forever. They're tired of me, I'm tired of them, but we keep doing it anyway. So these attitudes are deeply, deeply embedded. And the data don't seem to make any difference. I've said 70% of our graduates don't get counted, and it just breezes right by. So trying to disconnect some of these strong, strong attitudes that people have is my biggest challenge. But I'm not giving up.
Mary, and then we'll go to Martha.
Hi. Oh, is this on?
Yep.
Yes, it is. Hi, my name is Mary. I'm sorry for joining late, but it's a real pleasure to be here. Just picking up on what Dr. Natalicio is saying, I think there is a broader kind of divergence between attitudes, perceptions, and attitudes as versus reality as well from the student perspective. And that's what immediately came to my mind as well in terms of looking at some of the broader barriers or impediments to systemic change. The first two things that immediately struck me, Doug, when you asked that question was, A, whether or not a student believes that he or she is ready to succeed in college, which, as we all know, is something that is a tremendous question for a lot of students, especially students from low-income or first-generation backgrounds. And then, can I afford it? And can I actually, can I sustain this investment over the course of however long it takes me to complete my education and then afterwards in order to repay it? Now, I do think on both of those sides that there is a lot that is grounded in a good deal of fact. It's no surprise to anyone, again, that there are major issues with remedial education. There are major issues in linking K-12 and higher education so that students are arriving on campus prepared for success. That is, on a student level, going to translate to something where he or she may, even if she had no aspirations for college beforehand, could feel as though she could get there, but without ample support when, in a lot of these interventions that I think we know or hope to be successful, whether or not they would bear fruit. On the cost side, regardless of how much anyone does from a federal or a state or local perspective in terms of grant aid, in terms of innovative approaches to financing a higher education degree, there's still always going to be that perceived barrier. So I do think that there are those realities, but similarly to how we are fighting within an institution or within kind of either policymakers, and administration of college or university, I think we're similarly fighting that uphill battle in terms of the belief or perception that a student thinks they can succeed and that they can do so in a way that won't bankrupt them.
And I'll just hit on two things, the cost side of things. I think as a country, we could help institutions, public sector institutions are 80% of the mix. Public sector institutions have budget shortfalls every single decade. And it takes 5 years to create the mess and 5 years to build them back, if you look historically. So one of the things I want to say is we need to take a longer view and look back and say, what haven't we done? And one of the things on the cost side that we haven't done is create a safety net to get the institutions, the publics at least, and I think every institution. If you've got an endowment in your Harvard, you'll get through it, trust me. But if you're a community college or a state university and your budget is slashed 10, 20, 30%, It takes you a year to earn, and then another year and another year. So by that time, you've driven students away who need the courses to stay on track, to graduate, to get the metrics, and you're in a spiral down. So I think there is an unwillingness in Congress, as you've seen with the debt discussions, to really tackle safety net strategies on the cost side. And safety net strategies could stabilize the unpredictability and the instability of federal and state and even philanthropic funding. There's just no safety net. And then on the other side, on the infrastructure side, I think, as I said, the status quo is our greatest barrier. And to sort of simplify and just tackle one little problem of the infrastructure, the schedule, right? The teaching schedule that students have to accept. And so you see institutions with flexible schedules. You see, I know Linda Thor, who followed me as chancellor of the Foothill De Anza Community Colleges, could start a class when she had a cohort at the institution's Rio Salado. That's the institution she came from in Arizona. But we have working students, and I don't think we've understood, as Mary said, the full spectrum of what students do every day. And I think in my remarks, I had a data point of one in 6 students who are full-time, much less the part-time and transfer students. 1 in 6 full-time students is working full-time. Okay? So if you look at all of higher education students, more than half are working. So let's figure that in to how we architect a schedule for working students. And let's do that in every, whether it's an independent institution, a small liberal arts college, a big state university. The schedules should make it easy for students to access virtually or in person the classes they need on the time frame they need it. And you see a lot of experimentation in this, but you don't see full-scale adoption except in very, very few places.
So I think we want to try and, to the extent possible, given who this audience is and where we're talking, focus as much as we can on sort of institutional strategies. But before we get to that, I guess I want to ask a couple of sort of questions about the role of policy in enhancing that. So you guys brought up a few things. You brought up incentives for institutions, which is obviously one role that the federal government can play in changing, and the state governments even more perhaps, but changing the incentives for institutions. So if could you all talk, each of you or whoever wants to talk a little bit about sort of what kinds of incentives you think can change or need to change to focus institutions in this direction towards systemic focus on student success? Anybody? Mary first, you want to go for it?
Sure. So I think it kind of, in my mind, the incentive picks up again on this conversation that we had for the first question in terms of not only looking at financial barriers to success, but then also looking at perceptions. And I think that we, as at the federal level, try in a lot of ways to leverage the what we always kind of characterize as the competition and of inside the marketplace of higher education. And so I think that there is a good deal, and to use as an example, and this is something I can happy to speak more about later as well during my time. But if we look at the proposal for around an institutional rating system for colleges and universities, which the president announced last August, certainly there is a perspective there in which, as the president had said, we are inching towards a way, and I will preface all of this with saying we very much know that we're still in development of that proposal, and we don't have anything concrete out for comment yet, but we hope to very soon. But that there is, the proposal was put out there of rating institutions in a way that then would allow for aid to eventually be linked to that institution's ratings in a reauthorization of the Higher Education Act. I think that it's no surprise to anyone that that is very far off. That we've seen in just this week with the Senate student loan refinancing bill that did not get cloture yesterday, that it's very hard to advance any legislation at all in either House of Congress, but then specifically even around something that there might be a broad deal of agreement on, like student aid, and I say might be a broad deal of agreement on, like student aid or other higher education issues. It's still really hard to get there. I think, though, that in looking at it, and sort of part of the MO of the administration in this is that it still is promoting a very, what we hope to be a constructive and healthy dialogue as to what value is in higher education. And a lot of that, I think, ends up, for better or for worse, being driven by this perception that institutions have of themselves and of each other. I don't think that is, it is not an end-all, be-all kind of silver bullet solution, but to move forward the conversation in a way that is hopefully constructive, I do believe is a very significant incentive for institutions to want to either make changes in behavior or at least critically think about what their actions are.
The many issues that I would like to raise about the rating system and perhaps the misguided policy that might be, but we'll save that, Mary, for other discussion. But I think what's associated with that is our interest in trying to get more information out there and to provide some incentive for institutions to improve the way they look on a rating system like that. I get what it's supposed to do. However, I think it fails around the point that Martha was making around how do we demonstrate the complexity and the nuance of this work. That's where it gets tripped up. So the idea, as far as trying to provide some incentive for institutions to really try and improve completion rates and to do all the things that we hope something like that achieves, is great, but it gets tripped up in the lack of complexity to it. But the thing that I want to remind us about that I think is a great incentive are some of the practices and policies and acknowledgement of institutions that have done, for instance, closing the racial ethnic graduation gap. So institutions that have remedied or reduced that gap between groups, places like San Diego State that have done some incredible things and are being awarded and acknowledged for that work, and who are getting the attention that, I think UTEP is another place that has done incredible work with getting more students who have transferred to the institution through and to a degree than anyone's willing to give credit for. And I think that's an important thing to highlight. And I think the more complex we can get in understanding what are those means to reduce that graduation gap, and how do we award and acknowledge institutions that are able to achieve that, is really important. Groups like Excelencia in Education that have been acknowledging, particularly Hispanic serving institutions for a long time, they're doing the vital work. The other incentive, I think, is through accreditation. And as much as, I'm going to talk a little bit about the accountability angle later, and I think accreditation is our main way to assure quality in education. But I see, too many institutions kind of going through the motions of accreditation and not taking that, what could be a really important lever for change, and using it to maximum advantage to address the core issues on their campus. Unfortunately, it's because there's this kind of mix or kind of gnashing of what do we need to report and what do we really want to do on our campus that we know will make a difference around these dimensions of learning or around student success. And sometimes they don't always work together. So I think the accreditation as another incentive, if we can call it an incentive as opposed to a measure of accountability, to institutions to do the things that they need to do. I think some accrediting organizations, the Southern Association and the Higher Learning Commission and WASC, are all moving towards much more self-directed institutional projects around quality enhancement. And those are great projects. And if you can do something that's meaningful to the campus and is going to make a difference on student success, it's a way to hold the institution accountable. It's a way to get some direction. It's a way to get some acknowledgement. And that's the kind of incentive I think I'd like to see more of.
a lot of muscles to do this. I think there are just a couple of things that I would suggest are important. Number one, I think it's really important that we take a look at the fact that 80% of the institutions are public institutions, or 80% of the students are enrolled in public institutions in this country, and that this force of public higher education is so important to the future of this country. I mean, you just can't ignore it. And yet, when you start, and I hesitate to say this at a private institution, but frankly, the amplification of voices in the private institutions, particularly the Ivies and so on, if you look at any national coverage of what's going on in higher ed with respect to tuition, let's say, what do you read? What do the people in El Paso, Texas read? If they read the newspaper at all, what do they see? Well, they see the price of going to Yale or Cornell or Stanford, and it's totally discouraging. They're scared to death. We talk to parents all the time, and they're saying, well, but Doctora, it costs $60,000 to go to UTEP. I say, no, where are you getting that idea? Well, I heard about it. My neighbor told me she read it in the paper. So there's like a segmented conversation going on, and far too often public perception is driven by a small set of institutions that are extremely important and valuable, and nobody's denying that. But the truth is they don't speak for a very large number of institutions and students who are enrolled. So I think that trying to get a more nuanced, if we want to use the word, conversation about the various kinds of institutions, the options that are available. We tend to oversimplify all of this in one voice. Then we have conversations about things like undermatching, which, frankly, I really have a problem with, because, as I will tell you later, when I was making a decision, and that was a long time ago, about where to go to college, I didn't get in a station wagon and ride and see all the options. And that's not what our students do. Our students choose to come to the University of Texas at El Paso because, frankly, that's the only place they can come. Now, does that mean we're a bad choice? Absolutely not, because our responsibility is to do the best job we can to create a quality education and not take them for granted. But the idea that they have all these options, because when you start cutting through all of the qualifiers on undermatching, what you discover is they can't really do it anyway. The packages that they're offered don't allow them to go away from home. A third of our students have a family income of $20,000 a year or less. So what are their options? Well, we got to make this option that they choose, just like St. Louis University was for me, the best. That's it. The third thing I would say is that there are, within the financial aid framework, some options that I don't think we're utilizing sufficiently. And that's, for example, work-study. Opportunities. Our working class population, almost all of our students are employed. They would love to work on campus. We have created 2,500 jobs on our campus. Our student population is 23,000. We could employ 5,000 students on our campus. We have a need for IT support and for all kinds of things, but we can't afford to employ them all. What if we could do that? They would be working, earning while they're learning while they're earning, whatever you want to say, and they would be pursuing, without getting loans, they would be pursuing successfully their degrees. So I think the potential is there for this kind of articulation back and forth about who can do what for whom. And I think by partnering in a program like work-study, either federal or state, we could accomplish so much more for the low-income working-class kids.
I'll take a little bit of a different view. I agree completely with everything everybody has said up here. I think these suggestions are great. First of all, there is emerging knowledge base on incentives, right? But nobody knows where it is. Nobody knows who the professors are that are studying incentives. 24 hours a day. I met one of the professors, Matt Mayhew at NYU, is in the office near me. So what are you working on? Well, I'm studying innovation. I said, you are in higher education? He said, yes. I said, well, how are you studying innovation? And, doctoral students and the rest of it. And so I think one thing that should happen, and I'm happy to work with Doug or anybody else on the panel or anybody that wants to do this, pull these incentive experts together and have them create a literature base on where the incentives have worked and where they haven't. Now, specific incentives, one thing that I studied in my long career was attention deficit disorders, right? And attention is an incentive. Pay attention to the places that are doing the exact, they're showing the exact outcomes that we'd like to see for all, that have done that infrastructure work, that have put in place the kinds of things that, and haven't crossed the barriers that you talked about of not wanting to do it the same way as somebody else, but they've actually done the adoptions, they've done the implementations, and they've made systemic changes that are producing the outcomes that we'd like to see. So I think that's, paying attention is not a high cost. Putting money with that attention is even better, and you'll see a lot, and there's a lot of research now on prizes. Nobody's pulled that together, so I think in this incentive conversation, I was really amazed and excited to learn about all the prize research that's being done, and nobody's leveraged that. So if you have a prize, will people, ramp up to the prize and, become honorable mention or first, second, third, or 10th, whatever, and show the adoptions, and then agree to implement an evidence base over a multi-year period, because I know there's a lot of frustration with randomized control trials and how long it takes to make anything work and really put anything in the infrastructure. You've got changing leadership, you've got changing politicians, you've got changing everything in this, as I said, fluctuating environment. But I think if you could do some of those things, we would be better off for it.
You guys have been listening for a good long time, and I've got a bunch more questions, but I wondered if anybody's sort of bursting at the seams to ask something. I saw somebody fidgeting in his seat, so I was...
Mike Bamber, St. Louis University Military Program Outreach Director. One of the things you hit on, Dr. Cantor, was islands of excellence. Is there any relation in higher ed to consumerism across the country? You mentioned earlier about IBM electric typewriters. Some of us may remember when Toyotas and Hondas first hit the shores and GM was making things that we will decide what the consumers drive, and the consumers have no say in the matter. And guess what? If the consumers can identify the centers of excellence, will those consumers, i.e. potential students, seek them out, and then those institutions that refuse to change will get left behind?
Anybody want to tackle that? I mean, I think one of the, and I don't want to speak for Mary, my sense is that one of the goals of the rating system is to try to improve the information in the marketplace about which institutions are succeeding and which aren't. The one issue that I have about the rating system is that I'm not sure that the same set of information that can be used for student choice is this, or I'm not sure that the same mechanism that can be used for student choice can also be used for accountability purposes, and I think that's an issue that I'm sure they're wrestling with. But Mary, do you want to weigh in on his question?
Yes, so I would say I wholeheartedly agree with that assessment as well, and that obviously it's clear we've been wrestling with that question for many months now, and it's something we continue to, because the objectives of serving accountability or incentives. I like characterizing accountability as incentives, as I heard from earlier, as versus creating a system of consumer information, obviously have a ton of overlap, but are also very different. I mean, I think it gets to this question of complexity. If we are to create a system that is it tries to be as fine as it can be in terms of the way that it's discriminating between institutions and recognizing very unique characteristics of institutions, that only makes it so much more challenging for the consumer or student to understand what they're looking at. And again, I think in direct response to your question and picking up on what Dr. Natalicio said, I mean, I don't know what percentage it is, but for a good deal of students, they are being driven by geography. They are being driven by what institutions are nearby, and they are not going to be. They are not. I think we often want to believe that students will, vote with their feet on where they're making a choice, and it is true to some degree. But in my perception personally is that it's very much still that institutions are in the driver's seat. This minority of institutions, say, who are either private or elite institutions that are really still kind of driving that conversation and driving what is considered value. And that makes it very, very challenging for a consumer, particularly one who has, never invested in higher ed before, to make a very informed choice.
Anybody else want to weigh in on that? I think there's been a fairly long debate about what kind of information will drive student choice, and it's not. This administration's not the first one. Her predecessor administration very much tried to push the idea that there was if we just put better information in the hands of students, they'd make better choices. It's hard to tell, but and higher education is not a pure market by any means because of all the subsidies, because of lots of reasons. So it's a tricky thing. Dr. Letner.
I'd just like to add one thing here that worries me a lot, and that is that if we don't get the criteria right, if we don't get the metrics right, then what we end up doing is leading students who make the only choice that they can make, which is to choose the institution that's nearby and affordable, make that choice something that they're either ashamed of or that they don't think they should actually pursue. And so we discourage then students from doing what is perhaps in their best interest because we have a flawed system that leads them to believe that this is not the quality institution that I should be going to, or I'm ashamed of undermatching myself. Well, really? I mean, I think that's doing harm. I mean, at a minimum, we don't want to do harm. And so I think we need to be very careful how you shape, especially first generation, inexperienced families that are looking at sending their first child to college and thinking, well, gosh, I can't really send him to this community college or to this place because it's not rated high enough in whatever system we have. That worries me a great deal when we're trying very, very hard to encourage more participation and more completion. Now, again, I'm suggesting the worst case scenario with metrics that aren't particularly effective. And that's something I think we need to watch out for. And I know people who are working on it are very concerned about that too.
So if we could shift, I'm happy to take other questions, but I want to shift to you all, to the student affairs and student services. So I guess maybe it's a version of the question I asked before, but so I guess how much, what do you think the most significant roles, what are the kinds of changes that student affairs, divisions, professionals, enterprises on their campuses, what are the kinds of changes that are necessary, and what are the most important roles they can play that maybe they're not playing as much? I mean, and that's going to be followed by a question of what are the impediments to the sort of changes that are necessary? I guess those are it's a two-pronged question. We can answer the first one first, but that's where I want to go with this ultimately. Maybe start with the people on the campus, the people who are either on campus or as Jillian's, who sort of looks cross-institutionally at practices.
Do you want to go ahead? No, go ahead. Okay, so...
and I recognize that both of those people are going to speak later, so I don't want to have them totally tip their hand on what they're going to say later, but maybe give us a preview.
Yeah, I think the biggest impediment right now to the contribution of student affairs are attitudes. Again, I go back to that. Attitudes on the part of student affairs folk who I think have allowed others to define them, have allowed others to tell them what their role is. And I think the faculty have often thought of student affairs colleagues as doing one of two things, either essential services like health centers and counseling, or sort of fluff, pep rallies and whatever. Now, these are attitudes that are on our campuses. They exist. The important thing, I think, is for student affairs personnel not to allow others to define them, not to think about it that way. I think the most important thing that we've been able to do at UTEP with respect to student affairs in particular is to engage fully student affairs in student success, and by that we mean academic success, degree completion, the whole works. And they're active partners in what we're trying to do, and that starts with student orientation or even outreach to the K-12 sector, where student affairs personnel are engaged and going out to the schools in our region. But it goes right through graduation and career services and all the rest of it. But it's a partnership between academic affairs and student affairs and, frankly, everybody else on the campus. So I think there's been a tendency, frankly, to whine a little bit on our campus anyway. I'm not sure about you guys, but there has been a tendency to kind of feel a bit wounded that faculty don't have enough respect for student affairs and all of that. That's really something you can do something about by being aggressive partners and engaged and well-informed. And just as you're participating today, many of you in student affairs, in a conversation like this, you're becoming a part of the solution to that separation between the real business of the university and everything else, because you are the real business. Students are the real business, and that's what you're about. So I think that redefinition of student affairs in our own minds, everybody's on the campus, really makes a difference.
Yeah, I will take up that same charge. No surprise, and I appreciated Martha's advice about improving and thinking about the relationship that student affairs has with academic affairs. And I think the way to think about that relationship is both in the ways that Diana just described about what is our role, what's our contribution, thinking more positively and not letting others define that role for student affairs. But I think the other thing is to keep student success at the center of that focus so that you're, as scanners of the environment, constantly looking for opportunities to elevate issues that you know are critical to student success that cross the boundaries, that don't exist only in student life, but they exist because it's about students going to class and trying to negotiate their work life and trying to put together the right schedule. And you know, you need to find those opportunities, and where are those conversations happening on your campus? I think about Lynchburg College that was really concerned about retention rates. The university, it was, you know, they saw this little declining retention rate, a place where data really come in handy. They put it out there. They saw that their retention rate was dipping and had been dipping. So they brought together a group of people, a small group at first. It started mostly in enrollment management, of course, not surprising, and then started to expand that. And as more people came to the table from student life, from student affairs, from their library, from faculty, the coaches, then they really started to address the challenge. And then all territory kind of got wiped away. It wasn't about what student affairs was going to do and what enrollment management was going to do and what academic affairs was going to do. It became, what as an institution are we going to do about this challenge? And when we can start to wipe away the territory distinctions, I think we can really start to address these larger student success challenges. And I think UTEP is a great example. I was telling Diana earlier, we studied them as one of the high-performing institutions in student success in college. And one of the things that, the quote that I always carried around with me for the longest time was their BPSA, who said, I gave up designs about territory a long time ago because he saw the value in not seeing academic advising as something that was done over here and, was out of the kind of purview of student affairs, but how do we work on these challenges of getting students the advice they need to create good schedules that work for them and take advantage of the expertise from student affairs? But we don't need to own that issue. I don't need to run that program. I just need to make sure that what I know, the expertise that we have, is a part of that program. But I think you have to be careful scanners and know what's happening on your institution. Pay attention to what are the concerns bubbling up and how can you insert yourselves in that work.
Now, I'd just like to make one comment to build on what you both have said. I've had a long-standing conversation with Jonathan Alter for like 20 years. And he is adamant that K-12 faculty should be counselors and advisors. And so the discussion has been over these different times, over the, there is special expertise in counseling and advising, but the idea is right. The idea is, can you get a buy-in to change the attitudes and change the behaviors and implement the strategies so that the entire faculty could really be on the student success, and I include access. That's the other thing. I have a little talk I gave, I can't remember when, but it's about access being an outcome. Because, part of the conversation is about if you focus too much on student success, you're going to forget about all the things we've worked on for the last 50 years on access. So I just include access as part of the student success agenda. But to figure out as student affairs professionals, how could you take the 100, the 500 faculty and get them to do 3 things to help them become someone who believes in me, for those students that Mary talked about? And I think that's really hard work. It's really creative work. It's exciting work. That's needs to happen to make places like Lynchburg and other institutions become those centers of excellence that we want for every student to have access to.
So just so I'm clear, is it more about attitude than structure? In other words, I know there are some campuses, and pardon if I'm touching a third rail here, that have merged academic affairs and student affairs into one unit or whatever, but my sense in general in higher education is that leadership trumps structure, that good structure can be undermined by bad leadership. Bad structure can be overcome by good leadership. Without good leadership, you're screwed, kind of. So generally, so that's the technical term. But so is there? I mean, do you have does structure not matter so much as long as there's, I don't know, Dr. Natalicio, do you have thoughts on it?
I don't think structure is really the critical element. I do think it's about leadership, and I think it's about attitudes. And if you don't create a climate on the campus where people are going to collaborate, work together, engage in the real business of the university, which is student success, without forgetting access, because that's a big thing. But I think structure it can be almost any structure, honestly.
Yeah. Want to, again, make sure you all have a chance to weigh in here. There's a question here. Somebody have a mic, or we just, okay, go ahead. The what of student affairs? Legalization of student affairs, okay. Actually, hold on, we're going to bring the mic to you. Can you hold on, we're going to bring the mic to you.
The name of the article is Legalization of Student Affairs, and it has to do with the growing, at an alarming rate, the accountability requirements, particularly to the Department of Education, with regard to complying with Clery Act and those kinds of things. I don't think there's any of us who don't want to create the safest campus possible. I don't think any of us in this profession, I get a little concerned about the incentive language from external incentives, as if we internally don't want to have the highest impact possible on the success of students. But as has already been said, resources are scarce. And Brian Carlisle's article talks about the amount of resources that are being consumed in student affairs to meet accountability requirements and compliance requirements. And some of us really wonder who's driving the train. You mentioned accreditation agencies, but given the very public dialogue between the Department of Education and regional accreditation agencies, and now in the case of City College in San Francisco, we have now a third party jumping in that very public dialogue, which are members of Congress. We're kind of confused about who's really driving the accountability train. But I do think there is a grave concern, and about the growing amount of resources. I'm in this position right now. I'm trying to hire an associate vice chancellor. 85% of that job is going to be compliant related. We have to do it. It's got to be done. Would I rather be in the process of hiring someone at that level focused on student engagement, student learning outcomes and assessment, and good programming for student success? Yes, I would. But the reality is, if we're going to continue to get to be a college, we have to address these issues. And I wish it were different, but that sort of brings it to where we are.
I would just make one comment about, I think the reauthorization of the Higher Education Act is a way to take stuff out of that education code. And I think if there are requirements, I had to oversee the teacher preparation regulations and the regulatory process in the first term, and those rules will come out in the fall or summer. I think they're coming out soon. Talk about a politicized situation, and there are 440 regulations that just oversee teacher preparation programs in higher education. When you look at that crap, half of it is crap. Half of it has to come out. And if those regs don't take some of it out, we have done a really bad job. And so there's stuff in there, like I'll even, because all of you student affairs know, the Myers-Briggs test, right? Do you even know that one of those regulations say every graduate student has to take a Myers-Briggs test? Why? Who knows the history? Who knows the Myers-Briggs lobby? Who knows what, why that is in there? I certainly don't, and I don't even want to know. But I know that I'm an ENFJ. I took the Myers-Briggs test, and I don't think it has a heck of a whole lot to do with whether I'm a good professor at NYU or not. And I love the test. I think it's a great test, but it doesn't have to be in a regulation. And there's all this stuff. If you look at student federal aid, if you look at teacher prep, if you look at accreditation, a lot of stuff has to come out. And simplification and transparency about what's in there, and simplification as the method of attack. And then have the regulations that are elegant, that are simple, everybody understands, that you can comply with. We want safe campuses. We want sexual assault stopped. We want all the things that, we all want to see students getting through and doing well. But there's just a lot of bureaucracy that we have to take out.
I just want to really quickly react just to two things. I think first, I wholeheartedly agree, and it seems very clear through this dialogue that it is that there are very many people who have as their central business of the university a student success. But I don't necessarily believe that is clear universally, right? I don't think that there are many leaders or others at the institutional level who yes, believe very wholeheartedly that is a primary tenet, but would perhaps lift it up equally with other endeavors of a university like research. I'm not at all trying to say that I'm not at all trying to take away from what those are, but I do think that I think in reality there are some who would look beyond what having a focus solely on the student to look at other objectives that are as valuable, of course, in higher education, but may not be as oriented around a student as versus other things. I would also say that there are, and so I think that part of it is driving towards that student focus. I would say, in order to do so, and it speaks to the very complexity of compliance with federal regulations, as well as then, of course, state regulations or other regulations that exist for institutions of higher ed, as well as data collection, just writ large. We are obviously embroiled in this process with ratings, and one of the pieces of feedback that we get so often is that the metrics are either certainly imperfect. Sometimes some of them are far from effective in terms of being able to communicate what we actually want. So there always is going to be a tension between what we have and what we can collect, and what we actually want to be able to say in order to be able to get to that next phase. And I do think that accountability is something that is being driven from a lot of different angles, that there are lots of people driving that train beyond government, but also elsewhere. It is really hard to know, to be able to ask for more and to be able to drive accountability meaningfully without often putting either more requirements or collections or other burdens on institutions. I'm not at all trying to suggest that that is what we want to do as an administration or that Congress would want to do, but that it is always a tension that exists.
Mary and Martha were both very polite. I'm going to be a little less polite. I think there's no question there's too much regulation and there's a push to try to do it, although almost every time that there's a push for deregulation, there's somebody fighting to keep it. And so it's not easy. I guess the point I would make as an observer of higher education, a friendly critic, I guess, is where sort of I come at this as a journalist. I think higher education, to a large extent, has brought this on itself. The failure by the higher education enterprise to determine, to define the ways in which it's willing to be judged and to produce itself the evidence that it's being successful is what's led us to this point. And I think there's been a lot of defensiveness over the years and a lot of it's really hard, so it just can't be done. That's not good enough anymore. We're in an era of evidence, and so listen, that doesn't explain why we have a Myers-Briggs requirement. There's a lot of stuff that's in there for no good reason, and I'll hope that Senator Alexander and the various people who are looking at ways of stripping some of that out can happen. And I don't doubt that it's a burden, but I think higher education has not, as an enterprise, and sort of said, this is proof that we're successful, and that's where we are. That's where every other industry in the country has sort of faced that. And it's higher ed's turn, and it's not going to be fun, and it's not going to be easy. But to me, that's kind of where we are. I think we're out of time. Is that? We're okay.
I just want to add one comment to that, Doug. I completely agree with your friendly critique that higher ed is, in some ways, very responsible for the position that we're in around a lot of these compliance issues. We haven't been good about trumpeting evidence of success, and we haven't always been good about addressing issues and that these compliance measures are designed to address. So I think we need to feel more empowered to assert what we do and to define these measures more directly and take the lead in doing some of that work. But I also think we need to get ourselves more organized to ward off some of these encroachments and to figure out what's the best response to the latest higher ed reauth, plan. I hope that as a group coming together, even here and virtually, that we can be more thoughtful about what is student affairs' response to the Higher Ed Reauth Act. What do we want to say? What do we want to make sure gets put into that message? What's our communication plan? What's our strategy? I don't think we've talked about that. As an enterprise, higher education certainly has not, and it's partly because we have some challenges within sectors. the privates want to keep things the way they want to keep things, and you know, in the I should say, you know, certain sectors. I don't want to start pointing fingers, but I think there's the real challenge with what each sector has to deal with and the challenges that they have to address. But we could be more organized and speak with one voice.
The one twist I want to put on this, because this sector thing has come up a few times. To me, the divide increasingly is less between public and private than it is between wealthy and not wealthy.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot more commonality between a lot of the religious privates and that serve low-income students and open access publics, and similarly between the elite, the Ivies and some of the flagships that are. So it's just I think we're seeing some shifts, and I think we want to be precise with that language, and we're all guilty of it. Any other questions? Anybody else want to pipe in? Yeah, over here, probably our last question.
So in listening to the conversation about accountability, and then you brought it back to student affairs practitioners, when we hire young student affairs practitioners, how do we help them see the soft skills that they're bringing to the job, the student development work that they're bringing to the job, but to connect that to the accountability that's expected? And I'm really talking about core skills beyond I'm an outstanding leader, I can be a mentor, but at the end of the day, I need to come back and run some data and share those numbers and quickly get them to somebody to bring up to tell the story that you're talking about. If you could maybe talk about how we develop young professionals.
Okay. Oh, I
Julie,
love this question.
go for
Okay. I think there's a lot we can do to improve young professional skills and abilities around being more accountable and being more assessment-oriented and being able to evaluate and demonstrate the value of their work. It's a skill that can be learned. It's a skill that all professionals, new, old, and across the board can learn. So we haven't emphasized that necessarily. There are some prep programs that really do, I think, a fine job of infusing the regular assessment, evaluation of programs, knowing what value your work brings, that's a regular part of it. Others, less so. But it's something that can be taught. It's something that we have a lot of professional development around. ACPA has done a great job of developing units like the Assessment Institute and other online resources to really make sure that people understand that. I think the challenge is that we don't need to make it overly complex. You know, there's unfortunately this sense that it needs to be incredibly complex in order to be effective or useful. And that's not it. It needs to pass the use test. Can I use this information? Can someone use this information to make a decision about a program or to say, you know, that looks pretty good, keep moving forward on that? I think that's the direction we want these data to go. That's what I want to see more of. Let's not over-complexify this. Let's make sure that it's useful first.
I think that's about all the time we have. So I want to thank the four panelists for a great job, and thank you for your attention.
I think we should also thank our moderator, Doug Letterman. Did a great job. We've had a very, very good start to our program. Great conversation. I've got probably 5 pages of notes already. I don't know about the rest of you, but this is a time where we have scheduled for a break. We have about 15 minutes. What we'll do is about 2 minutes before we're going to reconvene, listen for an announcement, because we'll be asking you to come back and get seated again. We're going to try to stay on schedule. We have a lot to do. Restrooms are to my left, over out in the hallway here. Refreshments back behind in the student commons area. And we look forward to seeing you back in just a few minutes. Thanks very much. Okay, we are officially reconvening. Next on our agenda here is another speaker. I have the great privilege of introducing Dr. Diana Natalicio. We asked her specifically to talk about issues of access, and I think when you hear her speak and learn a little bit more about her institution and some of the things that she's worked on in her career there, you will be fascinated. It's an incredible story. But let me first tell you just a little bit about Dr. Natalicio. She was named president of the University of Texas El Paso in 1988. She has had quite an accomplished career, served as, or chaired, I should say, the board of the American Council on Education, is a trustee, I believe, with the Rockefeller Foundation. She's had a long and distinguished career with her institution, having served as the Vice President for Academic Affairs, the Dean of Liberal Arts, Chair of Modern Languages, and Professor of Linguistics. Her sustained commitment to provide all the residents of her region access to outstanding higher education opportunities is really legendary, and it has helped make UTEP a national success story. She is a proud graduate of St. Louis University, I believe with a degree in Spanish, and she earned a master's degree in Portuguese and a doctorate in linguistics from the University of Texas, Austin. In 2013, she received the TIAA-CREF Theodore Hesburgh Award for Leadership Excellence in Higher Education. We are very fortunate to have Diana Natalicio today, and we welcome her to the stage.
Well, hello again, everybody. Buenos dias. I am delighted to be here at St. Louis University again. This is just great to be back on the campus and to see how much it's changed. I was thinking about the fact, I need to tell you, I graduated in 1961. That was a long time ago, and this area out in front of this building was a street called West Pine, and on this street was a little company called Mark's Construction, and it's where I worked in the afternoons, just a couple of blocks down. I worked my way through school as a secretary, and I'll talk about that in just a minute, but as I was riding in the golf cart this morning, I was looking around and thinking, wow, this is really different. But Martha took us down memory lane a while ago when she was speaking, and I want to do that just a little bit. I'm going to indulge myself just a little bit because I think it helps drive what I believe in today so much. My passion is my own story. And so I grew up in South St. Louis near Carondelet Park, if you know where that is. And I grew up in a working class household. My parents didn't go to college, and I went to an excellent elementary school, and then went to Cleveland High School, which no longer exists. And Cleveland High School was, I would say, in today's terminology, a low-performing school. It was a low-performing school because it set very low aspirations for the students enrolled. We were working class kids for the most part, and they knew it, and so they assumed in 1957, 58, 59, they assumed that the boys would all complete high school and become apprentices in the unions and work for Anheuser-Busch and McDonald and all the other big companies as electricians and plumbers and carpenters and all the rest of it, and that the girls would maybe work for a short time as secretaries or something like that and marry those guys who were going into the unions, and so there was no need really for college preparation. They underestimated us totally. And so I finished Cleveland High School and went to work, and I became a switchboard operator at a large manufacturing company called Nordberg Manufacturing. I sometimes like to say the Lily Tomlin of Nordberg Manufacturing. I'm always happy when somebody laughs at that because if you talk to students today, they have no idea who Lily Tomlin is. but they certainly don't know what a switchboard is. And the notion that you have to plug phone calls into a box with cables when you're talking on your smartphone is really pretty hard for people to grasp. But I worked at that job for about a month. I learned how to do everything that switchboard could do. I learned how to transfer calls and conference calls and connect and disconnect and do everything. And then I was facing that board all day long in this job, and I began to realize this can't be my life. I cannot spend the rest of my life looking at this switchboard and connecting these calls. These are nice people, but this is not fun. And I wish I could say that I was prescient enough to know that switchboards were going to be passé fairly quickly, but it was really the simple fact that I was bored. And I just thought there had to be something else for me. And so I came here to St. Louis University. Why? Because there were 2 private schools in St. Louis at the time. There were no public universities at the time. One was St. Louis U, the other was Washington U. And St. Louis U was closer to my home and public transportation. That's why I said what I said earlier. This was it for me. I couldn't go to Columbia, Missouri to go to the University of Missouri. That was not part of my family's budget. And so I ended up coming to St. Louis University, talking with folks here about what I wanted to do. They asked me where I went to high school. When I told them, they kind of rolled their eyes and said, okay, but you're going to have to work really hard. You're going to have to work hard. And I said, you know, there's one thing my family does, we work hard. And so I came, and the first year I spent on this campus, I was working half-time as a secretary. I had those skills. I'm still really quick on the keyboard. And I worked in the afternoons. I came to classes in the morning, and every night I went home and studied until I dropped. Every weekend I studied until I dropped because I was so lacking in confidence that I could succeed in competition with the boys who were in my class, all my classes, who went to St. Louis University Prep School, right? And those guys had read Dante and all this stuff. I had no idea what they were talking about because I just had very, very inadequate preparation in high school. So those years in high school almost doomed me to make a very bad life choice, which was to go for the job and that would be it. But something inside just kept telling me. My parents were supportive. They wanted me to go to college. They were proud that I finally decided to do it, but they didn't know how to help me either. And so today, my passion about what I do is driven by what St. Louis University did for me. When I finished the bachelor's degree in Spanish. Why Spanish? I have no idea. I loved Spanish. That was it. I didn't have to have a really good reason. I could still work as a secretary. I loved Spanish. And I had great Jesuit professors, people who were just so excited about Spanish literature, and they were just wonderful professors. Father Bannon, who taught Latin American history, and wow, I mean, I was just so energized by all that. When I was a senior, St. Louis University was trying to qualify to have a Phi Beta Kappa chapter. They asked all the graduating seniors who were in the honors program, and by then I was in the honors program. I worked my tail off to get into the honors program. When I graduated, they asked us all to apply for all kinds of scholarships and fellowships. I applied for Woodrow Wilson and NDEA and Fulbright. Anything they asked me to do, I was so grateful. I would have applied for anything. And I got a Fulbright to go to Brazil. I'd never been on an airplane. I'd never been away from home. And I'm going to Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, after 4 years at St. Louis University? Imagine. Totally transformed my life. Totally transformed my life. That then opened up the opportunity to go to UT Austin because I was recruited by the chairman of Spanish and Portuguese in Rio to teach Portuguese and do a master's degree at UT Austin. And that's how I ended up being a Texan and so on. So my whole life went in a new direction because of the opportunities opened up. That's what we're trying to do today at the University of Texas at El Paso. Same thing, same thing. Same level of lack of confidence on the part of the students. First generation, more than half of our students are first in their families to go to college. As I said earlier, a third of them report a family income of $20,000 a year or less. Most of their parents don't speak English. Many families, very low income, no education, coming out of Mexico. And so these students are just totally like me, except I was much better off in many ways. My life was kind of a cakewalk, even though I thought I worked really hard. And so what we're trying to do then is to create opportunities for them. That takes everybody on the campus. Every single person on the campus is committed to those students, their access and their success. So access, what does that mean on a campus like ours? Well, a lot of times when people think about access, they think about opening the front door and giving people an opportunity to come in. But it goes way beyond that, as all of you know, way beyond that. So we talk about it in terms of access aspirational. First is aspirational access. Well, what does that mean? Well, we draw about 80% of our students from the surrounding region, 80%. About 75% are from the El Paso area, and another 5% come from Mexico every single day, cross the bridge. 1,100 students cross the bridge every day of our 23,000 students. They're Mexican nationals who live in Juarez and commute. Okay, so when I became president in 1988, one of the things that we started to look at was, who are our students and where do they come from? Data is absolutely critical. Who are we educating here? Do we know who our students are? And so we began to look at feeder patterns from various high schools. And what did we discover? Well, the more Anglo, non-Hispanic, and more affluent high schools were sending us the majority of our students. The majority were from the more Anglo and more affluent schools. There were high schools in our region that weren't sending us anybody. Now, if you believe that talent is everywhere, that it crosses ethnic and gender and socioeconomic and all these other boundaries, then you have to believe that you're going to have to get opportunities created so that everybody can participate. And to do that, you've got to raise aspirations. Now, if we look at the, let's see if I can make this work here. Okay, let's see. Let me try. Well, I'm not getting it, sorry. Just to move to the slide. Okay. Okay, all right. Get that up. All right, so this is the backdrop. And I want you to think about this just for a minute. This shows you 40 years in the United States, 40 years of data based on socioeconomic or income quartiles, and this is bachelor's degree attainment. So if you look at the 1970s, you see that 6.6% in the lowest quartile, income quartile, 6% of the students, young people, completed baccalaureate degrees. At the same time that 37% roughly of the uppermost quartile, income quartile, completed baccalaureate degrees. Fast forward 40 years to the decade of the 2000s, and what do you see? 8.7% in the lowest quartile complete baccalaureate degrees, and 70% in the uppermost quartile. Now, if you believe that talent crosses all boundaries, ethnic, gender, socioeconomic, geographic, this is not this is not something that any of us can live with. And it's certainly not something that's going to program success for our society. U.S. is not going to be competitive if this is the pattern. And you know what? It's getting worse. In 2012, the numbers are 80% for the uppermost quartile and about 10% for the lowest quartile. So what that says is your zip code is your destiny. We can't survive as a society. This is not a sustainable model. The haves and the have-nots, and Doug said it earlier, you know, it's not the difference between private schools and public schools. It's really the difference in our society between haves and have-nots. And this growing divide between haves and have-nots and the talent that's being squandered in that lowest quartile is absolutely inexcusable, unacceptable, and non-sustainable. So we went out to all of these high schools, mostly low-income high schools in our area, and we said to the people in the high schools, so why aren't you sending any of your graduates to the university? And they say, well, you know, they're really not college material. That's what they say. You hear that today in inner city schools across this country. Well, you know, they're not really college material. Well, they are college material. We've demonstrated that over and over again. The standardized tests don't predict what they can do. We've talked about the metrics earlier. What predicts is the talent that's there, maybe not yet discovered, and the motivation and grit to get the job done. And we have demonstrated over and over again that our population has enormous resources to offer, talent to share, but we were squandering it. I'm happy to say that we've been able to raise aspirations. We've gone out into the community in large numbers, and Student Affairs is very much a part of this, very much a part of conversations in the community with parents, with students, with teachers, with counselors, because everybody has to raise the aspirations. You can't have teachers discouraging kids. At my high school, Cleveland High School here, they didn't encourage us at all to go to high school, to go to college. They didn't. And so that's really critical. I'm happy to say that today our student demographics now mirror the demographics of our region. So if you look over time, 80% of our students are Mexican American, Hispanic, 80%. That looks like El Paso. El Paso is almost exactly the same, and that's the area from which we draw the majority of our students. Our students' income level has over time declined because we are now serving all talent wherever it is in the community. So raising aspirations, raising college preparation, so raising the academic level of the high schools. We do a tremendous amount of work now with dual credit and early college high schools. We're a closed loop. 80% of the students come from area high schools, and we produce most of the teachers. Well, if you're going to blame, you're going to be blaming yourself, right? The finger curves around and comes right back and hits you. And so the result of that is that we've worked really, really hard with our schools in the area. We formed something called the El Paso Collaborative for Academic Excellence. And pre-college preparation now is all about building confidence and the academic skills to succeed. And we've got tremendous partnerships with all of the schools in our region. Most regional universities in most places around the country, and certainly in a state like Texas, draw the vast majority of their students from their same region. And so the result of that is you can build these partnerships with the schools. And Student Affairs has been a huge part of the answer to this by conducting all kinds of orientation sessions for parents, Obviously, we have to do FAFSA, we have to do financial literacy, we have to do all kinds of things, and we've worked very hard to engage everybody on the campus in that. Now, in addition to aspirational and academic access, one of the most important dimensions for us, because of the population we serve, is financial access. And so affordability is a really high value for us. Our tuition and fees are among the lowest in Texas, and Texas has fairly low tuition. We are designated as a research university in Texas, and so we have the lowest tuition of any of the research universities, certainly. And in terms of net price, the U.S. Department of Education's calculation, we have the lowest net price of any research university in the country. And that's because we have a combination of low-income students who qualify for financial aid, need-based, but we also have a very aggressive work-study program on the campus, as I mentioned, 2,500 jobs on the campus to help support students, many of them in research labs, and we have a very large number of scholarships. We award about $14 million in scholarship, merit-based scholarships. We've worked hard to raise money because those merit-based scholarships give students, in addition to the financial resources, they give them the confidence and validation that is so important. I didn't know about scholarships when I came to St. Louis University. I didn't even know that there were such things as scholarships. We try very hard to educate students that aspirationally, if you're thinking about coming to UTEP, you need to be aiming toward getting one of these merit-based scholarships, because that says you're valid. You're a valid scholar. It's really terrific to know in Texas we have something called the top 10% rule, which says that if you are a top 10% high school graduate, if you're in the top 10% of your high school class, you can be admitted automatically to any public university in the state. That's by law. And in the El Paso area now, more than 2/3 of the top 10% high school graduates are coming to UTEP, which validates us, which changes the image of the university from the point of view of the students. So you have aspirational, academic, and financial, and the last is what we call participatory. And that's something that came up in earlier comments when everyone was talking about, you know, we have to know the student population. And so one of the things that we discover, of course, is that almost every single student on our campus is employed someplace, part or full-time. So if they're going to be working, isn't it better that they be working on campus? Isn't it better that there be a coherence to their lives? And so rather than rushing off to a job with a boss who has no sensitivity to exam periods or whatever it might be, is far less likely to be supportive of success than working on campus where there's a rhythm and a culture that says, we understand this is finals week, so if you want to work fewer hours or whatever it might. And that works. I mean, that works really, really well. So we're constantly trying to create more jobs for our students. So this notion of access for us really gets down to what I would call authenticity. Who are we as an institution? And when I first became president, one of the things that I asked the whole team to do, now I'd been at UTEP, I went there in 1971. Some people ask me, how could you have stayed at one institution all that time? And how could you stay as president since 1988? 26 years as president, really? And people ask me, why did you do that? And I say, well, the reason I did it is because this is a place where I can pay back for the opportunities that I had, but also I can feel the impact of my work here in a way that I think few people would ever have an opportunity to do. This is a very special university, isolated on the U.S.-Mexico border, totally we're as close to Los Angeles as we are to Houston, so Texas is kind of a distant memory, and many days that's a good thing. And so we're just a different kind of place. And so the impact that you feel at this institution is so powerful because you know you're transforming lives every single day, big time, at scale, big life-changing moments. And so one of the things that we tried to do was understand who we were. And when we looked at those feeder patterns, for example, we had to ask ourselves, is this really why we're here? Is to educate only a small number of people in certain high schools? And so I think that notion of mission comes only from gathering data, and a lot of it, about the institution. And then as you go along with your Access mission, compiling more data and evaluating constantly what it is that you're trying to do and whether you're making progress toward that, and being your own strongest critics, because it is absolutely essential that we be honest with ourselves about who we are and whom we serve and how well we serve them. And so data have become extraordinarily important. We have invested a lot of money in our institutional research operation. We have hired excellent people with great skills to be able to help us do the kind of analyses and work with all of the school districts and the community college in El Paso to gather vertically integrated data. We are tracking everything we can think of to ensure that we're not missing anything. This is extremely important in the bigger scheme of things. Our data analysts are among our most valuable assets. You were talking earlier about legal. We've had to increase staff, compliance staff and legal staff, but data staff, really, really critical. And I can't tell you how important it is to force everybody across the campus to work together around data, not just to share opinions, but to look at data. We spend an enormous amount of time doing that. And we try very hard not to be harsh with data, but to be brutally honest, because there's no point in fooling yourself about these things, right? In addition to authenticity, one of the most important things I think that we haven't talked about very much yet today is courage. It takes a lot of courage, actually, to dare to be different. We're driven against certain assumptions. We talked about that earlier. We're driven against certain metrics, whether or not they're appropriate. And I talked earlier about graduation rates and how I have to keep beating that drum about how inadequate they are because they keep coming back to us. You have to be confident and courageous to speak honestly with legislators, with regents, with, in our case, system chancellors and vice chancellors. You've got to be courageous to speak up. It's so easy to take the path of least resistance and just not talk about it and try to conduct your business in a way that nobody notices. And when you're 600 miles away from headquarters, you can get by with that once in a while. But the truth is that we not only have a responsibility to our region, but to all of you, to each other in higher ed. And we've got to get voices out there that are going to advocate for the kinds of students that we serve, the low-income students, the students who are first in their families to go to college, the students who have schedules that are complicated. And so we do have, for example, our participatory access commitment to evening and weekend and short courses and starting different times and places, and we offer off-campus courses and online and every format we can think of to reduce the barriers for students. But you have to be courageous to defend what you do, and data really help you do that. Courage without data is assuming a risk that we can't really afford. You've got to have the facts. And so we work tremendously hard on articulating the case for educating as a public good the students that we serve at the University of Texas at El Paso. And that requires an honest statement that the current practice of assuming that higher education is a personal benefit rather than a public good, and that's what I hear a lot when I go to the Texas legislature is, well, you know, who's going to benefit are the students, and so they should pay. Well, I would argue that everybody who gets a degree benefits me. We're all better off for having them be successful. And so when we look at these demographics and we look at the way in which the university is impacting these students' lives, you can believe that that's a public good. El Paso is a different place as a result of our having created those opportunities. So we're now graduating a far larger number of people who are going into the community, and they're becoming engaged citizens, and they're playing different roles, and our quality of life is much, much better than it was before. And that's very exciting work. But it's not only access we have to talk about, because there's another piece to this. We can be as friendly and as flexible and as affordable and all of those things, but if we don't also focus on quality and excellence, then the degree that the students earn doesn't have the value that they have every right to expect. So excellence is another piece of what we've been working very hard on. So we sat down 25 years ago and started talking about how do we build excellence. And research became a key piece of this story. And so we began to build capacity to do more competitive research. We've worked really, really hard on that. Why? Because our students deserve an opportunity to be enrolled at an institution where there is active discovery and excitement that goes with research. The faculty who are involved in it, the expectations that are associated with doing that kind of work, the jobs that grants produce on a campus, because grant funding does a lot of the funding of the jobs that we have created. And so we've worked really, really hard on building that capacity, used every strategy we can think of. We participated, because we're a minority institution, we participated in the programs of some of the federal agencies that offered infrastructure development programs for research. So National Science Foundation, National Institutes of Health, and others had programs that were designed as stepping stones to competitive research. We took advantage of those. We have worked with corporations that are interested in recruiting our graduates. You may not know we are a science and engineering school. At our core, we were Texas School of Mines, so we're a mining school, and that means we're a STEM school at our core. And so that means that we're an institution that has the capacity right from the get-go to build research and funded research. And so we worked hard on that. We're doing that research not because we want to be high status or we want to brag or swagger around because, you know, it's good to be a research university, but we're doing it for the young people who are enrolled as undergraduates. It creates a better educational environment for them, resources to provide them with quality. And one of the things that's interesting, if you think about this, when we were first designated, we reached a certain dollar level in our research. We were designated by the state as a research university. I was in the grocery store, and as often happens since I've been in El Paso for a long time and highly visible, I get hugs in the vegetable department. So what happens is people come up and hug me, and I don't necessarily know who they are, but they know who I am, and they're usually grandmothers or aunts or mothers, or the men don't usually do it, but the women do it. And so I get lots of hugs. And one day, shortly after the announcement about our research university, a grandmother came up to me and hugged me and told me how proud she was that her grandson was going to go to UTEP. He was in high school and he was going to go to UTEP, and she was proud of that. And she then said to me, you know, it's so wonderful that UTEP is going to be Tier 1. You know, that's the language that was used about research universities. And then she said, but when that happens, will my grandson still be able to go to UTEP? Think about what that means. And so I said, absolutely. That's why we want to be Tier 1. It's for him. She said, how? And I said, well, because it's going to be a better university for your grandson. When he graduates, his diploma is going to be worth more than it will be today. And she said, I see, that's good. That's good. So the point here is that research doesn't have to be a sort of separate compartment at a university that does the serious highfalutin work and doesn't have anything to do with undergraduate students. It has to do with them intimately. It's all about them in our case. That's why we want to do it. And so we've worked hard on that, and now we've managed to get doctoral programs to go with that. And so we have increased the number of doctoral programs from 1, which we were told would be the maximum we would ever have. The State Higher Education Coordinating Board told us that. And now we have 20 doctoral programs. And we did that because we knew we needed doctoral programs in order to do the research enterprise appropriately. You're not going to recruit faculty who are doing highly competitive research if you don't have doctoral students and the whole kind of vertically integrated research infrastructure. And so we've been working on feeding in these doctoral programs. That got started because of a partnership that was accidental. There was a lawsuit in Texas in 1989. And basically it argued that the state of Texas was not investing equitably in higher education, and the case in point was the number of doctoral programs in the border region between El Paso and Brownsville, the population of which was approximately equal to the population of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. There was 1 doctoral program in the entire border region, that was ours, in geology because of our mining heritage. And there were 342 doctoral programs in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And so the argument, and this was LULAC and MALDEF suing the state of Texas, the argument was that there was an inequitable investment in the Latino or Hispanic population. The minute the lawsuit was filed, we realized this is an opportunity. We started submitting proposals for doctoral programs. And guess what? Where there had been a complete barrier before, suddenly we were welcomed. They were approved like that. That's sometimes what it takes. You got to be alert, and you got to be a little bit lucky. And so these doctoral programs have really made a huge difference and enabled us to do things that we could never have done otherwise. So the state helped us, almost inadvertently, but they did. And what we have accomplished now is to become a research university that is totally committed to the education of the 21st century demographic. The Hispanic tsunami has hit this country. People are finally beginning to realize how powerful it is. And what we're trying to do at UTEP is develop the model that says you can have access and excellence in the same place. You can do research, serious research. We're doing about $80 million in research expenditures now annually. We're getting competitive grants from the federal agencies, but you can do that in a place where everybody said it can't be done. U.S.-Mexico border, El Paso, really? Research? It can be done. It can be done. And what's most important about it is it must be done. It is our obligation to our students to be the best UTEP we can be. And that's what we're striving to do. Now, I will leave you with just a little bit of reflection on what I think Student Affairs has contributed, in addition to the whole engagement in student success. Our campus is a totally different place today than it was in 1971 when I got there, 1988 when I became president. We are a very busy campus with a very engaged student population. What Student Affairs has helped us understand used to be the notion that these students have to work, and like me, they had to leave at noon in order to get to jobs. So the campus was basically a morning commuter campus, and that was it. We taught classes in the morning and students went off to work. Today, if you came on our campus, it is a busy campus all day long, every single day, including weekends. We also had the notion that students didn't have time for student organizations and for leadership and for all these kinds of activities that more affluent students study abroad and all these kinds of things. We have developed, thanks to the knowledge of people in Student Affairs with the students that they work with on a daily basis, we have now been able to develop study abroad programs that accommodate our students' needs. We have internship programs that are extraordinarily aggressive. We have more than 200 student organizations, all of them active and doing a lot of things. It's a totally different place. Why? Because we figured out who our students really are. We judged their limitations. We defined them by their limitations rather than by their potential. And I think back to my own experience at St. Louis University. I didn't belong to a single organization. I commuted to the campus either, well, usually on this Grand Avenue streetcar, and I had no social contacts, very little. I worked my tail off, as I said, trying to study and compete because I wanted to make sure I didn't fail. I was so lacking in confidence. I didn't have time for anything. That was a mistake. I tell students that all the time. That was a mistake. I did have time. I could have figured that out. But somehow that didn't happen for me. At UTEP, we're going to make sure that students get that well-rounded experience. They shouldn't have to go out into the workplace without the opportunity to have done study abroad, to have done internships, to have done all of those things, even though they have to do it in a slightly different way. We got to figure it out. So those models are going to be extraordinarily valuable, and it's thanks to the people mostly in Student Affairs, the personnel who have come with their insights and listened carefully to students about what they can and cannot do, that we have been able to make the progress that we've made. So I thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today. I can't tell you how good it feels to be back at SLU and on the campus again, and I thank you for the opportunity to share just a little bit about the UTEP story. Thank you.
We might try to slide this over just a little bit. I think this lovely screen, maybe blocking folks over here. So before we start the next, I might ask for a little help up here to do that. Moving right along in our agenda, you can see that we've really tried to ask speakers to speak specifically, about a part of the agenda today, whether that's access, affordability, or accountability. But we understand that these are multifaceted issues, and they're very much interdependent, and they intersect. So I find myself sort of weaving through these things, and I suspect that's the experience that you're having as well. But we have tried to intentionally provide some particular focus on those issues and ask the speakers to do that. So as you move along and you think about your questions, and you especially think about the data jam later, I hope you're taking some notes down so that we can really begin to delve into the student affairs realm, think about those issues. It's my privilege at this time to announce our next speaker. Her name is Mary Wall, and she is Senior Policy Advisor with the U.S. Department of Education, and her focus is on affordability. But first, I'm standing in the way of your lunch. Yeah, you, as a vice president, you can block out anything. Everybody in the room could hear them trying to get my attention, except me. It says a lot, doesn't it? At any rate, I am clearly the last person between you and your lunch, which is never a good place to be. So I will pick up that introduction. I apologize to Mary. I'll do a much better job when we come back, I promise. We will break for lunch. I think we are going to do some video outtakes during lunch. And so if you want, folks who are interested in doing that, we want to encourage you to do that. Maybe join Cindy and others at the back during lunch. So I hope you'll take us up on that. Could be a lot of fun. We'll break for lunch. We will reconvene at 12:45. 12:45. We'll see you promptly back here, and we'll reset. Thank you very much.
If you are willing to do a 1-minute outtake with me on this morning, just join me at the back camera before lunch, after lunch, during. Thank you. You know, the last thing I heard that really stuck with me is we have to do stuff that actually passes the use test. You know, how we link people together across campuses, how we quit worrying about so much about how we're organized, but in fact, how do we bring ourselves together and collaborate around student success, because that's what matters. I was just wondering, you know, you always hear like 3 or 4 words you take home. Did you hear anything this morning that you thought, that's a new way of thinking about that, or that's something I want to hold on to?
I think for me, when I listened, I think that the concept of islands of excellence, how do we bring those groups together? The other thing I think is how do we get at the table? What I've took from this conversation is student affairs has got to be at the table. And right now I don't believe we are. So we've got to partner with ACE and all the other major players to be a part of this conversation.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I have with me some more of my colleagues who are attending the conference, and one of the questions that I was asking earlier is, you know, I always leave a conference like this with a couple of things that I'm going to remember forever. It's like a phrase or a sentence, and that starts incorporating into my work. And for me, one of the ones I heard, Islands of Success. The other thing I heard was, this has to pass the use test. And I know in student affairs, we have so much information about what works, but we often don't feel that information gets translated through the whole system. So that pass the use test of whatever we do for student success, to me, really struck home. And I was just wondering if you would tell us, did you hear anything this morning that stuck with you already that you're going to use again?
Danielle Morgan Acosta at Florida State University. I think those two were definitely big pieces. I also think the redefining of student affairs and us doing that ourselves instead of complaining or saying people don't pay attention to us or don't talk to us. How are we assessing and then utilizing that information? I think we tend to assess and then we make a report and it gets shoved somewhere. So how are we defining who we are as a profession and how we are helping students succeed in college?
Fantastic.
Dawn Aldridge from St. Louis University. For me, it is all about keeping it simple. Sometimes we complicate processes and different initiatives that we get lost in what we're trying to accomplish. And so I think for me, Martha really talked a lot about that, of how we can keep it simple and transparent. And I think that's something that I'm going to take back to my department and our institution to really look at what we're doing for our students and how we can engage them on more of a simple level.
Angela Perkins, Missouri University of Science and Technology. A couple of things that really stuck out to me today was conversation about attitudes and our attitudes and how they affect our leadership and how those leadership attitudes actually affect the structures that are in place and our ability to collaborate, student affairs particularly with academic affairs, and looking at the student success as the actual product that we all need to be focusing on. One of the things that was said that really stuck out to me is that we need to understand who we are, who we serve, and how we can serve them best or how we can make the greatest impact. And I think just focusing really on understanding the student, understanding the barriers and the impediments that they're coming in with in terms of background characteristics, things that are playing at a higher level that we sometimes don't have the most control over. It's really important for us to remain curious and to really get in there and dig and understand how we can best serve to be able to support our student success.
We've just finished a phenomenal morning with Martha Cantor, former Undersecretary of the Department of Education, and a panel. And I know when I come to something like this, I always go away with like one phrase or two phrases, and it's through my mind for weeks. I'm applying that and trying to figure it out. And one of them for me this morning is this has to pass the use test. Yes. The work we do has to pass the use test. And I'm just wondering if anything occurred to you that you're already thinking, I am not going to forget that, I'm going to use that again.
Immediately, it's the whole student, making sure that higher education pays attention to not just the individual or putting that person into one monolithic group, but looking at unlayering what's part of that student's background, the culture, the race, the demographics, the student needs, the financial issues, unlayering every piece of who that student is to make sure that the student experience is meaningful for him or her.
That's right. Excellent. That's right. Yeah, I would say the real business of a university is student success. We're all responsible to that. But I think what I learned today is that we must respect the complexity and nuance of how to frame that work for everyone. And so those were my huge takeaways from today.
I would build on what my colleagues have said and say, for me, the complexity and nuance not only of working with individual students, but how we can, as student affairs profession, make that message intelligible to the others, so we don't get stuck with the blunt metrics they were talking about.
Yes.
That I think will particularly underserve our institutions and our students who are most vulnerable.
So we're here at St. Louis University today, our presidential symposium on rethinking student affairs and higher education. I'm here with one of my heroes, Tony Cotham, one of our scholars at ACPA, and we've just finished up the panel with our speakers and moderator. And Tony, I was just wondering, you know, the last thing I heard that really stuck with me is we have to do stuff that actually passes the use test. You know, how we link people together across campuses, how we quit worrying about so much about how we're organized, but in fact, how do we bring ourselves together and collaborate around student success, because that's what matters. I was just wondering, you know, you always hear like 3 or 4 words you take home. Did you hear anything this morning that you thought, that's a new way of thinking about that, or that's something I want to hold on to?
I think for me, when I listened, I think that the concept of islands of excellence, how do we bring those groups together? The other thing I think is, how do we get at the table? What I've took from this conversation is student affairs has got to be at the table. And right now, I don't believe we are. So we've got to partner with ACE and all the other major players to be a part of this conversation.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I have with me some more of my colleagues who are attending the conference, and one of the questions that I was asking earlier is, you know, I always leave a conference like this with a couple of things that I'm going to remember forever. It's like a phrase or a sentence, and that starts incorporating into my work. And for me, one of the ones I heard, Islands of Success. The other thing I heard was, this has to pass the use test. And I know in student affairs, we have so much information about what works, but we often don't feel that information gets translated through the whole system. So that pass the use test of whatever we do for student success, to me, really struck home. And I was just wondering if you would tell us, did you hear anything this morning that stuck with you already that you're going to use again?
Danielle Morgan Acosta at Florida State University. I think those two were definitely big pieces. I also think the redefining of student affairs and us doing that ourselves instead of complaining or saying people don't pay attention to us or don't talk to us. How are we assessing and then utilizing that information? I think we tend to assess and then we make a report and it gets shoved somewhere. So how are we defining who we are as a profession and how we are helping students succeed at college?
It's fantastic.
Dawn Aldridge from St. Louis University. For me, it is all about keeping it simple. Sometimes we overcomplicate processes and different initiatives that we get lost in what we're trying to accomplish. And so I think for me, Martha really talked a lot about that, of how we can keep it simple and transparent. And I think that's something that I'm going to take back to my department and our institution to really look at what we're doing for our students and how we can engage them on more of a simple level.
Angela Perkins, Missouri University of Science and Technology. A couple of things that really stuck out to me today was conversation about attitudes and our attitudes and how they affect our leadership and how those leadership attitudes actually affect the structures that are in place and our ability to collaborate, student affairs particularly with academic affairs, and looking at the student success as the actual product that we all need to be focusing on. One of the things that was said that really stuck out to me is that we need to understand who we are, who we serve, and how we can serve them best, or how we can make the greatest impact. And I think just focusing really on understanding the student, understanding the barriers and the impediments that they're coming in with in terms of background characteristics, things that are playing at a higher level that we sometimes don't have the most control over. It's really important for us to remain curious and to really get in there and dig and understand how we can best serve to be able to support our student success.
We've just finished a phenomenal morning with Martha Cantor, former Undersecretary of the Department of Education, and a panel. And I know when I come to something like this, I always go away with like one phrase or two phrases, and it's through my mind for weeks. I'm applying that, trying to figure it out. And one of them for me this morning is this has to pass the use test. Yes. The work we do has to pass the use test. And I'm just wondering if anything occurred to you that you're already thinking, I am not going to forget that, I'm going to use that again.
Immediately, it's the whole student, making sure that higher education pays attention to not just the individual or putting that person into one monolithic group, but looking at unlayering what's part of that student's background, the culture, the race, the demographics, the student needs, the financial issues, unlayering every piece of who that student is to make sure that the student experience is meaningful for him or her.
That's right. Excellent. That's right. Yeah, I would say the real business of a university is student success. We're all responsible to that. But I think what I learned today is that we must respect the complexity and nuance of how to frame that work for everyone. And so those were my huge takeaways from today.
I would build on what my colleagues have said and say, for me, the complexity and nuance not only of working with individual students, but how we can, as student affairs profession, make that message intelligible to the others, so we don't get stuck with the blunt metrics they were talking about, that I think will particularly underserve our institutions and our students who are most vulnerable.
So we're here at St. Louis.
Hi, I'm Cindy Love with ACPA. We're here at St. Louis University at the Presidential Symposium on Rethinking Student Affairs. We've had an amazing morning. And the thing that always happens with me when I come away from something like this, there's always a sentence that sticks with me. And I think, you know, actually probably that's something I need to be thinking about and talking to other people about. And I'm just wondering this morning, Janelle,
Sure.
anything stuck with you that you're going to be thinking about?
Sure. The one thing that really sticks out to me right now is when during the panel somebody had talked about the difference between structure and leadership. And I work at an institution right now that is in the process of going through some leadership transition. And so I think that's the thing that's sticking with me, is that it's not necessarily the structure that's as important as the leadership of the institution.
Yeah, you know, the other thing that they were talking about during that too is they said, and the real key is collaboration and attitudes.
Absolutely.
Doesn't matter how we're structured, but just come together and have a great attitude about how students are going to be successful. It's not about our gains or losses.
Absolutely.
Thank
yes.
you for sharing that.
Thank
and
you.
Janelle, where are you from?
Fontbonne University here in St. Louis.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
When I go to something like this, there's always like a sentence or a phrase that kind of sticks with me, and I know that's actually something I need to think about and change in my work. And I'm just wondering, was there anything that came through to you this morning that you're going to remember going away from here, a sentence that you'll be pondering and then sharing with other folks?
Just making sure that we push information and continually educate families about access and affordability. The better education that they have will essentially make it a lot easier for them to think that higher education is attainable.
Perfect. And I want to make sure I identify where you're from.
Earl Macomb from the University of Missouri St. Louis, and I'm a doctoral student.
Oh, fantastic. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have one of those this morning that you thought, I'm going to be thinking about this for a while?
Well, one of the things that we've been working with at my institution have been involving families into decision making in the college process. And so somebody's been talking about that this morning. And so that just continues to help me think about ways that we can include the entire family in the process of the college making experience and also success in college.
Tell people where you're from.
I'm from Webster University in St. Louis.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thanks.
So we're here at St. Louis University today, our Presidential Symposium on Rethinking Student Affairs and Higher Education. I'm here with one of my heroes, Tony Cotham, one of our scholars at ACPA, and we've just finished up the panel with our speakers and moderator. And Tony, I was just wondering, you know, the last thing I heard that really stuck with me is we have to do stuff that actually passes the use test. You know, how we link people together across campuses, how we quit worrying about so much about how we're organized, but in fact, how do we bring ourselves together and collaborate around student success, because that's what matters. I was just wondering, you know, you always hear like 3 or 4 words you take home. Did you hear anything this morning that you thought, that's a new way of thinking about that, or that's something I want to hold on to?
I think for me, when I listened, I think that the concept of islands of excellence, how do we bring those groups together? The other thing I think is, how do we get at the table? What I've took from this conversation is student affairs has got to be at the table. And right now, I don't believe we are. So we've got to partner with ACE and all the other major players to be a part of this conversation.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I have with me some more of my colleagues who are attending the conference, and one of the questions that I was asking earlier is, you know, I always leave a conference like this with a couple of things that I'm going to remember forever. It's like a phrase or a sentence, and that starts incorporating into my work. And for me, one of the ones I heard, Islands of Success. The other thing I heard was, this has to pass the use test. And I know in student affairs, we have so much information about what works, but we often don't feel that information gets translated through the whole system. So that pass the use test of whatever we do for student success, to me, really struck home. And I was just wondering if you would tell us, did you hear anything this morning that stuck with you already that you're going to use again?
Danielle Morgan Acosta at Florida State University. I think those two were definitely big pieces. I also think the redefining of student affairs and us doing that ourselves instead of complaining or saying people don't pay attention to us or don't talk to us. How are we assessing and then utilizing that information? I think we tend to assess and then we make a report and it gets shoved somewhere. So how are we defining who we are as a profession and how we are helping students succeed at college?
Fantastic.
Dawn Aldridge from St. Louis University. For me, it is all about keeping it simple. Sometimes we overcomplicate processes and different initiatives that we get lost in what we're trying to accomplish. And so I think for me, Martha really talked a lot about that, of how we can keep it simple and transparent. And I think that's something that I'm going to take back to my department and our institution to really look at what we're doing for our students and how we can engage them on more of a simple level.
Angela Perkins, Missouri University of Science and Technology. A couple of things that really stuck out to me today was conversation about attitudes and our attitudes and how they affect our leadership and how those leadership attitudes actually affect the structures that are in place and our ability to collaborate, student affairs particularly with academic affairs, and looking at the student success as the actual product that we all need to be focusing on. One of the things that was said that really stuck out to me is that we need to understand who we are, who we serve, and how we can serve them best or how we can make the greatest impact. And I think just focusing really on understanding the student, understanding the barriers and the impediments that they're coming in with in terms of background characteristics, things that are playing at a higher level that we sometimes don't have the most control over. It's really important for us to remain curious and to really get in there and dig and understand how we can best serve to be able to support our student success.
We've just finished a phenomenal morning with Martha Cantor, former Undersecretary of the Department of Education, and a panel. And I know when I come to something like this, I always go away with like one phrase or two phrases, and it's through my mind for weeks. I'm applying that, trying to figure it out. And one of them for me this morning is this has to pass the use test. Yes. The work we do has to pass the use test. And I'm just wondering if anything occurred to you that you're already thinking, I am not going to forget that, I'm going to use that again.
Immediately, it's the whole student, making sure that higher education pays attention to not just the individual or putting that person into one monolithic group, but looking at unlayering what's part of that student's background, the culture, the race, the demographics, the student needs, the financial issues, unlayering every piece of who that student is to make sure that the student experience is meaningful for him or her.
That's right. Excellent. That's right. Yeah, I would say the real business of a university is student success. We're all responsible to that. But I think what I learned today is that we must respect the complexity and nuance of how to frame that work for everyone. And so those were my huge takeaways from today.
I would build on what my colleagues have said and say, for me, the complexity and nuance not only of working with individual students, but how we can, as student affairs profession, make that message intelligible to the others, so we don't get stuck with the blunt metrics they were talking about, that I think will particularly underserve our institutions and our students who are most vulnerable.
Right.
Hi, I'm Cindy Love with ACPA. We're here at St. Louis University at the Presidential Symposium on Rethinking Student Affairs. We've had an amazing morning. And the thing that always happens with me when I come away from something like this, there's always a sentence that sticks with me. And I think, actually probably that's something I need to be thinking about and talking to other people about. And I'm just wondering this morning, Janelle,
Sure.
Anything stuck with you that you're going to be thinking about?
Sure. The one thing that really sticks out to me right now is when, during the panel, somebody had talked about the difference between structure and leadership. And I work at an institution right now that is in the process of going through some leadership transition. And so I think that's the thing that's sticking with me, is that it's not necessarily the structure that's as important as the leadership of the institution.
Yeah, Yeah, you know, the other thing that they were talking about during that too is they said, and the real key is collaboration and attitudes.
Absolutely.
Doesn't matter how we're structured, but just come together and have a great attitude about how students are going to be successful. It's not about our gains or losses.
Absolutely.
Thank
Yes.
you for sharing that.
Thank
and
you.
Janelle, where are you from?
Fontbonne University here in St. Louis.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
When I go to something like this, there's always like a sentence or a phrase that kind of sticks with me, and I know that's actually something I need to think about and change in my work. And I'm just wondering, was there anything that came through to you this morning that you're going to remember going away from here, a sentence that you'll be pondering and then sharing with other folks?
Just making sure that we push information and continually educate families about access and affordability. The better education that they have will essentially make it a lot easier for them to think that higher education is attainable.
Perfect. And I want to make sure I identify where you're from.
Earl Macomb from the University of Missouri St. Louis, and I'm a doctoral student.
Oh, fantastic. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have one of those this morning that you thought, I'm going to be thinking about this for a while?
Well, one of the things that we've been working with at my institution have been involving families into decision making in the college process. And so somebody's been talking about that this morning. And so that just continues to help me think about ways that we can include the entire family in the process of the college making experience and also success in college.
Tell people where you're from.
I'm from Webster University in St. Louis.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thanks.
So we're here at St. Louis University today at our presidential symposium on rethinking student affairs and higher education. I'm here with one of my heroes, Tony Cotham, one of our scholars at ACPA, and we've just finished up the panel with our speakers and moderator. And Tony, I was just wondering, you know, the last thing I heard that really stuck with me is we have to do stuff that actually passes the use test. You know, how we link people together across campuses, how we quit worrying about so much about how we're organized, but in fact, how do we bring ourselves together and collaborate around student success, because that's what matters. I was just wondering, you know, you always hear like 3 or 4 words you take home. Did you hear anything this morning that you thought, that's a new way of thinking about that, or that's something I want to hold on to?
I think for me, when I listened, I think that the concept of islands of excellence, how do we bring those groups together? The other thing I think is, how do we get at the table? What I've took from this conversation is student affairs has got to be at the table. And right now, I don't believe we are. So we've got to partner with ACE and all the other major players to be a part of this conversation.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I have with me some more of my colleagues who are attending the conference, and one of the questions that I was asking earlier is, you know, I always leave a conference like this with a couple of things that I'm going to remember forever. It's like a phrase or a sentence, and that starts incorporating into my work. And for me, one of the ones I heard, Islands of Success. The other thing I heard was, this has to pass the use test. And I know in student affairs, we have so much information about what works, but we often don't feel that information gets translated through the whole system. So that pass the use test of whatever we do for student success, to me, really struck home. And I was just wondering if you would tell us, did you hear anything this morning that stuck with you already that you're going to use again?
Danielle Morgan Acosta at Florida State University. I think those two were definitely big pieces. I also think the redefining of student affairs and us doing that ourselves instead of complaining or saying people don't pay attention to us or don't talk to us. How are we assessing and then utilizing that information? I think we tend to assess and then we make a report and it gets shoved somewhere. So how are we defining who we are as a profession and how we are helping students succeed at college?
Fantastic.
Dawn Aldridge from St. Louis University. For me, it is all about keeping it simple. Sometimes we overcomplicate processes and different initiatives that we get lost in what we're trying to accomplish. And so I think for me, Martha really talked a lot about that, of how we can keep it simple and transparent. And I think that's something that I'm going to take back to my department and our institution to really look at what we're doing for our students and how we can engage them on more of a simple level.
Angela Perkins, Missouri University of Science and Technology. A couple of things that really stuck out to me today was conversation about attitudes and our attitudes and how they affect our leadership and how those leadership attitudes actually affect the structures that are in place and our ability to collaborate, student affairs particularly with academic affairs, and looking at the student success as the actual product that we all need to be focusing on. One of the things that was said that really stuck out to me is that we need to understand who we are, who we serve, and how we can serve them best, or how we can make the greatest impact. And I think just focusing really on understanding the student, understanding the barriers and the impediments that they're coming in with in terms of background characteristics, things that are playing at a higher level that we sometimes don't have the most control over. It's really important for us to remain curious and to really get in there and dig and understand how we can best serve to be able to support our student success.
We've just finished a phenomenal morning with Martha Cantor, former Undersecretary of the Department of Education, and a panel. And I know when I come to something like this, I always go away with like one phrase or two phrases, and it's through my mind for weeks. I'm applying that, trying to figure it out. And one of them for me this morning is this has to pass the use test. The work we do has to pass the use test. And I'm just wondering if anything occurred to you that you're already thinking, I am not going to forget that, I'm going to use that again.
Immediately, it's the whole student, making sure that higher education pays attention to not just the individual or putting that person into one monolithic group, but looking at unlayering what's part of that student's background, the culture, the race, the demographics, the student needs, the financial issues, unlayering every piece of who that student is to make sure that the student experience is meaningful for him or her.
That's right. Excellent. That's right. Yeah, I would say the real business of a university is student success. We're all responsible to that. But I think what I learned today is that we must respect the complexity and nuance of how to frame that work for everyone. And so those were my huge takeaways from today.
I would build on what my colleagues have said and say, for me, the complexity and nuance not only of working with individual students, but how we can, as student affairs profession, make that message intelligible to the others, so we don't get stuck with the blunt metrics they were talking about,
Yes.
that I think will particularly underserve our institutions and our students who are most vulnerable.
Right.
Hi, I'm Cindy Love with ACPA. We're here at St. Louis University at the Presidential Symposium on Rethinking Student Affairs. We've had an amazing morning. And the thing that always happens with me when I come away from something like this, there's always a sentence that sticks with me. And I think, actually probably that's something I need to be thinking about and talking to other people about. And I'm just wondering this morning, Janelle,
Sure.
anything stuck with you that you're going to be thinking about?
Sure. The one thing that really sticks out to me right now is when, during the panel, somebody had talked about the difference between structure and leadership. And I work at an institution right now that is in the process of going through some leadership transition. And so I think that's the thing that's sticking with me, is that it's not necessarily the structure that's as important as the leadership of the institution.
Yeah, the other thing that they were talking about during that, too, is they said, and the real key is collaboration and attitudes.
Absolutely.
Doesn't matter how we're structured, but just come together and have a great attitude about how students are going to be successful. It's not about our gains or losses.
Absolutely.
Thank
yes.
you for sharing that.
Thank
and
you.
Janelle, where are you from?
Fontbonne University here in St. Louis.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
When I go to something like this, there's always like a sentence or a phrase that kind of sticks with me, and I know that's actually something I need to think about and change in my work. And I'm just wondering, was there anything that came through to you this morning that you're going to remember going away from here, a sentence that you'll be pondering and then sharing with other folks?
Just making sure that we push information and continually educate families about access and affordability. The better education that they have will essentially make it a lot easier for them to think that higher education is attainable.
Perfect. And I want to make sure I identify where you're from.
Earl Macomb from the University of Missouri St. Louis, and I'm a doctoral student.
Oh, fantastic. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have one of those this morning that you thought, I'm going to be thinking about this for a while?
Well, one of the things that we've been working with at my institution have been involving families into decision making in the college process. And so somebody's been talking about that this morning. And so that just continues to help me think about ways that we can include the entire family in the process of the college making experience and also success in college.
Tell people where you're from.
I'm from Webster University in St. Louis.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thanks.
So we're here at St. Louis University today at our presidential symposium on rethinking student affairs and higher education. I'm here with one of my heroes, Tony Cotham, one of our scholars at ACPA, and we've just finished up the panel with our speakers and moderator. And Tony, I was just wondering, you know, the last thing I heard that really stuck with me is we have to do stuff that actually passes the use test. You know, how we link people together across campuses, how we quit worrying about so much about how we're organized, but in fact, how do we bring ourselves together and collaborate around student success, because that's what matters. I was just wondering, you know, you always hear like 3 or 4 words you take home. Did you hear anything this morning that you thought, that's a new way of thinking about that, or that's something I want to hold on to?
I think for me, when I listened, I think that the concept of islands of excellence, how do we bring those groups together? The other thing I think is, how do we get at the table? What I've took from this conversation is student affairs has got to be at the table. And right now, I don't believe we are. So we've got to partner with ACE and all the other major players to be a part of this conversation.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I have with me some more of my colleagues who are attending the conference, and one of the questions that I was asking earlier is, you know, I always leave a conference like this with a couple of things that I'm going to remember forever. It's like a phrase or a sentence, and that starts incorporating into my work. And for me, one of the ones I heard, Islands of Success. The other thing I heard was, this has to pass the use test. And I know in student affairs, we have so much information about what works, but we often don't feel that information gets translated through the whole system. So that pass the use test of whatever we do for student success, to me, really struck home. And I was just wondering if you would tell us, did you hear anything this morning that stuck with you already that you're going to use again?
Danielle Morgan Acosta at Florida State University. I think those two were definitely big pieces. I also think the redefining of student affairs and us doing that ourselves instead of complaining or saying people don't pay attention to us or don't talk to us. How are we assessing and then utilizing that information? I think we tend to assess and then we make a report and it gets shoved somewhere. So how are we defining who we are as a profession and how we are helping students succeed in college?
Fantastic.
Dawn Aldridge from St. Louis University. For me, it is all about keeping it simple. Sometimes we overcomplicate processes and different initiatives that we get lost in what we're trying to accomplish. And so I think for me, Martha really talked a lot about that, of how we can keep it simple and transparent. And I think that's something that I'm going to take back to my department and our institution to really look at what we're doing for our students and how we can engage them on more of a simple level.
Angela Perkins, Missouri University of Science and Technology. A couple of things that really stuck out to me today was conversation about attitudes and our attitudes and how they affect our leadership and how those leadership attitudes actually affect the structures that are in place and our ability to collaborate, student affairs particularly with academic affairs, and looking at the student success as the actual product that we all need to be focusing on. One of the things that was said that really stuck out to me is that we need to understand who we are, who we serve, and how we can serve them best, or how we can make the greatest impact. And I think just focusing really on understanding the student, understanding the barriers and the impediments that they're coming in with in terms of background characteristics, things that are playing at a higher level that we sometimes don't have the most control over. It's really important for us to remain curious and to really get in there and dig and understand how we can best serve to be able to support our student success.
We've just finished a phenomenal morning with Martha Cantor, former Undersecretary of the Department of Education, and a panel. And I know when I come to something like this, I always go away with like one phrase or two phrases, and it's through my mind for weeks. I'm applying that and trying to figure it out. And one of them for me this morning is this has to pass the use test. The work we do has to pass the use test. And I'm just wondering if anything occurred to you that you're already thinking, I am not going to forget that, I'm going to use that again.
Immediately, it's the whole student, making sure that higher education pays attention to not just the individual or putting that person into one monolithic group, but looking at unlayering what's part of that student's background, the culture, the race, the demographics, the student needs, the financial issues, unlayering every piece of who that student is to make sure that the student experience is meaningful for him or her.
That's right. Excellent. That's right. Yeah, I would say the real business of a university is student success. We're all responsible to that. But I think what I learned today is that we must respect the complexity and nuance of how to frame that work for everyone. And so those were my huge takeaways from today.
I would build on what my colleagues have said and say, for me, the complexity and nuance not only of working with individual students, but how we can, as student affairs profession, make that message intelligible to the others, so we don't get stuck with the blunt metrics they were talking about, that I think will particularly underserve our institutions and our students who are most vulnerable.
Right.
Hi, I'm Cindy Love with ACPA. We're here at St. Louis University at the Presidential Symposium on Rethinking Student Affairs. We've had an amazing morning. And the thing that always happens with me when I come away from something like this, there's always a sentence that sticks with me, and I think, actually probably that's something I need to be thinking about and talking to other people about. And I'm just wondering this morning, Janelle,
Sure.
anything stuck with you that you're going to be thinking about?
Sure. The one thing that really sticks out to me right now is when, during the panel, somebody had talked about the difference between structure and leadership. And I work at an institution right now that is in the process of going through some leadership transition. And so I think that's the thing that's sticking with me, is that it's not necessarily the structure that's as important as the leadership of the institution.
Yeah, the other thing that they were talking about during that, too, is they said, and the real key is collaboration and attitudes.
Absolutely.
Doesn't matter how we're structured, but just come together and have a great attitude about how students are going to be successful. It's not about our gains or losses.
Absolutely.
Thank you for sharing that.
Thank
and
you.
Janelle, where are you from?
Fontbonne University here in St. Louis.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
When I go to something like this, there's always like a sentence or a phrase that kind of sticks with me. And I know that's actually something I need to think about and change in my work. And I'm just wondering, was there anything that came through to you this morning that you're going to remember going away from here, a sentence that you'll be pondering and then sharing with other folks?
Just making sure that we push information and continually educate families about access and affordability. The better education that they have will essentially make it a lot easier for them to think that higher education is attainable.
Perfect. And I want to make sure I identify where you're from.
Earl Macomb from the University of Missouri St. Louis, and I'm a doctoral student.
Oh, fantastic. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have one of those this morning that you thought, I'm going to be thinking about this for a while?
Well, one of the things that we've been working with at my institution have been involving families into decision making in the college process. And so somebody's been talking about that this morning. And so that just continues to help me think about ways that we can include the entire family in the process of the college making experience, and also success in college.
Tell people where you're from.
I'm from Webster University in St. Louis.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thanks.
So we're here at St. Louis University today at our Presidential Symposium on Rethinking Student Affairs and Higher Education. I'm here with one of my heroes, Tony Cotham, one of our scholars at ACPA, and we've just finished up the panel with our speakers and moderator. And Tony, I was just wondering, you know, the last thing I heard that really stuck with me is we have to do stuff that actually passes the use test. You know, how we link people together across campuses, how we quit worrying about so much about how we're organized, but in fact, how do we bring ourselves together and collaborate around student success, because that's what matters. I was just wondering, you know, you always hear like 3 or 4 words you take home. Did you hear anything this morning that you thought, that's a new way of thinking about that, or that's something I want to hold on to?
I think for me, when I listened, I think that the concept of islands of excellence, how do we bring those groups together? The other thing I think is, how do we get at the table? What I've took from this conversation is student affairs has got to be at the table. And right now, I don't believe we are. So we've got to partner with ACE and all the other major players to be a part of this conversation.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I have with me some more of my colleagues who are attending the conference, and one of the questions that I was asking earlier is, you know, I always leave a conference like this with a couple of things that I'm going to remember forever. It's like a phrase or a sentence, and that starts incorporating into my work. And for me, one of the ones I heard, Islands of Success. The other thing I heard was, this has to pass the use test. And I know in student affairs, we have so much information about what works, but we often don't feel that information gets translated through the whole system. So that pass the use test of whatever we do for student success, to me, really struck home. And I was just wondering if you would tell us, did you hear anything this morning that stuck with you already that you're going to use again?
Danielle Morgan Acosta at Florida State University. I think those two were definitely big pieces. I also think the redefining of student affairs and us doing that ourselves instead of complaining or saying people don't pay attention to us or don't talk to us. How are we assessing and then utilizing that information? I think we tend to assess and then we make a report and it gets shoved somewhere. So how are we defining who we are as a profession and how we are helping students succeed at college?
Fantastic.
Dawn Aldridge from St. Louis University. For me, it is all about keeping it simple. Sometimes we overcomplicate processes and different initiatives that we get lost in what we're trying to accomplish. And so I think for me, Martha really talked a lot about that, of how we can keep it simple and transparent. And I think that's something that I'm going to take back to my department and our institution to really look at what we're doing for our students and how we can engage them on more of a simple level.
Angela Perkins, Missouri University of Science and Technology. A couple of things that really stuck out to me today was conversation about attitudes and our attitudes and how they affect our leadership and how those leadership attitudes actually affect the structures that are in place and our ability to collaborate, student affairs particularly with academic affairs, and looking at the student success as the actual product that we all need to be focusing on. One of the things that was said that really stuck out to me is that we need to understand who we are, who we serve, and how we can serve them best or how we can make the greatest impact. And I think just focusing really on understanding the student, understanding the barriers and the impediments that they're coming in with in terms of background characteristics, things that are playing at a higher level that we sometimes don't have the most control over. It's really important for us to remain curious and to really get in there and dig and understand how we can best serve to be able to support our student success.
We've just finished a phenomenal morning with Martha Cantor, former Undersecretary of the Department of Education, and a panel. And I know when I come to something like this, I always go away with like one phrase or two phrases, and it's through my mind for weeks. I'm applying that, trying to figure it out. And one of them for me this morning is this has to pass the use test. Yes. The work we do has to pass the use test. And I'm just wondering if anything occurred to you that you're already thinking, I am not going to forget that, I'm going to use that again.
Immediately, it's the whole student, making sure that higher education pays attention to not just the individual or putting that person into one monolithic group, but looking at unlayering what's part of that student's background, the culture, the race, the demographics, the student needs, the financial issues, unlayering every piece of who that student is to make sure that the student experience is meaningful for him or her.
That's right. Excellent. That's right. Yeah, I would say the real business of a university is student success. We're all responsible to that. But I think what I learned today is that we must respect the complexity and nuance.
Good afternoon. Okay, we will move to next part of our program. I have the pleasure of introducing Mary Wall, Senior Policy Advisor for the United States Department of Education, who's going to talk some today about affordability. I want to tell you a few things about Mary. First of all, she was very gracious to join us kind of last minute. As Jeff Apple was scheduled to come and had some responsibilities in Washington. There's been a few things happening in Washington around higher education this week. And certainly, I guess we could always say that. Mary joined the Obama administration in the summer of 2009 in the White House Office of Cabinet Affairs. And from 2010 to the mid-2011, she worked on higher education in the U.S. Department of Education Office of Post-Secondary Education. In 2011, she returned to the White House to serve on education policy team of Domestic Policy Council, where she worked across the administration's education agenda and priorities, including early childhood education, K-12 education, and higher education. She currently serves as a senior policy advisor for higher education to the Secretary and Undersecretary at the U.S. Department of Education. And prior to that, which warms my heart, she worked with AmeriCorps as a volunteer, teaching adults full-time as an educator and case manager at a long-term domestic violence shelter in Los Angeles. So working at a Jesuit institution, that level of and quality of service really speaks to me. She is from Massachusetts and holds a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science from Boston College. Mary Wall.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for that wonderful introduction, and it is really a pleasure to be here. And I just want to quickly start just giving you a little bit of background about me. As you just heard, I have been working in the Obama administration for about the last 5 years, and it has been an absolute thrill to do so and to work on education policy for this president. I think we've been able to do some wonderful things. I think we still have a lot of work to do, and I think that we've been trying to take an approach to it that has been as participatory and involving as many folks as possible. And so I think that this is a really wonderful opportunity to share in that. I have had the great opportunity throughout my time in the administration to be working alongside, until very recently, our former Undersecretary, Martha Kanter, who I know you all heard from earlier. I just want to, again, thank you for the opportunity to be here. Thanks to ACPA and to SLU as well for having us. So I know that you all have a focus over the course of this conference on a lot of different areas that are of high priority both to you and I think to higher ed in general. And so specifically, as you're rethinking about or rethinking student affairs professions, you're thinking along the lines of how to increase access to higher education, how to make sure that college is more affordable for students, and also making sure that your work is being guided by where you can have the most benefit and create the most effect and really kind of advance outcomes. I think that those three key themes of access, affordability, and outcomes are perhaps unsurprisingly are also very important to this administration, and I'm not sure how much you have heard about our work, but I just kind of want to go over a brief overview in terms of student debt and affordability for college this afternoon, and touch on some of our initiatives that have tried to address that. And I would also like to leave some time at the end to answer questions and or receive feedback on what we're doing. So with that, the president has really started this year in 2014 is calling it a year of action. A lot of the reason why we framed it that way is that he is going to use whatever powers he has in order to kind of look at what we can do in higher education, again, across those three dimensions of access, affordability, and outcomes that we can do right now. We are certainly open to doing this as well with Congress, but as you may have noted, we've had some challenges in doing that too. So we are trying to find ways in which we can advance the ball on those three areas. The idea here is really expanding opportunity to everyone. And that has really been a core theme of this administration, has been making sure that every American has the opportunity to succeed. It's really at its core the idea and value of equity in America, that everyone, regardless of their wealth or zip code, home address, any piece of their background is able to thrive. And we really have an obligation to build those ladders of opportunity to allow for more Americans to thrive, both economically, but then as well in the greater context of our society. In that, we've identified college attainment as defined by any post-secondary education, training, or otherwise, so a certificate or a 2- or 4-year degree across all varieties of school to be of real key importance in doing so. And what we hear most frequently, as we're at least from the president and the secretary's perspective, is that it is too expensive to do so. In fact, I don't know if folks had heard about some of the work that the administration released earlier this week around student debt and a series of executive actions that the president is taking alongside some work that our counterparts in the Senate are taking around student debt issues. But the idea here is that more and more we're hearing students and families report that college is unaffordable and unattainable. And I think what worries me much more than that is it's not just that college isn't affordable, it's that I'm not sure, it's people saying I'm not sure college is actually worth it. And we have, I think that sends some real striking and somewhat scary reverberations into our communities. There was a piece this past week in the New York Times, I don't know if anyone saw it, called Young and in Debt in New York City. But it profiled a number of recent college graduates who had moved to New York, and as it aptly noted, unsurprisingly, New York is not necessarily, or certainly New York City is not necessarily a place that is known for affordable living. but that more and more, in just profiling these a few recent borrowers, the question was being drawn of whether or not it's worth actually going to college, considering the amount of experience that's required after college, at least for a lot of, at least as is stated by a lot of bachelor's degree recipients, that they didn't feel like they were well prepared enough to thrive professionally. And so they needed to go through internships or other low or no paying work opportunities in order to to get a break into an industry. And they are finding it as a struggle to repay their obligations that they've made in student loans while also being able to afford basic things like rent. This is certainly very far from unique. I think it is perhaps telling of this specific publication and/or its readership that it is profiling students in New York City, but we all know that students everywhere are facing this. It's not just a question for those who are going to elite institutions. It's not just a question for those who are in cities or major urban areas. These are trade-offs. American families are looking at higher education as a trade-off. Do I put my time and money into it in order to ask or to hope that I have a better bang for my buck in the future? And do I trust that I'll actually recover that investment? I think it is really, really hard, as noted in the article. One of the students that was quoted said, at 18 or 19, agreeing to take on thousands and thousands of dollars in debt, I had no idea what that meant. We know that, as a student is generally in repayment, I think a typical repayment period for a student who graduates is ranging from age 25 through 35 in order to pay off your debt. Those are prime times in life where even as earnings are going upward, I think it's generally around 6 or so years after graduating from college, as there's a steady incline upward in wages, it is still very much a challenge to be able to do it all. And so I think that is what we're hearing most. That is certainly what the president is hearing, and what the Secretary Duncan is hearing very frequently as they are both traveling the country. I'm not sure if folks know, the president reads 10 letters from Americans every day. He has them selected from thousands and thousands of letters that the White House receives all the time, but his correspondence office goes through and tries to pick out letters that will be representative of, say, the mail that has come in. And I can't tell you how many of these, and I know Martha would be able to echo this as well, directly talk about how crushed people feel by student debt. And there have been many instances where the president is directly responding to these letters. It's no surprise that it's a problem. The secretary also says that as he goes everywhere and says, I get stopped at airports, people tell me that they can't afford college, you're telling me that this is the American dream. I think that, for better or for worse, a lot of the rhetoric that the administration has used is focusing on that college is an undeniable good, and that it will, at least on occasion, require some debt to be taken on. And so I think there's a clear pathway here for a lot of people toward higher education, and we're trying as an administration to be as responsive to that as possible. In terms of enrollment, nearly 2/3 of high school graduates enrolled in college in 2013, which is a 6% increase from 1995. That was particularly enhanced during the period of the Great Recession as more and more students went back to college. And I think now we're seeing it flatline a little bit more. It's worth noting that there has been a particular uptick in numbers of low-income students enrolling in college. And in fact, they account for most of the increase in enrollment from 1984 through 2008. More than half of high school graduates from families in the lowest income quintile enrolled in college in 2008, which is a 21% increase from 1984. So we're seeing that more and more students are making the choice to go into school, which is, I don't think anyone here would deny that that's a very positive thing. But we're seeing more and more that they're relying on debt in order to finance that. In terms of how bad the debt problem is, there are many different accounts out there. I think what grabs our attention the most, and specifically in the media, is those who have these absolute enormous debt levels, things that are six-figure debt upon graduating at age, and this is would be a traditional college student who went through and completed in 4 years, graduating at, say, age 22 with 6 figures of debt. That is far from the norm. The average for graduates, according to the Institute for College Access and Success, is just shy of $30,000. It's $29,400. But that's nothing to shake a head about either. That is certainly still a significant amount of debt for a graduate. And again, that is for a graduate. That's for completers. If you're looking overall at all of those who borrow, both public and private, Federal Reserve Bank, I believe, puts that at a lesser number. I want to say it's around $23,400. And that is still significant. And of course, graduating without the credential will put you in a place where you have the debt, but you've not actually completed towards the degree. In terms of the Great Recession itself, so the period looking at since 2008, we are now, it is the only piece of debt, consumer debt in the nation that continued to rise during the Great Recession was student loan debt. We're now at over $1.1 trillion of student loan debt as a nation. It is the second largest consumer loan debt outside of mortgages. That is up from $250 billion a decade ago. So it has been a significant and precipitous increase. We know that those who are borrowing are generally able to pay back their loans, and that is true on the whole. There are many who are struggling, though, and there's many who need to know more about what their options are, which is what I want to talk a little bit about in terms of what the administration is doing. But in general, most people are able to pay back their loans. Some of these debt burdens are pretty significant, though. We have about 10% of borrowers who entered repayment in 2012 defaulting on their loans. And if you're looking at that as a sector-based breakdown, that is significantly, it can get significantly higher. So if you're looking at a private for-profit college industry, for instance, has default rates in excess of 20% of borrowers. A lot of these borrowers are folks who have low loan balances, which says to us as an administration, at least as one conclusion, that there are certainly a large number of non-completers who have taken on just a little bit of debt in order to finance a higher education that perhaps they didn't finish. But it also says to us that that we need to be doing more to communicate with those borrowers who maybe don't think that they have that top line $30,000 debt level, but it's still something. It's certainly something that will continue to stay with them. There are a lot of reasons why the cost of college has continued to rise. The one that certainly we focus on a lot at the federal level, and I promise it's not trying to point fingers, but it is looking at declining state investment in higher education. In perspective, the federal government shoulders more than double what states collectively invest in higher education. So about if you're looking at total grants, loan, and tax credits, it's about between $160 and $170 billion every year that the federal government spends at institutions, and that's direct aid to students in the form of grants, tax credits, or loans. And if you're looking at what states collectively spend, it's about $80 billion. So we feel as though this is a significant cost, especially considering how much of a stake that the federal government has in this. But it has been a significant decline in state revenues, which I know that anyone who here who's representing public higher education institutions or systems certainly knows very well. Most states have begun, there was recent analysis put out by the State Higher Education Executives Organization and the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities talking about what those figures look like now. Most states have begun to restore what their cuts were, but almost all of them are still much below pre-recession levels. That is the state funding on higher education on average per student is down 23% since the beginning of the recession. If you're looking overall at what the FTE enrollment at public colleges and universities has looked like since 2007, 2008 through 2012, 2013, we've looked at a 7.4% increase overall in enrollment and a cut of 17.5% total appropriations at the state level. So it is obviously, it is something that is of really great importance in looking at what the state role is here. But all of that said, and there is still great hope here that Americans see the value in higher education and still want to pursue it. And so specifically, there have been the median annual earnings for recipients of a bachelor's degree or higher at age 25 or older was $62,300 in 2013, which is $28,000 more than their counterparts with just a higher education, or a high school diploma. Even those who have not completed but have some college still show significant increases in earnings. What's most striking to me about looking at the benefits of this investment is that it's still something that you're able to see tremendous social mobility coming from this investment, as in those who are in the lowest income quintiles, are coming from lowest income quintile families, are more likely to remain there absent an investment in higher education. And you really do see the social mobility of the next generation within a family rising so significantly if a student or a family pursues a higher education. And so we, as an administration, have really focused on how we can make the most of what we believe still to be an undeniable good of college. That is not to say that every investment in higher education is the same, but we still, as a belief and as an enduring American value, believe that higher education is a ladder of opportunity into the middle class. And so we've really kind of tried to put a priority around making sure that everyone is able to access and achieve in higher education depending on what they want their path to be. Specifically, the President laid out the 2020 goal, which we've been talking about for a long time now, but it is that it's kind of two-pronged, that every American pursues at least 1 year of higher education, and that, again, we become first in the world in higher education. I say that because we also have a new grant program called First in the World that many of you may have heard about that I can talk about as well. But it is, we were once at first in the world in terms of our percentage of young Americans who had a higher education degree or credential. We're currently at 12th in the world. And we have shown progress over the course of the last several years in slight increases, but certainly the rest, many other countries are continuing to outpace us. And so I want to, from there, again, I've talked a lot about kind of what the trends look like. We've kind of designed what a kind of larger approach would be to many of these issues. None of them are a panacea. None of them will get us the exact perfect results, but we do believe that taking concerted action in a lot of these areas will really help advance the ball. And so I kind of want to talk about it in a broad approach, but I'll probably throw a lot of things at you and then see what you all actually want to talk about, and I'll stop talking at that point so that I can answer questions. But the idea here, and it really kind of was kicked off in earnest, was last August when the president had his college cost bus tour, is what we called it, because who doesn't love a bus tour? And he visited 4 different institutions, and we rolled out a number of different reforms across a couple different areas that were designed to reward schools for performance, spur innovation and competition in the higher education marketplace, and make sure that debt is manageable. And so it's kind of a comprehensive approach to all of those things. It starts at the very beginning with providing high-quality consumer information. I know that we've talked a lot about this. I know that information is not information alone does not change how consumers behave, and it won't necessarily have, even if it does have an impact, that impact won't necessarily come quickly. But we do believe that having information laid out as clearly and cleanly as possible in a way that people can understand is absolutely crucial to making sure that students and families can smartly make an investment in higher ed. And so that has been shown across a variety of different ways. The 2 biggest ways have been with our college scorecard, which we have as a tool available on the Department of Education's website as well as the White House website, that puts across 5 different data elements for institutions that we have in our collection of student loan data and institutional data that are some reflections of performance of an institution. They are far from capturing the entirety of the performance or the complexity of an institution, and they do not, and this specific tool does not make judgments about an institution. It simply presents the information in a way that an institution or a family or consumer could compare apples to apples, what an institution looks like as compared to another. We've also developed a financial aid shopping sheet, which is very similar in nature, but is a standardized 1-page form that institutions have voluntarily adopted. I think we have over 2,000 institutions who have adopted this already, that is sent out as part of their financial aid packages and says very clearly, and so that families will be able to compare line by line what is a grant, what is a loan, what is being offered to you by your state, what is being offered to you by the federal government, what other benefits might you be able to receive in pursuing a higher education. That has been really key. The college cost crisis, though, and this is kind of like the second broad plank, the first being consumer information, would be doing more to curb college costs. And that, especially, I think, with our focus on debt, which is such a very prominent theme, has to be this idea of curbing costs and containing costs in higher education has to be as high in importance as the debt idea. As I had mentioned, we rolled out a series of executive actions earlier this week on student debt, and I think probably the biggest criticism that we received from that was, but you're not looking at the front end. You're not looking at what at how to contain costs on the front end. And so we have, as I had mentioned, the president has made very broad proposals around this, and we've tried in many ways to get at this, but we haven't made as many inroads here as we would like. I think, as I discussed earlier, our ratings proposal for a post-secondary institutional rating system aims to advance that objective. Again, it is a system of accountability in which institutions would eventually receive Title IV federal student aid based on what their performance looks like across access, affordability, and outcomes. But we're still in the development of that process, and I think, as we've all acknowledged, it will take significant amounts of time in order to actually get us to a place where that will be bearing fruit. So even if this is to change market behaviors, it will still take time, presumably, for institutions to change what their practices are in order to, say, yield cost savings or hopefully work more efficiently at a lower cost while still producing outcomes. We've also spent a good deal of time making sure that our commitment to affordability remains strong while students are in school. And personally, these are the areas where I feel proudest of our administration in terms of a student aid perspective. It is, I was talking to some of you earlier, it is the place where I believe that we have the most impact on a day-to-day with students. As I had mentioned earlier, there are 39 million federal student loan borrowers with outstanding debt at present. That is no small number. Very, very, very many Americans still have either are taking out loans every year or are financing their higher education using federal funds. And so we've worked on a lot of different things that have tried to make sure that it is more affordable for students, specifically reforms to the student loan program, both in eliminating our previous federal family education loan program, FEL, and cutting out middlemen. So it's the government is the lender for all student borrowing at this point. And then as well as changing the structure around interest rates, which has since last year been able to benefit 10 million student loan borrowers and reducing their loan rates for both parent and student borrowers. The biggest piece and what I think is the most exciting around the student aid world is our commitment to Pell. The Pell Grant is a crucial component of federal financial aid and is a critical piece for low-income and often middle-income students as well. We've doubled our support of this program in order to be able to make sure that an additional 3 million recipients could have access to Pell. And we've also raised the maximum, we've provided the support to be able to raise the maximum Pell Grant over $1,000, or I actually think it's $999 since the beginning of the administration, which is very, very exciting to us. And we've also created the American Opportunity Tax Credit, which is a tax credit that provides for, that allows students and families to claim up to $2,500 in education expenses each year. Finally, on the debt side, we have done an awful lot that we are also really excited about. As I mentioned, our work earlier this week was expanding or putting out a presidential memorandum that would expand income-driven repayment options to more borrowers. And so specifically here, I'm not sure if folks are aware that they're of these options for student loans, but currently on student lenders or student borrowers are able to either cap their loans at 10 or 15% of their monthly income. These are called income-driven repayment plans, or IDR plans. And specifically, the president put forward regulations that expanded the 10% cap plan, or pay-as-you-earn plan is what we call it, to, it was about, I think, 1.6 million borrowers who would benefit from it in 2012. And now what we've done earlier this week is propose a second expansion of this that would put us at an additional 5 million borrowers who would benefit from this plan. This is extremely exciting for us. We know that this is not something that is necessarily the best option for every borrower. In fact, we very rightfully have tried to put as many calculators and information out there to spell out what the pluses and minuses are of income-driven plans to the public through our studentaid.gov website. But it's a challenge, and it's a trade-off for many borrowers as they're going back and forth and figuring out how to pay their loans. We think this is a very, very important option. And as I had mentioned earlier, we have also, as an administration, really thrown our support behind the Senate's proposed legislation to refinance student loans, which could have an effect of saving borrowers up to, I think, actually over $2,000, and that's for 25 million borrowers of federal and non-federal student loans. So that's kind of a very rough overview of a lot of the things that we've been working on. I think that even with what feels like a lot of doom and gloom around student debt, there is absolutely a need, and certainly from our perspective, to continue to reiterate that college is a worthwhile investment, that it is something that will be a ladder of opportunity to the middle class for families. I just really quickly want to say two things, which are, I think the Secretary of Education, Arne Duncan, put it really well on when he was talking about this publicly on Monday. He had said, well, college has never been more important. It has also never been more expensive. I know the cost keeps too many students and parents up at night. They're unsure how they're going to pay for college. They feel burdened by their student loans. They're wondering if it's worth it. Let me be clear, it is. And I think that even in the expose that we saw in the New York Times that I mentioned earlier, it ended with a quote from one of the borrowers who said, "My upward mobility completely depended on getting that education. Debt or no debt, I'd do it again because it was my only way out." And so we will continue to stand by our commitment to making sure that debt can be manageable for borrowers, but even bigger than that, that higher education remains affordable and that colleges are doing all they can to try to make that happen. So I will stop talking and ask for questions if people have them.
Mary, thank you so much. It was overwhelming and very exciting to hear all these things, and also a fellow Boston College graduate. So yes, thank you. I'm Chris.
Go Eagles.
Thank you, go Eagles. I'm Chris Wren from Michigan State University. Just for those who don't know me. So you talked a lot about you used words like consumer information, the higher education marketplace, and a shopping sheet. Mm-hmm. So these are, to many of us who work in student affairs, a little bit like red flags for the, because we prefer not to think about students in those ways most of the time. Sure. What I'm thinking about is when Doug talked earlier about higher education as an imperfect marketplace, it is a marketplace, and also what President Natalicio talked about in terms of her students don't really have choices. So as you in the department are thinking about ways to control student costs, increase the market, more information for consumers, how are you making sure, or how are you thinking about, what factors are you considering that are most vulnerable students, the ones who actually don't have a choice about where to go? How will they be protected, and what you're thinking about?
Sure. I think that's a really, really great question. It is always a struggle, and I think we are confounded as an entire sector in higher education in a lot of different ways, and it's often something that can be our stumbling block. That first, we get it from both students and from institutions. We're too diverse. It's too many people or too many institutions who are too different. You can't make generalizations. We hear that so very much, and specifically, and as will not surprise anyone, we hear it as if, for instance, on our college ratings proposal all the time, that this is a proposal that is not going to be set up for success because there is such a great diversity among institutions. But I think rightly, as you said, we have to try to look at it as much as we can and in everything that we're doing from the perspective of a student who is generally either first generation, low income, or otherwise not familiar with post-secondary education. We have tried to really guide all of the things that we were talking about and all of our actions around that. I oftentimes get really excited actually about our work in higher education because I think our work in education overall as an administration, because so often so much of the rhetoric in DC is framed around middle class, middle class, middle class, and I don't doubt that is something that we want to be encouraging is a pathway to everyone for the middle class, but it assumes that all Americans are middle class. And what I love about the work in education is that it is undeniably focused not only on middle class, and certainly there is this place for middle class there, but about low-income students. The vast majority, again, as you heard me say, our investments in Pell the vast majority go to, I think it's more than 90% go to students and families with incomes less than $40,000 per year. So these are key things for low-income students. But as you rightly mentioned, there aren't often a lot of choices, either based on geography, based on the availability of institutions in the vicinity, or based on family circumstances. We nonetheless, even with that, I think that that's absolutely valid. But we are trying to set up systems that would still allow and empower, and again, I will use the word consumers, although I recognize that it is challenging because it feels as though it diminishes all of this to a transaction. And again, it's something that we've heard loud and clear from higher education that it's not that. But it is, we know that everyone, whether or not they feel like they have a choice, is making a choice either to go or not to go. There's obviously opportunity cost in not going to college or in going to college and foregoing the earnings. I think that there is, we've tried to kind of take our approach to ratings in a way that would look at it as much as possible from that lens, that we don't necessarily know the perspective. I mean, I think that's the big wild card here, is we don't know the perspective from which everyone who will be a consumer of the ratings will come at it. From a more macro level, we have people like me or like other policymakers who are looking at it from an accountability perspective, from an institutional performance perspective. We have administrators and you all at your institutions who want to know how your institution is performing. And then you have students who, again, as President Natalicio said, it is the central business of what an institution is all about. And I think we have to do better in terms of trying to understand how we can design or help design a tools that will guide that choice, because students are making it implicitly or explicitly one way or the other. They're either choosing to go, whether they're choosing amongst many different institutions to attend if they have multiple offers or they want to go far away, whether they feel like they can only stay close because of circumstance. It's still a choice that's being made. I think we are going to we have to continue to grapple with that architecture of that choice to make sure that it would be beneficial most directly to the consumer here, who is, generally speaking, someone who probably has low amounts of information about college going. Are there other questions? Great. Well, thank you, everyone, for having me. Again, it has been a real pleasure to be with you. And if folks do have questions, I'd be happy to answer them afterwards. Thanks.
So we're much more tolerant of your needs in the afternoon. So we'll take a quick break. We'll have our final speaker. Then another break, and then we will get into our data jam and our interactive session. So 15, and we will follow the same protocol. We'll announce about 2 minutes until we're ready to restart. Thanks. All right, we will reconvene. So if you'd like to grab your seats, that would be appreciated. It's really my honor to introduce Dr. Jillian Kinsey. I'm sure a lot of you know that name. Jillian is the Associate Director for the Center of Post-Secondary Research, and most of us are very familiar with NSSE, the National Survey of Student Engagement. In fact, a lot of us use that assessment on our campuses, and probably many of us have had conversations with Dr. Kinsey. Dr. Kinsey coordinates the NSSE Institute project activities. She has a PhD from Indiana University in Higher Education with a minor in Women's Studies. She comes to the NSSE staff from the faculty at IU, where she coordinated the master's program in higher education and student affairs from 2000 to 2002, and then I'm sure she was plucked and recruited over to NSSE. She has more than a decade of additional experience as a research associate and administrative work in academic and student affairs. Her research interests are many, but they include college choice, first-year student development, teaching and learning in college, access and equity, and women in underrepresented fields. I've heard her speak many times, including the last few years at AAC&U. She's a terrific speaker. She has some very interesting things to say, and I'd like to welcome Dr. Kinsey to the stage.
Man, I hope I can deliver on that. Okay. Well, thank you. I'm really honored to be here. And I have to say, I'm not only honored to be here and speaking with this group, but I consider student affairs really my home profession. So that's what, despite what role I have now, whatever that might be, really it's my home. So I'm particularly honored to be here, and I'm really proud to be here and speaking with you about this work, because I think probably for too long we haven't engaged this audience in this important work. So I'm really proud that the profession has really stepped up, and you have stepped up to make this a commitment to be here for the day. And I know from talking with Cindy that things are not ending with this. So if you thought this was all you were committing to when you came here today, you're wrong. You actually are now kind of deputized to do more work on these topics. And I really hope you take up that charge and that challenge to not only spread some of the ideas and the things that we're thinking about here on your own campus, but are also taking that to other associations with which you work. I mean, I know you all have professional networks and functional area groups and other folks that you're meeting with regularly, and to try and infuse the same ideas through that. How are we addressing these really big issues that are impinging on the work of higher education? So I'm excited and I'm proud that Student Affairs has taken up this. So congratulations to the folks that organized this work. It makes me really happy to be part of the profession with that. So thank you. And you know, there's certainly a lot to talk about. Kent said that through my work with NSSE at the National Survey of Student Engagement, and now with NALOA, the National Institute for Learning Outcome Assessment, I've been focused on accountability in higher education for at least the last really 12 years now. So it's been a long time, and I have a lot of perspective on this. In fact, I probably have enough perspective to go the rest of the afternoon, but I will spare you that, and I promise to end on time. But perspective is certainly something that I've gained over the years, and I want to talk a little bit about kind of some of the things, or at least summarize a little what we've seen. Let's see if I can make it work. What we've seen more recently, and to kind of remind us, or at least highlight, some of the current accountability initiatives. And Mary actually already talked about this and really introduced the current attention that's been placed on, in this case, price, value, and student outcomes. That's coming from the administration. And this has been, this is not new. This has been driving the work for at least, before that, Margaret Spelling's work, and now through Obama administration. Mary even used the phrase that I often quote from Obama that said, kind of getting the most bang out of your educational buck. That is the current kind of tenor, the idea that's out there right now in terms of what students really ought to be getting out of higher education, and that we need to raise the college graduation rate. These are the big issues right now that are pressing. The other one that we've mentioned and we've talked a little bit about is this performance measure that's kind of out there, and we don't know exactly what it's going to measure and what result or what outcome that's going to have for higher education, but it's certainly the latest gust over the last probably 6 months in terms of what's going on, in terms of really putting some more pressure on higher education to respond and perform. And then, there are these, generated from our own higher ed scholarship, ongoing concerns about persistence and completion rates. So this comes from Vince Tinto's work that, he's certainly been, the king monitoring persistence and studying retention rates in higher education for a long time. And, this is a pretty fine point. The fact that half of all college students in the U.S. will not complete their degrees in 6 years is really, it's a terrible thing. We need to be advancing more students through the educational program faster and at greater rates. So there's no denying the state of student success right now. There's some real question about that. And then there's also some questions about what students are doing in college. There was this terrible period where we went through kind of describing college as leisure time, and that it was a time when students weren't doing a whole lot during their college education, and that's just really concerned me a lot. But yet here I am contributing to a lot of this same stuff with NESE data that shows that students are only studying in the first year about 14 hours per week, 15 hours for seniors. I'm actually contributing to this kind of impression, but I'm not making this data up. This is what students are reporting. And that's been one of the most consistent data points we've had since the start of NESE, is how much time, or I should say how little time, full-time students are able to dedicate to preparing for academic work. And then, let me just layer on top of this, the other kind of stunner for me is when I see that 48% of seniors across institutions are reporting spending zero. They actually have to choose zero. They could choose 1 to 5, but they choose zero on the survey to say that they're just not doing any sort of co-curricular experiences. So this notion that somehow students are not studying and they're, goofing off and doing all this other stuff, involved in intramurals and, involved in all these leadership, is not true. I mean, it just isn't. They're spending their time in lots of different ways. It's a complicated story. They're working a lot. They're doing other things. They're distracted by a lot of things. They have a lot of time that really is kind of unproductive, I think. So there's a lot going on. And I think this is an opportunity for us. How are students spending their time, and what should they really be doing? What do we really want them to be doing, to make the most out of their college experience? So there's this lingering question out there. So this is another pressure that higher education has to deal with. And then the one that really kind of keeps me up at night is about, okay, geez, what are they learning? What evidence do we have that they're really learning things that they need to know? And this quote actually comes from Ben Wildavsky, who now has joined the faculty at the University of Albany, but he's been pretty outspoken about some of his concerns and the lack of comparative evidence about what students are learning. And so this is a pretty serious matter, too. So we've got, how students are spending their time and what they're learning, all these pressures. And then finally, this notion about, are students ready for work? This is, there's some skepticism about, are they even ready to perform in the knowledge-based economy? Are they ready? Do they have the experience and skills necessary? This was kind of a pretty lukewarm statement from employers. 47% of employers said colleges are doing a good job of prepping graduates for the world of work. They didn't say excellent. They didn't say a great job. They said a good job. So that's, certainly something inspiring us to work a little harder to help prepare students to be better prepared for the workplace. And then finally, this bigger perception that higher education is simply busted. It's just broken. And this one came from somebody I always considered a friend of higher education, Elizabeth Warren, who, this came from a Here and Now radio program just, it was weeks ago in May 8th or 6th, I guess it was. And, she is essentially saying that what I think is notable about her quote is what she intimates that there is so much broken about higher education that, you know, refinancing is not even going to touch what's really broken about higher education, which scared the heck out of me. You know, I just thought, oh no, what does she think is broken? You know, is she on this bandwagon too? So I was getting really concerned about, you know, what are these perceptions that are out there about higher education, and how do we confront them and straighten out the ones that are complete misperceptions and that are really wrong in lots of ways, and then how do we make sure that we're the ones delivering the message about what's good about higher education and what its value is and what students are doing and how prepared they are for the world of work. That we need to be better at telling the story. Otherwise, I think we're going to continue to see a lot of these perceptions out there. So there's mounting pressure for a greater accountability in higher education. And I actually think, as much as I say student affairs is under more pressure than ever to demonstrate the impact of their work, of its work, I think this is actually a positive thing. I mean, that might be scary initially, but I think we have a lot to say about the impact of our work. So we just need to figure out how to say it in a way that both is communicated on our campus and that there's a clear message on our own campus, and then how do we spread that to these other publics and stakeholders who are concerned. So I actually think this is a good thing. We're under more pressure, and actually we can deliver. We can deliver on this. So in some ways, you know, I see this session, this gathering today as really trying to empower us a little bit more in higher education to tell the story that we know to be true about our students' experience. And this is not the first time we've talked about these issues. For those of you who remember Greg Blimling's work, who is a IU master's grad, I have to, you know, I'm proud of Greg and his work in student affairs in particular. And Greg identified these 21st century accountability demands. And this was in 1999. And for those of you who need to remember what 1999, like how long ago that was actually when Brad Pitt and Jennifer Aniston were still together. And look how young Brad Pitt looks in that picture. It's really amazing. So that was 1999. But for me, 1999 doesn't really feel that long ago, you know, in the whole kind of scheme of things. And these issues about, you know, this higher ed being more accountable for student behavior, some of these pressing compliance issues that we talked about, that's a huge issue for accountability. It was huge in 1999, and it continues to be huge. Cost efficiency, this idea, remember outsourcing, that was all the kind of buzz at every conference was, oh, you know, we're going to outsource, we're going to make everything more affordable, we're going to really change everything, we're going to outsource, we're going to unbundle student service fees. These were all the things that were going to help us be more accountable. A lot of places downsized student affairs units during this time. These are the things that happened under that accountability time. And then that we actually had this attention to effectiveness of student affairs programs. So there was attention even in 1999 that this is an important dimension around the effectiveness and demonstrating the impact and value of programs and services, and in particular contributions to student learning. So this is not new. These pressures are not new. And the agenda in 2014, by, you know, kind of my summary of this work, is that those 1999 issues continue. Those are still on the agenda. And for those of you who need a 2014 reference, just so we can continue the images here, so this is my kind of 2013, 2014 with Pharrell Williams in this really cool Smokey the Bear hat and the robots during his Grammy Awards ceremony. So this is kind of what 2014 is about. So, you know, we are concerned about ongoing contributions to student success, this concern about retention and completion and high levels of engagement. So it's not just that students complete, but they actually get something out of their experience. And that we are aligning our work more with the institutional mission and goals, that we're not working on parallel tracks, we're kind of completely conjoined because there is so much to do at an institution level. We really do need to have everybody working along the same lines. The contribution to student learning is still there, and I think it's even more pressing. And then evidence of data-informed practice. So we've kind of refined this a little bit more and demonstrated improvement on practice based on data and information. So these are kind of the current, what I see, the current accountability concerns. And this is the agenda for today. So still 1999 issues, but new ones kind of layered on that. And I think this symposium really raises some pretty serious questions about these issues. And I really like this line that student affairs must be engaged in helping higher education institutions respond with solutions to these challenges. You know, that's exactly what I want to be doing. I want to be, you know, kind of arm in arm thinking about how do we help respond to these challenges in higher education. They're challenges for the whole enterprise. It's not just, you know, student affairs alone. It really is the whole enterprise. So this is what I hope we can do, but it does have implications for our work. It doesn't mean that we can keep doing things the way we did, and we can't layer on more responsibilities. Some things probably have to go, you know, and those are scary things to think about. And according to the Presidential Symposium kind of materials, this additive model is really unsustainable, and I probably agree with that. So how are we gonna approach this task? What are we gonna do about it? So I do think it does require some rethinking of student affairs practice, and to think about 5 things, and this is what I'm going to frame the rest of my comments around. And I really hope this is a reflection for you. I hope that as I'm talking, you're doing a little reflection, and I have some reflective moments in here to, I guess, do we have forced? Isn't reflection supposed to be voluntary? I'm gonna try and force it, but okay. So some forced reflection. So the first one is what I think the accountability agenda does is it requires us to rethink kind of and put student success and, in this case, engagement at the forefront of our agenda. That's what we're about. And I'm going to have us take stock here in a minute. So I'm going to go through these first, and then we'll do a little stock taking. So this is the first one, forefronting student success and engagement in our work. The second is to build more robust campus partnerships. You know, I think we've really hammered this one already, this need for robust campus partnerships. Third point that this accountability climate really demands is demonstration, justification of program effectiveness and contributions to student success and institutional goals. So it's not enough just to say this is a really good program and people really enjoyed it and everyone was satisfied. Well, how do those things relate to the larger student success and institutional goals? So it's great that the program was well received, that students came, but what did they get out of it, and how does that relate to the institutional goals and mission? We need more data-informed action. This is, you know, kind of, Diana really illustrated this in its incredible value, is that we need to be confident in the data we have about, in this case, whether it's programs or our students' experience, and we need to say, this is what we're acting on, just like UTEP did to achieve the tremendous access and student success that they achieved. We need to be confident in that. And then this last emphasis on student learning. So this one is, you know, the persistent one from the list before, that we need to be more attentive to student learning outcomes in particular. So let's do a little stock taking on these dimensions. So the dimensions, the 5 dimensions I mentioned, and then I'm going to give you kind of my take of what that is for the field. And I hope you're thinking about, okay, what's the status of that on my own campus? What would I say? What grade would I award? How well do I think our own campus is doing around this dimension? So the first one, all right, so forefronting student success and this student engagement agenda. I actually think the field is pretty well grounded in this. I think we've got good scholarship to suggest why this is important, what we should be doing. It's our strong suit for sure, and we need to be the leading voices for that on campuses and in the field. The challenge, it's not always fully practiced. We kind of, you know, we're not always out there necessarily leading the charge on these issues, and we're not always the ones kind of convening the meetings on our campus that involve these more widespread stakeholders. We'll do it within our units, but we're not necessarily looked to across the campus for this expertise. So I think this is a real strong suit of ours, and we need to keep pushing it in the field. Robust partnerships. We've been talking about powerful partnerships for a long time in student affairs and how important that is. I think it's a clearly expressed goal. It's well articulated in all of the student affairs administration books that I've ever read. And, you know, it's out there, but it's not practiced. as much as I think we espouse. So I think this is an area where we can push a little bit more, but we've, again, got pretty good grounding around this dimension. The third one, demonstration and justification of program effectiveness. I think we've had some tremendous advances, particularly over the last probably 10 years, around our capacity to do greater program effectiveness. The expertise is there, but it's real uneven. Some campuses have some really strong programs for evaluating programs and demonstrating effectiveness and connecting that to institutional goals. Other places, it's like, you know, I will go there and they won't even understand what I'm talking about. So I think, whoa, all right, this is real uneven in the field. The other thing, data-informed action. I think this one relates to number 4. I think we're better about doing data-informed action, but it's not everywhere, nor is it well documented when we do this. We just kind of say, this is our new program. We need to say how we got there. How did we decide? What data informed the development of this new program? Because that's what's going to help you get money for it. That's what's going to help it stay in place if it's really serving the value that you claim. And it's also just going to be really helpful for the field to know what data informed that practice. So we need to be more transparent about that aspect. So it's not everywhere, nor is it well documented. The last one, emphasis on student learning outcomes. This one I think has probably been our biggest challenge. I think it's well grounded in our field. The student learning imperative really launched all this, and I'll mention later that the monograph, the Learning Reconsidered monograph, really just laid out a perfect framework for this. But it's, again, not always well practiced. It's, again, another uneven kind of aspect of our work. So that's my sense of the field. And I hope while I was talking, what is the state on your campus? How would you evaluate your own campus along these same lines? Or would there be some areas where you say, we got this one. We're really strong around program effectiveness, or we're really strong on emphasizing student learning outcomes, or maybe you're really growing those areas. I would even accept that as a positive thing, because this takes a lot of work to do. But see how well you do. So I'm going to go through these and talk a little bit more about them, just to give you a even more flavor of what this really is all about. So this first one about student success and engagement and why it's important. I mean, this is a pretty strong theme. It's probably the strongest theme. I would probably argue it's probably the most important theme on here. We can collect data all we want, but unless we're doing it for the purposes of student success, frankly, I'm not really interested in it. So I want to know what it is that we're doing around student success. So we got to marshal resources to make completion a priority. How much is that driving our work? We're concerned about completion. We're concerned about student success. How much are all of our initiatives oriented around student success? And then how much are we really ensuring that students are active, engaged participants? Remember that statistic I showed you earlier about how little they're studying and how little they're involved, at least as seniors, in co-curricular activities. NESE data show that there are a whole lot of other opportunities, unfortunately, that a lot of students are missing out on, high-impact practices being one of those. The fact that only about actually, I think 18% of non-first generation students participate in study abroad experiences across the board. 8% of first generation students participate in study abroad. That's just not, we can do better than that. We can definitely do better than that. So to think about, are there experiences, practices that we want students to have? How are we ensuring that? How are we ensuring that they're active and engaged in that? The other dimension is, so a little reflection here. So as I think about this student success agenda, I hope you're thinking, all right, am I contributing my expertise and capacity to the persistence, completion, and decreasing time to degree efforts on my campus? Are you involved in those conversations on your campus? Is somebody from the unit really pretty active around those dimensions? How involved are you in, if there is a racial, ethnic completion rate gap on your campus, are you involved in those discussions? Is that an active discussion on your campus? And if it's not a conversation that's happening on your campus, you can raise your hand and say, I'd like to start this investigation. I'd really like to start looking at this to know how we're going to are we going to look bad if we move to these measures that really start to demonstrate? I mean, those measures are already out there. You can look them up right now on college results online and see the exact difference in your racial ethnic graduation rates at every single institution in this room. So that information is already out there. What conversation is going on your campus around what that means? The other one is gateway courses. This has become my new favorite topic, thinking about how many students are shut out of degree programs, who are shut out of college completely because they get into a course that has a high failure rate, a high DFW rate, and they don't know what to do. They're in it, they're in that chemistry class, they're in that psych. Actually, psych is one of the biggest offenders that people don't look to a lot. They're in this course and they don't know what to do, and they end up dropping out or not going into the program that they thought they were going to go into. Are you involved in those conversations? Gateway courses push students not only out of majors, but they also push students out of college. So let's think about that as a site for this work. Are you ensuring that students are involved in high-impact practices, that they're having these really highly engaged experiences? Are you involved in those conversations about how to increase service learning experiences or undergraduate research or whatever it is your campus really likes to do and works for your students? How much is student affairs at the table for those kind of initiatives that are really student success boosting? And then finally, just overall fostering students' higher level of engagement across a variety of different practices we know matter. That's where we need to be. And to think about this, what does that mean for your campus? If you have NESE results, or if you're from a community college and you have SESE results, what does that look like? At least as a clue or a way in to some places that you might say, I think we can really do something around student-faculty interaction through these programs, because our scores are not great around that dimension. Let's do something. So these are some things to be thinking about. So I hope you're reflecting on, are you involved in these conversations? How involved are you in this? One of the things that my colleagues, Kathy Manning and John Chu, and I, when we just updated the one size does not fit all, and we were fortunate enough that Rutledge moved us to a multicolored cover this year, as opposed to, for those of you who remember, the dull green color that we were, the first round, the first edition was this boring dull green color. This is much more entertaining, this version. And we updated it and really talked about how should student affairs be practiced, or what might it look like if we're really oriented around engagement and success. And we profile 11 models and really describe the different ways that student affairs can be practiced. Because just like there's diversity in the sector, there's diversity in how student affairs can be practiced too. It doesn't have to be done. We're not trying to homogenize the profession. We really want to allow that diversity, but you're going to make choices, and you need to know who you are, who your students are, in order to make the best choices about how to drive forward the student affairs, the student success and engagement agenda. What student affairs model is best given who you are? So I encourage you to really take a look at this and think about it. What it really outlined was this notion of how should we practice if we're going to emphasize educationally effective practice, if we're going to focus on engagement that we know matters for students, how do we organize ourselves? So this might be something to think about in terms of considering your model for practice. What this book really illustrates is that when student success and engagement are a priority on campus, it makes a difference around important things like graduation and completion and retention rates and the overall level of engagement. Figuring out what's the best model for your institution is exactly what I think. That's the kind of reflection we hope people are doing in the field. It makes a difference. So NESE is, one tool. I actually love the idea of multiple measures. I think we should be, using a plurality of methods. I really like lots of different things, but I do work for NESE, so I can talk about it because I work there. But, I think it is really helpful to think about what data do we have about how much student success is really being emphasized on our campus. And I'll just put some prompts out here. What would you, if you knew that more than 50% of your seniors spent that 0 hours in co-curricular activities, wouldn't that get you charged up a little bit? You know, I sure would be concerned about this. What are our seniors doing? And believe it or not, I've looked at plenty of institutions where upwards of 60 or 70% of seniors are reporting 0 hours. Now, there's an incredible range in this too. There's, you know, this story is, again, not singular, but, you know, if I were at this place, I would be really concerned thinking about, what, you know, well, what is the, you know, we know involvement is critical, not only for a good educational experience, but it helps with persistence and retention. This is not just a, you know, fun thing to do. This is about persistence. It helps, and it helps students build those cohorts that we know matter. What would you do if you knew that your first-year students worked more frequently with peers outside of class on academic work than peers at comparable schools? This is a great thing. Your students are working more with their peers on academic tasks outside of class than at your comparable comparison or your peer institutions. Boy, I sure would want to know, where is that happening? How can I foster it? What's contributing to that? Is it because we created these new study lounges in the residence halls? Is it because we really tried to make course scheduling, have it so that students can take advantage of that time in between courses? What's contributing to this thing? What is it that we can learn from these data? What can it motivate it, and what can we learn about our students' experiences? What if you knew that after implementing a new multicultural education initiative and expanding diversity programming, your NESE scores on diverse learning experiences, a highly valuable workplace skill and something we know we want all students to leave with is better understanding of diversity and diverse learning experiences, what would you do with this? I mean, I sure would be promoting this, encouraging it, investing in that multicultural education program. This is the kind of data-informed action around student success I think we want to see in our work and in the field. So the reflection then, the reflection. So to what extent is student success at the forefront of student affairs practice? I kind of gave it a pretty good grade earlier. I think it's pretty well grounded. But, you know, thinking about what are the student success concerns on your campus and how can you get into those conversations? So to what extent is student affairs practice oriented to this concern, this kind of student engagement and success at the forefront? So I'll let you do your own evaluation. Would you give yourself, okay, that's something very much or quite a bit. We're really at kind of the upper end of that scale. Or would you put yourself at some or very little? You know, that's really not, you know, student success and engagement is not really something that we spend a heck of a lot of time of orient our work around. So this is for your own, I won't make you report out, but something to think about. This is the forced reflection. All right. That's the first one, the student success forefront. The second one is the value of partnerships. I think we've really talked a lot about this one and have already had some great examples of how partnerships are so important to the work that we need to do given the pressing accountability agendas. It is what matters, this student affairs, academic affairs link. It mattered when we studied high-profile institutions in student success in college. That was really important when we went back and revisited those institutions. They came out even stronger that the student and academic affairs partnership was critical to moving student success agenda forward. It's part of the accountability press. We've got to be more effective at working on this together. You know, as I brainstorm, what are the partnership opportunities on campuses? How can we connect student affairs to more institution-wide initiatives? Are you involved at all in Gen Ed assessment? You know, what's happening on Gen Ed assessment? There are a lot of campuses that do this periodically and think about what general education is supposed to do. Is student affairs involved in that? That's actually where I got my start in assessment, is doing some work as a student affairs practitioner on a Gen Ed assessment committee. Centers for Teaching and Learning. Is student affairs at all connected to working with other people who are concerned about pedagogy on campus? How students are learning, what they're learning. I think not only do you have a place at the table in those settings, but you also have something to contribute to those settings. So thinking about where might you create some partnerships? I think even more doing that connection of how are student affairs goals and initiatives connected to institutional learning goals and outcomes. This is another clue into potential partnerships on campus. Where is there synchronicity? How well are we aligned? And then, you know, if you're not aligned, you better think about, is this really important for us to be doing? given institutional priorities, to be thinking about that. What's of interest? What's on your provost's mind right now? What is he or she thinking about? If you're not sure about that, I think it's really important to know. And again, this developing relationships with other units, finding those opportunities for partnerships in places that you might not automatically think of, in institutional research, in centers for teaching and learning. Again, all of these places are sites for partnerships. Institution-wide learning goals are becoming more and more prominent, and at the last review that we did when we conducted this with NALOA, 84% of colleges and universities had institution-wide learning goals. Do you know what yours are? What are the institution-wide learning goals at your institution? And are your outcomes aligned to that? So all the provosts, this is corroborated by AAC and U data as well. What are these learning goals, and how well are you aligned with these? And then the harder question, are co-curricular learning goals specified anywhere there? And if not, why not? And why, you need to get them in there because they're valuable. And to talk about where that learning is happening as being not just something that's kind of, happening only in the classroom. It's really, we need to make sure that co-curricular environment is recognized for that. And are they in the strategic plan? This is another guiding document on a campus. Are they in the strategic plan? I'm going to just quickly go through an example of a place that I think has done a nice job of doing this work. Ramapo College did a really nice collaboration between student and academic affairs around some student success concerns that they had. They, were concerned both about kind of making sure that their student affairs division was still kind of at the top of its game, addressing the issues that were persistent in the field. They were getting, as an institution, a lot of interest around high-impact practices, and were a little bit concerned about some retention rates over time, and went through this pretty serious exercise, a couple year-long exercise to develop what they ended up calling key points of engagement. So they did this map, essentially, of their college experience, their undergraduate experience, and said, where are the key points of engagement in experiences across the board in our students' experience? And they identified these academic, social, and personal, and campus and civic key points of engagement, and then identified along the left-hand side here all the different ways that students connected with these larger institutional goals. So orientation worked towards some of these social goals that they had for their students. I don't even know what some of these programs are. Maroon Madness, whatever the heck that is, had goals that were around social and personal. So they really mapped out their curriculum to say, these are the key points of engagement that we're interested in investing in, that we think matter around institutional learning goals, and we're going to study their effectiveness. So we're going to spend a year studying their effectiveness. This was really important to bringing people together on their campus. They brought student affairs, academic affairs, enrollment management. They had a huge team of people working on this for a couple years to do this through the first year, sophomore year, junior year, senior year, to identify these key points of engagement. And I think this is another place of, they're recognizing the value of partnering around these institutional learning outcomes. So to what extent are you partnering around these same kinds of student success outcomes and assessment? Here's another chance for your reflection. How well are you doing around this? Is it something you do a lot of, very much, or quite a bit, or something that you do very little of on your own campus? So think about that in your own practice. How ready are you for that aspect of accountability? The third one is about demonstrating effectiveness. This, you knew the real assessment question or the real assessment press was going to come from me at some point. Okay, here it is for those of you who are really waiting. How do you know your program is making a difference for student learning and success? This is the demonstrate effectiveness issue. We're doing pretty well. I think we've really expanded capacity, particularly doing some great efforts. I'm so glad that Gavin Henning and Laura Bayless are here as leaders in a lot of this work. What they've done to contribute to the field's development in this regard is really quite important. So I'm really happy about that. I think we've done a nice job of helping people be better at this work. And there are a lot of places that now are better at this work. This is just an example from the University of Texas at Arlington that uses the CAS standards, the Council for the Advancement of Standards, to guide improvements. They have an assessment team. That, I hope this sounds familiar to you. I hope you're saying, yeah, we have that. We have that. I mean, I hope that is what you're saying. But we need to make sure more places have it and that it's meaningful. But they have some really nice assessment work going on their campus, and it's doable. It's doable assessment work. It's usable on their campus. Sacramento State, another place that I think has really been really pushing the boundaries on thinking about program effectiveness and outcomes. They participate regularly in their standard campus non-academic program review process. Does your unit get regularly reviewed as part of program review processes? If that's not familiar to you, you might want to poke around a little bit and see, what are the program review processes for academic departments, and do we participate in stuff like that? Sacramento State does, and their Student Affairs Division produces a report. They also produce regular assessment plans and assessment reports. So there's kind of this idea that we're going to not only measure our effectiveness, but we're going to demonstrate it to people. We're going to actually get some reports out there to show people what it is that we do, that we make a difference for learning. The other thing is to be, as I just was illustrating with those examples, is to be a lot more transparent. I just received a nice report from Denison University that I'm always kind of collecting these things. So if you have one that you think is really a good model, send it to me. I would love to be able to showcase the work, when I'm asked to do these kinds of things. But Julie over at Denison sent me this report, and I think it's a really good example. It's available on their website. It's produced by the Student Affairs Division, and they outlined all of their work around student development outcomes. The programs, what they've learned about the effectiveness of those programs, and what they contribute to learning outcomes, and the identified learning and student development goals that they have for the campus. And they're publicly posting it. It's available as a magazine on their website. It's very cool. Other places do this too, and I think institutions that have really outlined their student assessment work around larger learning outcomes are really making it much more transparent and understandable in using kind of commonly understood campus learning goals statements. So, that's really what I think we're after. So, to what extent do you transparently demonstrate what your programs can contribute and what their effectiveness is? And again, I'll ask you to kind of do your own little reflection here. How well are you doing these things? Are you really at a point where you can say, yeah, we do demonstrate this pretty well? All right, so the fourth one. Data-informed action improvement, kind of moving more along the lines that Diana Natalicio said was so important to UTEP work is, what are you learning from the data you're collecting? It's not enough just to demonstrate that you're effective. What are you learning from that? And what are you doing about it then? So if it's great, okay, good, you can say we're going to monitor this again in 5 years, see how well we're doing, or we're going to, or it's not so great and we're going to change this. So what are you doing to improve this work? That's really important. I have lots and lots of examples of how campuses across the country have taken their NESI results and other data that they have and really made a difference around student success. This one comes from Cal Lutheran. Cal Lutheran was really concerned, and this emanates from their Office of Student Life staff, but within a larger assessment committee that they're a part of, and they were concerned about first-year experience program success. Is our first-year program really stacking up and delivering on the things that we wanted? But yet they saw in their NESI results some gaps in co-curricular engagement, particularly of transfer and commuter students. So they were able to really disaggregate and isolate it to identify those populations of students. And looking at those results, they were able to make a pretty strong case for the need to invest in greater transfer and commuting student and different sorts of programs that weren't being allocated before. So I think being able to use data to inform some action is exactly what we want to do. I'll return to the Ramapo example because I think part of their work was not only to map the key performance, I'm going to forget the word, engagement indicators essentially, but they also wanted to say, all right, we need to make some hard choices here. Are some programs not delivering what we thought? If they're not aligned to learning outcomes at the institution, we need to seriously reconsider whether we should still invest in them. and they actually abandoned a program on their campus, this Maroon Mayhem, or Maroon Madness, I may have messed up that term, because it wasn't delivering, wasn't achieving the results that they expected. So, that's a hard decision, but it's one that we're going to have to make in this climate. And I'd like it to be based on data. So as they collected information about their students' experience, it wasn't delivering in the way they expected. So this last reflection, there's plenty of data, I think, on lots of campuses, whether it's NESE data or Noel Levitt's student satisfaction data. There's a lot of really good information. But have you acted on that assessment data and results in ways that help improve practice? And again, same response categories here, so thinking about your practice. All right, so the last one I want to get to is the point that we made earlier, and I'm sorry I didn't have this slide earlier when we were talking during the panel. But we need to make sure that assessment need not be complicated. This is one of my most favorite quotes from Barbara Wolverode, who's been doing assessment work forever and has been really effective at it. And I think, so often we get caught up in what we think it should be. It should be this perfect design, and that's not what it should be. It needs to be usable, and it needs to be useful for our purposes. So we need to think about everything should be made as simple as possible, but okay, not simpler, but it should be made at least as simple as possible so that it's useful. So the last dimension, in this age of accountability, student affairs must really invest in student learning outcomes assessment and provide evidence of their contribution to learning. To me, this one is the one we have got a lot of great grounding. We know this literature. It's been a part of our profession for a long time. And so I feel really good about the purpose and value of this. But when I go around to campuses, I hear things like this. I just heard this. This one scared the heck out of me. That this actually came as an explanation for why a campus was not, a student affairs unit was not attending to learning outcomes. Attempts to develop learning outcomes and systematically assess programs in student affairs were met with unexpected resistance. I mean, this is their explanation for why they're not doing it. And I get that. I get that it's unexpected resistance. But what are you doing about it to try and really address this? Because they ended up, this same place ended up getting some serious recommendations. It seems like such a nice word. Recommendations from their accreditor about their lack of learning outcome assessment in co-curricular experiences. If you claim co-curricular experiences are vital to your students' experience, you better have evidence to show what they're contributing. So this was a real concern. Another explanation, we're moving from crisis to crisis and have no time to assess outcomes. Boy, I believe this. I get it. I know that that's true. But we need to better address the learning outcomes. The VP doesn't appreciate learning outcomes and discourages staff from participating in assessment. These were a little more concerning to me. So we are well grounded in this, but our practice does not always match what we need to do. I'm going to skip this one. Okay. So again, the reflection. To what extent are you assessing the contributions to student learning? Where is this on your agenda? It's a little different than just kind of assessment of program effectiveness. It really gets to a deeper level of understanding about learning. This one's a little tougher to get to. But again, I think it is where we're at. And I think we have, to end on a promising note, we have lots of resources. Again, Gavin, thank goodness you're here. Laura, thank goodness you're here. They authored Accreditation and the Role of Student Affairs Educator to guide the practice. There are resources out there, the ACPA Assessment Institute. We can do this work around this last dimension. We also have very strong foundations. If you need to bolster the arguments on your campus, draw on these critical documents, resources from our field. This is where it's at. This is important. And we also have some frameworks in place. There's no denying that accreditation is, it's an active part of processes. Program reviews are processes that exist on every campus, and we need to look at our contributions to all of those processes. So I think there's a lot going on out there, and we need to essentially create energy on our campus to sustain these issues for accountability. So I'm going to stop there and just leave you with the last question, which is, what does all of this focus on accountability really mean for us? How do we need to rethink student affairs practice? I hit on what I think are the big five for 2014 and beyond, and I hope you were thinking along with me about how well you could take stock on your own campus. So I want to thank you for your attention today. Thanks. Okay, is that right? Okay. I think I'm close to time. Okay, good.
Well, you can sit there as long as you like. Okay, so we have a 15-minute break. Mostly that's because we need to get organized for the next session. A few minutes to do that. So 15 minutes, the same routine. We'll give you a couple of minutes cube before we come back, and then we will get into some discussions at a group level.
Okay, so the next part of this activity together this afternoon is something called Data Jam, and most of you know, but for the sake of folks who are on our live stream at home, the Data Jam concept actually came out of a whole other field of endeavor, but the thought was you get innovators, inspirers, researchers, practitioners, you get everybody in the same room, and you have a particular topic, and everybody contributes their information. You dig deep into the data, and if you're lucky and had 2 more days, we would stay together and then come out with an actual recommended strategy for the next 90 days based on that deep dive. So we're going to get through the first 3 steps today in our work, and I want to ask Martha to sort of describe where you want us to go with that, and then you'll stay at your tables of 8. We'd like 8 people at each table. You'll have a facilitator at each table, and then see these whiteboards on either end? You'll have your facilitator and someone who volunteers to help who'll pull out sort of the key pieces of discovery, and they'll go on each side. And we're going to give you some stimulus types of questions to work with. We'll have about 15 minutes to get oriented. We decided about 45 minutes to actually chow down on this, and then about 15 minutes to spin it out. So if you'll help us with that, we'll be grateful. Martha.
Okay. Thank you, Cindy. So I'll be really brief. What we have to do is have some of you move. So we won't be directive, but if you see 4 people at one table and 3 people at another, just join up. If you see 5 people in one and 2, just join up. We want to get about anywhere from 6 to 8 people at a table. So you can do that quietly while I tell you how the lay of the land is going to go to save a little bit of time. We're first going to have, as Cindy said, a facilitator at each of your tables who will introduce him or herself and then ask you to go around and just say your name and the institution you're at, because we could spend a lot of time with introductions, and part of the whole day is introducing ourselves to each other. And then we're going to have the facilitated group discussion, as Cindy said, around various topics. And we've come forward with a bunch of topics: college access, college completion, student affairs leadership, growing populations of non-traditional first-generation students and other students, student support, innovation, incentive, mission. So it's a really broad range of the kinds of things we'd like you to have the conversation about, but we'd like more to have the deeper dive conversations. If you could write a blank slate, what would you really need to have happen? And this is something that we're very excited that CPA can take back and go forward with. So the facilitators will give you a couple of key questions that have to do with what can you do and go back to your campus with. They'll repeat this at the tables. What can ACPA do itself? And what can our country do as all of the institutions of higher education? I didn't say this in my remarks, but I remember back people asked me, well, when has higher education ever spoken out with one voice? And I said, well, the last time I remember that happening, my short 40-year career, was in 1983 when we had a nation at risk. That was kind of about it. And of course it wasn't about just higher education. It was mostly about K-12. So that's what's going to happen in the tables. We'd like then the report outs to be, and that'll be the last 15 minutes or so after the discussions, after the deep dive. So 45 minutes for the deep dive discussions, come up with a few things that each table could share them out with everyone. ACPA will be listening, and all of you will be listening to take back the best of what happens. And then ACPA can take that as their agenda going forward. And then Cindy and I and a couple other people will be sort of revolving around at the tables just listening in, so that in the final report out, Kent will come back up and close us out because we'll be on time. And Cindy and I might have some other things to share from what we hear. So that's the lay of the land. There is a history to this. There's lots of data jams going on periodically. The government just did one last fall that I attended, but they spent the whole day. So we know how smart this group is. We only need an hour and a half for this. So with that, why don't we go, and I'll turn this over to each of the facilitators to introduce themselves. Thanks, everybody.
So just want to give you a little time check. This is the stage at which you should sort of be rolling the ideas into something and beginning to write some of them up here so that we can then morph everything together. All right? Thank you. Okay, we have 3 minutes to finish your process of recording. And then remember, you've got a person who's going to do the actual outtakes from your group, but we're going to have you at the podium with the mic so the folks who are live streaming can actually hear your outtakes. And we'll have about 15 minutes for those, and then we'll close out. We are able to use these mics, so you can just line up here next to these. Okay, we're ready to start our outtakes. If I could have our reporters come up front. And we're going to go live again, live streaming, so if you don't mind to bring the chatter down in the background so they'll be able to hear. And I'm going to ask the reporters to do the following things. When you come up, tell us who you are, where you're from, and then identify on the two boards the things that are yours. You can just point to them. And then pose the questions that you considered at your table. It may have been as simple as what are you going to do as an individual or an institution, or you may have chosen questions from the list. Okay? You want to go first? All right. Come on down.
Hi, my name is Janelle Densberger, and I work at Fontbonne University here in St. Louis. And actually, my table's conversations are the first two on each of the boards. So I'm going to step forward a little bit. Okay. No, you're fine, you're fine. The first thing that we had talked about was ways in which we can engage students into student engagement. And so can we involve, whether it be a student organization or an intentional group of students, maybe resident assistants, orientation leaders, that sort of thing, into the conversation of student engagement, help them or have them help us with focus groups or surveys and things like that. So how can we attack student engagement concerns and questions by involving our students a little bit more? And then we also talked about how do we really look at the admission metrics for underrepresented groups. The conversation we kind of had was about veteran students, and is an ACT or SAT score really relevant for them if they are coming back to college after, stepping away from the gap, I guess, between high school and college, and how do we really assess what will be indicators of success for them in college, and what fits that we currently do and what doesn't. And then for kind of the conversation around ACPA, we talked a little bit about, I can't read that here. How can ACPA engage a little bit more in policy and help shape it rather than just respond to the policy specifically surrounding some of the issues that we talked about today with access and affordability. And then we talked about, is there a way that we could provide some larger institutional development? So take some of these conversations that we're having here today and have some folks from ACPA provide workshops or opportunities at specific institutions so that a broader amount of staff, whether it be in student affairs or the university as a whole, allow them to be more engaged in the conversation. I think that's it for our table. Good.
Alrighty, and I'm Douglas Stoes from the University of Texas at Brownsville. And our group was looking at, the question was, what could we as individuals do when we get back to our campuses, and what could we do as an institution? Looking specifically at financial aid, looking at counseling students on more than a one-year proposition. So looking at what is the 4-year impact, because a lot of times when financial aid is discussed, it's looking at it, what is financial aid going to do for you in your first year? So looking at the 4-year proposition, is it affordable over the course of 4 years? On the campus level, looking at coming up with partnerships across departments. So for example, financial aid and advising getting together, because you could have a 3-year scholarship but a 5-year degree plan. So talking about how do those things come together and how do they merge? Financial aid and admissions, having good conversations about students to know what is affordable, or can you afford this? And looking at those questions honestly. And so those were the 2 areas that we brought particular focus on.
Hi, I'm Joni Bastian. I'm from McHenry University, which is in Lebanon, Illinois, near St. Louis. We talked about as far as from what we can do as we go back to our campuses, and it's sort of what other folks have said, is being intentional with creating partnerships with our colleagues in academic affairs. I think at least at my campus, I'm trying to help our faculty understand what we do in student affairs, that it's not always fun and games, for us, but and it must be getting through, because I did have a faculty tell me that they wouldn't want my job at all. So maybe I'm making some progress there, but we just need to be more intentional with our partnerships. Learn to articulate our stories in meaningful ways, and I think that we can all do a better job about the different functional areas within student affairs and what each of our areas are doing to help and to push forward our student success. Sometimes I think though that our student affairs, we're used to being in the background, and so we don't really brag too much about our work in that area, and we need to do more of that. And then establish university-wide learning outcomes. We had a lengthy conversation at our table about this. We were talking about it at SLU. They have started this with establishing learning outcomes, university-wide. We have done this at McHenry. We had a conversation, well, how did you get your students to be on board about talking about learning outcomes? And it is a slower process, and it has to come really from the higher up, from president to provost to all of us. So after 6 or 7 years now, our students are finally talking about what they're learning and our learning outcomes for assessment. So, and then the other for ACPA, and really for all of our institutions. You hear, oh, they've added staff, or they needed more staff to do this or that. I think also helping our community to understand that some of the challenges that we deal with on our campuses, with mental health, with with suicide ideation, and with the sexual assaults and everything that's coming our way with getting organized around that, and so sometimes that we do need other experts in the field that we need to staff, and I think if we can let the community know that, that would help us. So.
There's some recurring themes from what I've heard from the other presenters that were discussed at our table. We did not write this up there. It says interrogate admission metrics for underrepresented groups, veterans, to know more about the population. And I heard one of my colleagues, somebody I work with, say, I want to know more about the student population on campus so I know how to serve them. And I have the admissions background, and I said, well, I didn't think you wanted me to push all my information on you. I thought you were too busy to, So the feeling, and I kept hearing it among the other groups, we need to share more information with everyone across campus. And then the other piece that connected to that was, but we need to tell them how it relates. You can't just stand there and say there are 300 veterans on campus. You need to connect it down to the orientation programs and the counseling programs and the residential programs and the classroom and in financial aid and the complexity of paying a bill if you're a veteran. I heard a story the other day about the 4 sources a student might have to go through and how they might get paid. I couldn't remember it, so I'm not sure how that returning veteran could. And so what then does that mean for our staff? I think that does require a different level of empathy. So I was glad to hear that conversation come up at the table. Someone else at our table mentioned, and we all thought it was important, and I think it made this list, it would be good to know what the students' intentions are when they begin with us, so we can measure success according to their intentions and not ours. Do they plan to transfer? Do they plan to get just enough coursework to enter the workforce? That's what a lot of students are doing today. I need these 8 courses and it will qualify me to do this job. So could we find out what their intentions are and then measure that accordingly? Another item that was brought up at the table, we're happy for transparency to occur. We're happy that on the FAFSA you can see 8 schools and everything about those schools, but the measurements do need to be more fair so that a family has better information. If you compare an open admission or moderately selective admissions retention rate to a selective or highly selective, what's it going to look like? Without putting that maybe into ACT categories, then you're not really showing a family a fair assessment, because we know income inputs often result in outputs that are similar. For ACPA, we think ACPA is doing a wonderful job. We were happy to have this symposium. This gave us a chance to talk. We think more of these one-dayers, particularly like one-day sessions like this. It's easy to get away. So I think that's it. Did I miss anything? Good? Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Angela Perkins from Missouri University of Science and Technology. And at our table, we had some representation that kind of spanned higher education. We had representation from the community college sector, from my institution, which is a premier technological research institution, another school that is really populated to serve there to serve a population of students with disabilities. So one of the first things we talked about was access. How do we define access? On different campuses, challenges look different. For instance, there are some that have enrollment that is higher than they can handle, and other institutions' enrollment has dropped. So we're looking at how do we define what accessibility really needs to look like, and making sure that it's mission-centered, but also being able to make choices and decisions that are not excluding students, but also not bringing in students who are going to be set up to fail. For instance, we've had students on our campus who are considered high risk. And so what we've done this year, because enrollment has been so high, we're admitting less conditional admits. But then does that bring up an additional issue of access when we're looking at who we're kind of excluding by increasing the standards and not allowing everyone to automatically enroll? Another topic that we brought up was, I think this was mentioned earlier about telling our story, but reclaiming the identity. That's something that was mentioned earlier that we really have more influence with and control over than we probably give ourselves credit for in student affairs. And we talked at our table about how we often don't have a voice on campus, or at least that perception is there of not having a strong voice on campus. But what can we do to reinvent ourselves? And someone at the table brought up a great idea about looking at the human resources model, the human resource and organizational support model that looks more at the talent acquisition and talent management piece, and how student affairs could possibly benefit by being more strategic in that way as well. In terms of what ACPA can support us with, suggestions were brought up about providing focus on accreditation with our new professionals. That helps to cultivate a culture of accountability. Many of our young professionals, when they first get out of graduate school, that's not where their minds are in terms of accountability and really being able to embed themselves. And that's something that maybe needs to be increased in terms of what they're being taught during their graduate programs as well. So ACPA, we think, can have some influence on that. Also, providing best practices on how to best tell the story with data. In terms of understanding really what categories and prompts should be included when telling our stories. We don't toot our own horns very well, but how can we do it in a way that is going to be valuable to our stakeholders and our constituents, and also help us overall in higher education to be more responsive to student needs in general. So those were the suggestions that we had for support from ACPA. Thanks.
I'll just talk for a couple of minutes. We have 10 minutes left. So, and we are going to end on time. So I'm going to say a few things that'll just take us back up to a macro level, and then Cindy is going to make some comments, and then we're going to turn it back to Kent, and then we will close out at 4:15. Did we say 4:30? Is it 4:30? Yes. 4:15? 4:30. Okay. So first is the 5 presenters need to be congratulated together, and we'd like them to just come up here really quickly so we can take one picture with them. Okay? Yes, come on up here real quick. We just want to get one photograph of the 5 presenters. And then as I talk for these couple minutes, you got to do it fast. You got to stand up. You look fine. We'll do waist up. Just take one. Right, waist up. So don't worry. And then right after this picture, while I wrap up from my comments and turn this over to Cindy, we're going to have somebody come around and take a picture of each of the 5 tables. And ACPA is going to take the work that you did and the contributions you made and map the picture back to the tables. So the picture of you back to the strategies and input that you provided in future communication. So that's why we're doing this. Are we missing one person? Oh, okay, good. You got to go over there. Okay. That's a great picture. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. And so they're going to go around to the 5 tables now while we try to wrap this up and stay on track. What was really informative to me was not only how much student affairs across the country, which you all represent, have done to say these are the things we need to do next. For someone like me that's been looking over this for 40 years, it's really encouraging to see how deeper each of these recommendations are. If we had gone back 10 years, 20 years, we would say we need to define student engagement. What is student engagement? What does it really mean? Now we're saying, how can we improve the metrics? What strategies are working? Where's the evidence, the research base, et cetera? And so I could go down each one of these and say that. So I think the profession should feel excited about having moved things forward, but at the same time, it's not big enough, it's not fast enough, and I had given a talk on the difference between incremental change and transformational change to a whole group of community college presidents some time ago. And, you know, none of us are satisfied with the incremental change, but I can tell you after 5 years in government, even an incremental change is making a difference for those students. So that's another thing I wanted to thank you all for. I'm very excited about the work ACPA can do going forward. I actually filled out a membership form today because, thank you, because this is the kind of work that can help the voices come together to say maybe not everything, but maybe 2 or 3 things. The comment on veterans that was up here, I spent a year with the DOD and the VA. They would love to hear those comments about implementing all of the requirements to get the funding for education, especially in the summer when the veterans benefits stop for 3 months, and what do they do? So there is so much expertise in the room and in the profession that hasn't been brought to bear on the decision makers at the federal and state levels that I think can be really important. And I told Cindy and Kent I would be happy, since I'm not in government anymore, to be a resource to say, you know, how can you take you can't do everything, ACPA can't do everything, but I think these kinds of things need to be done over time. And the most urgent ones and the biggest ones and the most important ones to all of you will be done, you know, as soon as is feasible for the organization. So that's really exciting to me. And then finally, you know, I sat in on a couple of the groups, and, you know, it's heart-wrenching to hear how much more needs to be done. And I think those of you on the front line seeing these students coming in, worrying about paying for college, worrying about am I on track, am I succeeding, is just something that has to be commended and understood. And I took care of my husband who passed away 6 years ago, but it was many years. And I came away from that experience saying, you know, who takes care of the caregivers? And, you know, you are on the front lines, and in many ways, to me, you are hearing the stories day in, day out. And these are very real stories about very real Americans who have very real challenges and who are getting things done. And so I just would want to pay attention, you know, now as an ACPA member, to the care and feeding of all of you, because I can tell you it's probably not happening as much as it needs to on your campuses. So there are resources within the organization that can be brought to bear to help you do that, because you're taking a tremendous burden when you are getting students moved through your institutions. It is such a gift to those people. And it probably will be rewarded when some of them come back to you over time, but the day-to-day, you have to take care of yourself. So I think those are the comments I wanted to make, and let me turn this back over to Cindy. It's been just so exciting to be here, and I can't thank you enough for inviting me. Thanks.
So I started out this morning with quoting Mary Oliver, but actually I misquoted her. So since I'm full of a room of educators, you should have called me on it. Her poem says, "When the thumb of fear lifts, we are most alive." So actually that's a good way to conclude, but I did want you to know I misquoted this morning. So I'm getting old. The other thing I started out with that I just want to refresh again is my friend Stephen Sprinkle, who just says over and over again, we are the walking systemic interventions in our lives, in the lives of students, in the lives of communities that we serve. And he's an extraordinary example of that if you ever want to read about his life. He's one of the guys who decided that everyone who had died due to violence against LGBT people, he was actually going to take their photographs and periodically stand outside the places that could do something about that and just stand there until someone asked them for their story. And, you know, he's a PhD. He supervises dissertation students. He has a full teaching schedule. He has a life. But it's that great example of this one thing he decided to do. And then later, there were so many, he wrote a book. And then later that got published. And then later they asked him to come to D.C. and talk about why that mattered. And we don't ever know, where these moments of intervention lead. But we do know that we're in them. And if we pay attention, then we can really change things. I think the other thing that I just got to, I wrote these notes without knowing what we were going to do today. So it was sort of, I always feel like, wow, if there's any synergy at the end of that, then maybe our intuition is good about things. But the other thing that I was just really tuned into was, we know it's the responsibility of all of us to remove barriers. We get that. That's the purpose. It's what we do for a living. But the really beautiful illustration in this room for me is when researchers and practitioners, politicians and policymakers, teachers, everyone comes together and then figures out one thing that we can do that makes a shift. Then I think things begin to improve. And so I'm so grateful to share, and I think I'm right on this quote, what the Little Prince said, the sweet responsibility of that together. So thank you so much for coming, and Kent is going to close us out.
Well, it's been a very long but productive day. I hope you've all taken a lot away from this. Over a year ago, I guess, when I decided to run for ACPA president, one of the things I wanted to try to accomplish was to encourage, maybe provoke our profession of student affairs and ACPA as an association to become more engaged in this national conversation about access issues and affordability and accountability, because I was concerned that while we have a lot to say, I didn't see student affairs necessarily represented at the table and being a part of those conversations. And yet I know we have much to contribute. So today was really about sort of the culmination of some of that thinking and some of the ideas and a lot of work of a lot of people to come together for what I think is a beginning and not an end. So this symposium isn't an end, it's sort of a beginning, if you can think of it that way, to a conversation. We wanted to bring a group of panelists and presenters and facilitators who could help us think about some of these issues in different ways, could present some different perspectives, challenge us maybe to think about our work and how we might do things differently, how we might interact differently with others, what we might have to contribute that we don't recognize that we have to contribute. And so, if you think about what we tried to do today, I hope it was we started with some big ideas and big picture thinking, and this afternoon was really trying to work more toward opportunities to really hear from you. What are you taking away from this? What's your best thinking? And we're really encouraged by the effort that we made here today. The opportunity to maybe go a little deeper and have conversations that probably should be happening more in our daily lives and our jobs that probably don't happen enough. And so these are really important opportunities. So I'd like to, if I could add some layers here just a little bit, and I'll try not to go too long, but one of the things I tried to do is take from my notes was to identify some ideas, what I thought were some big ideas, but specific enough for us to perhaps think about, along with some of the other things that you have identified, for further study, for further dialogue, and perhaps for further action. So you see, maybe I've taken some liberties, but we'll see if these are things that maybe you heard. One of the things I heard today, and I believe Martha talked about this, she talked about the importance of connecting with students and having them have at least one person in counseling or mentoring or advising situation. So that one-to-one, that really individualized piece. So we know that with student learning that cohorts work really well, right? They work really well. But around student support issues and student success issues and completion issues, sometimes there needs to be a level of individual support. And that's a really different scale, isn't it? Right? So those require some different models and some different thinking. And I think as our populations of students become increasingly more diverse, that becomes even more important for us to think in those ways. I heard, this is my word, but I heard some conversation on the panel today about what I would call meta-analysis. So the idea that we know a lot of different things, but we don't necessarily combine those things and talk about those things in ways that are compelling and influential and understandable to other decision makers and policymakers. And I think that's really important, is that we have a lot of information, but we don't always combine that information in the most compelling of ways. I heard something today about financial literacy and transparency and communicating about financial assistance issues. So that's not creating policy, but it is saying we can do more to help our students understand their finances better, plan better, make better choices, be more literate as it relates to their financial circumstances. And we can take the information and we can communicate it in ways that are easier for families and students to understand. And that seems pretty concrete to me. It's something that we may not always think about that as something that is a role for us in student affairs, but who's to say that it isn't or it couldn't be something that we would do? I heard today about the scaling up of islands of excellence. So it's not the effective practice or the island of excellence that I'm talking about so much, it's the practice of scaling up. So do we have effective methods and strategies? Do we talk enough about how you do that? How do you scale ideas up to touch more students? Is something that I don't necessarily see in the literature stream, and I don't necessarily hear us talk about. I heard today about student affairs professionals as facilitators. I heard that language of facilitators and bringing people together. So that's different than saying, I'd like you to participate in something that I'm working on. That may be bringing people together in a university community to say, these are big problems, just like we did today. And how do we solve those? What can we do better? And I think we do play a facilitative role, and sometimes we undervalue, I think, our skill set in being really good facilitators and bringing people together to solve really important problems. I heard Diana Natalicio today talk about student affairs engaged in pre-college work. And I'm fascinated by that because she talked about student affairs folks working in the community with pipeline issues, right? She talked about it in the context, I think she used these words: skill building, aspiration building, probably life skill building, literacy, so reading, those comprehension issues, basic support. So how do you go out and create more college-ready students in our communities, whether they attend our institutions or not, is a really important, I think, consideration. And we typically think about our work on the campus. I heard things like that we can systematically provide more and better information to students and families. So to me, that really speaks to how we communicate, and how much do we really focus on that as opposed to the work that we're doing on the campus. That seems to me related but different. Something to think about maybe. I heard, well, I'm going to attach two things together. One is not my idea and one is. And I'll own the one that's mine. So I heard interdisciplinary or collaborative structures, thinking about working across lines and thinking differently, which to me means more outcomes or objectives oriented, more focused on what we're trying to achieve, and less focused on content area, or let's say it differently, functional area is what we say a lot, right, in student affairs. So less focused on the function or how we see ourselves doing our work, more focused on what it is that we're trying to achieve together. What would that produce? Would we look the same in student affairs today if we organized in those kinds of ways? I attach to that lower cost delivery models, because at the end of the day, we do have a stake in trying to drive down or at least manage the costs of our institution, cost contain. So how do we do things really effectively, but using models that might not cost as much to deliver? I don't think we've studied that very much, and it may be something that's inevitable at some point. I heard pulling together innovation and incentive experts or researchers. So I think Martha Cantor talked about that earlier. She said nobody's really bringing these folks together, and so I'm intrigued by the idea of what do these folks have to say and what are the intersects with the work that we're doing, or what might they be? I heard Jillian Kinsey talk about we need to make completion a priority in everything we do. And I thought, my first thought was, well, I think we do that. But then my thought was, but we don't apply that lens to every single thing that we do across the work in student affairs. And what if we did? That's a different kind of evaluation, I think, of the work that we're doing than maybe some of the ways that we are typically thinking about. And the last one was, and I know this is a hard one, but effectively defining effective practices for engaging colleagues in ways that bend the culture to focus on student success. Some of you talked about that at your tables. We talked about we need faculty to be engaged in those conversations and others. So it really is at least culture bending, I think, and what's the role that we might be able to play. So there are many, I think, really great ideas that came out. Can we do all of those things and do all of those things well? Probably not. But hopefully there's some menu of actions there that really does mean thinking a little bit differently about how we go about doing some of our work. And I hope that you'll join us and continue to be a part of that process, because while I want to thank all of you for participating today, we really would like to continue to engage you as part of this ongoing dialogue and action group, in whatever paths and whatever ways that might emerge. We don't have all that scripted at this point. So I would ask that you'd let us know if you're interested in continuing to participate in some way. You can certainly notify us through the international office. You can always email me, but we really are sincere about wanting to keep you engaged in this conversation as we move forward. So what will we be doing next? We did live streaming today. So we were actually joined by, our group was probably twice as big as the group that was actually in the room. I think that's pretty exciting, because we often think about things in sort of conventional ways, and I think the way we think about dissemination of knowledge, the way we think about engagement probably needs to change in this new world order that we find ourselves in. So that's exciting. And the good news is now that we have captured a lot of what we've done today on video, that we'll be putting clips of that video up and available on the website. We'll use social media as a way to push information out and to create greater access, and also to keep the dialogue going. We've learned after the convention in Indianapolis that there are really effective ways for us to keep the conversations and the dialogue going long after the event is concluded, so we'll continue to try to do that. I also would like to acknowledge Tony Cawthon and Mary Howard Hamilton, who have agreed to help us with some of the leadership around scholarship related to this discussion about access, affordability, and accountability. And I don't want to put them too much on the spot, but I suspect that what you'll be seeing is that some thought pieces that will be coming out that could be in the form of blog posts or journal articles or any number of things, so that this conversation continues to move forward. Lastly, I want to thank some people. I want to thank the international office staff, in particular Tricia Fechter, Cindy Love, Monica Seja, and Colin Reddick, for all of their work in helping us pull this off. And with the interactive digital technology pieces, there's just a lot of behind-the-scenes things that have to happen, and they deserve a lot of credit for getting us to this point. I also want to thank folks here at SLU who are on the planning team. Mona Hicks, Kaylee Maroka, Susan Fanal, Latanya Buck, and Marissa Cope. And there were other folks as well, but that was the main planning group, and they did really all the work. I sit in on meetings periodically, and they did all the heavy lifting. Again, Tony Cawthon and Mary Howard Hamilton for their ongoing work with us here. Kristen Abel, who did live tweeting and led our social media engagement for the day. So you may or may not have been participating, but there was a fair amount of tweeting going on during the day. And some interaction around the subject matter. That's pretty exciting, I think. We're getting better at that, I believe, as an association. And of course, I want to thank Martha Cantor, who did so much to help us. And really challenge us to think about this as a movement as opposed to a professional development activity. And also to Jillian Kinsey, who is always spectacular. And I thought really brought things together at the end of the day. and Diana Natalicio, whose story is amazing, an amazing story, and an inspiration, I think, to all of us. To Mary Wall, and bless her heart, because she flew in here in the middle of the night, and she was subbing in at the last minute because Jeff couldn't be here, and I really appreciate her being here and giving us a glimpse of what is happening at the policy level and within the administration in Washington, and that's so important, I think, that we maintain those kinds of connections and really try to understand the issues from multiple vantage points, and that's certainly an important one. And also to Doug Letterman with Inside Higher Ed, who graciously gave up his time today to come and moderate the panel. I thought did a fabulous job and had lots of good questions last night for us to think about, and I suspect might be talking about this program in the days to come in some of the writing that he will do. So I thank you very much. That really concludes our day today. I am grateful to all of you for participating, and I look forward to seeing you down the road.